Raggedbeats.net.
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 Testing, 1, 2. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're gonna get started in about 5 minutes. There's light snacks, breakfast bites in the back to the left. And for those of you who do not know, there are restrooms just outside around the corner to the left.
reggaebeats.net.
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 All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Akima Edwards. I will be your mistress of ceremony today. And welcome to the U.S. Virgin Islands 2026 Economic Development Summit. Today is not simply about discussion. It is about direction, investment, resilience, and the future of the Virgin Islands. This summit is presented to you by the 36th Legislature Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. As Nelson Mandela once said, action without vision is only passing time. Vision without action is merely daydreaming, but vision with action can change the world. We are honored to welcome government leaders, industry experts, investors, educators, workforce professionals, and community stakeholders from across the territory and beyond as we gather under the theme, From Recovery to Renaissance, catalyzing the U.S. Virgin Islands economic transformation. At this time, it is my pleasure to invite to the podium the chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
A pleasant good morning. Thank you guys for coming in. This is interesting. Everyone that you see in here came in because they registered for this summit or they called and got placed on the list. And everyone assured us that they were coming. So if you see an empty seat, it's not because it's not accounted for. Someone is made a commitment to come, and for some reason they're not here yet. So we'll hold a seat for them. But our backup plan was if you didn't come, we're going to give away your seat. So, if you see a fight in the back, that's because we gave up their seats. All right. We want to thank everyone for coming. I normally don't have this problem with being loud, but for some reason today I'm loud. Thank you so much for coming. This is such an important day for us. I want to thank my family first and foremost, my two sisters back there. And the 36th Legislature. We've got two members here, Senator Novell Francis, Senator Clifford Joseph, Sr. And I think we've got another one. I see, the lady in red, Senator Maurice James. Can't miss her. She's in the back. And we might have some more popping in. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is one of the key sponsors of this event. In addition to our other sponsors, I want to recognize them. At this time, the Department of Tourism, please stand up and be recognized for being a sponsor. Under the leadership of Commissioner Jennifer Madarangas King. Oh, yep. See, there you go. So, next would be the EDA under the leadership of Wayne Biggs, but I think he's bringing a representative, right? EDA. Next, RT Park under the leadership of Executive Director Eric Saunier. And his group, you guys please stand. And then Greenleaf VI. Hey, look, Philip and Bianca Francis. And then last but not least, and I hope they're here. You see, I know, Cane Bay Partners. Yeah. So we want to thank everyone who contributed towards making this summit a success. Without our sponsors, we wouldn't even have a chair. So let's thank them. Excuse me. I would like to take a couple seconds to just have a moment of silence for my mom. I placed her to rest 2 weeks ago. So today is my second week, and I just want to remember her. Okay, thank you very much. Today, we also want to thank the University of the Virgin Islands because they've also been a partner in this process. And I want to thank UVI, President George, you and your team. Thank you so much for our setup. And now I want to thank the legislature, the parts that make the first branch of government work, which is first media. Media, thank you guys so much for coming out. They're the ones that will be broadcasting this event throughout the world, and I'm just glad to have them. They're a very important part, communication with the public, and as you see, they came and they didn't say anything other than, yes, Senator, so thank you so much. Appreciate it. And all the support and staff that came in. We have a bilingual representative here from the president's office. So if anyone speaks Spanish and you don't understand what we're saying, we'll be able to help you out. Costancia, she's back there. So we just want you guys to know we thought about a lot of things. We don't have an interpreter for deaf people, unfortunately. Couldn't get that done. But I thought about it and we tried. All right? So I don't want anyone to think we overlook the importance of that community as well. So one of the things about this conference that's unique is we were struck by 2 Cat 5 storms in 2017. And the first wave of people that came to us were people who came to assist us with the recovery, the immediate recovery, removing trees and poles and putting on blue tarps, and that was fine. It was great. We were definitely appreciative. But the local people that were here going through that disaster were confused because all we know was a lot of people were coming in, and they were offering a lot of money for a place to stay, to rent your car, and the local business people, we were confused because we were like, well, I've got places, but I don't know. They needed, more place. No one said anything to me. I have cars, but no one mentioned anything to me. So the bigger boys, the Hertz, the Avis, all those guys got their money just like that. And the rest of the community stayed outside of any of the benefits of the monies that were flowing in because they didn't know. They weren't included. And at some point, when Hertz and Avis ran out of cars, then guess what? You started getting calls from other people. Hey, I heard that people are looking for cars. People are looking for places to stay. That's how things work here. That's not the way it should work. We as a community, if you're affected by something like a tragedy like that, everyone should be on board. Everyone should know what's going on. If you have resources that you could provide assistance, you should be, given an opportunity to make that business too, right? I know personally because I had a laundromat, we were not impacted by the storm, so we were able to open up. And I didn't know how important my business was until people started coming to me saying the first responders need their clothes washed. I said, oh, okay. The governor called me personally and asked me, can you open up just for these guys? So what I figured out, I said, okay, we need to start letting the community know what the needs are so that those businesses could benefit from some of the opportunities that we have out here. This 25 billion would it be that we were blessed with by the federal government, FEMA. A lot of the local communities have no clue how that impacts them. All they've been told is we're going to be rebuilding hospitals and schools, health centers, and other business buildings owned by the government. What does that have to do with me? Well, it has a lot to do with you. And that's why I wanted to connect the opportunity to what the community has, the money. I spent many of my earlier years here with my friends trying to come up with ways to generate revenues and investments so we could invest in the local economy. Surprisingly, we don't have to worry about that now. We got $25 billion worth of cash available, and we just need to be a part of it. These businesses that won these huge awards, they can't do it by themselves. Most of them don't even do the work. They subcontract the work out to other people, other companies. Don't necessarily have to be local companies. And so then the local companies are left out of the opportunity. So I wanted to bring the awareness so that we remember that you're not only rebuilding for our community, but you're rebuilding so we become resilient, so we could include our local businesses so that they could grow, expand, add to their workforce, provide more service locally to us, so that when the big contractors leave, we still have a functioning economy going. And things are happening. We want to have skilled workforce too, so that after the buildings are built, who's going to repair them? Who's going to maintain them? So if you include us in the process up front, while you're building the building with local talent, when you do leave, they knew everything about the buildings. They know the electrical, the plumbing, the HVAC system, the computerization part of the whole building, everything. They did their job. They got their check and they left. And then what next? We have to put out a bid again to get another foreign company to come in and try to figure out what's going on to fix whatever it is. That's not quite efficient at all. So if you include us on the front end, the expectation is that the back end will provide more benefits to all of us as a community. And this is throughout the entire Caribbean, the entire territory, not just one island. This summit was on St. Croix this year because it was more economical to have it on St. Croix. These events are very costly, and for the first one, we wanted to play it safe. So what we did, we took the most economical pathway. We've got technology now, so there's really not a must show up in person. It's nice because it's good to mingle and mix and meet people face to face. But if you can't, listen, call, text, connect with them. That's why they're here. And they wanted to be here. That's why all the major builders are here today. MCM Bill, are you guys in the house? Hey, Lisa. MCM Bill, Caribbean, they're here. Jay Benta, Consigli, are you here yet? Okay, no one. Okay, who else am I missing? No one else came yet? Okay, we've got some more coming. I'm not going to call their names since they're not here yet. But there's a reason why they supported this summit, because they were saying it's cheaper for them to do business in the U.S. Virgin Islands with local businesses than it is to bring in. It costs so much more. And so we now need to show them that we do want to participate. We have the talent. We have the resources to help with the rebuild that's going on. You might be aware that some of the projects have already started, but the majority of it is still coming. And we've got about 16 billion, 15 billion. I'll get Adrian to give us an exact number that's left that we need to put out there. We've got a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So make sure before you leave that you meet all these builders, find out what they need. Be sure to tell them what you've got, because this is a networking event. You brag about your business, tell them what you've built, what you've done. If you have 2,000 cars, you want to rent out, if you've got apartment buildings you want to rent out, whatever you have, let them know. They're looking. This is your opportunity to be seen and heard. And this is the way the process should work. You shouldn't have to go through some consultant to speak to a builder. That's crazy. But that's historically how we've done it. We put other people, we layer the opportunity, so by the time it gets to you, you may or may not get anything. So we're opening it up, letting you meet them, have a discussion. If you're looking for employment, this is also a good opportunity. They're looking for good qualified people. Just to let you guys know, Kima Edwards, that's my niece. She's a accomplished architect. And she moved back home, as young as she is, because she cared. She wanted to be a part of this process too. So we're looking for the involvement of the young people. Don't feel like you can't be a part of this process. This is old and young. I see Dr. Hill is retired from UVI. He came over to show his support too. So even though the seniors are interested in helping. So let's make sure this is a group effort. I want to, again, thank you guys for coming out. Thank the legislature again. Thank all the sponsors. And we're going to hit on some key areas before we leave today. By the end of the day, these are some of the things I want you to know we should be able to provide answers for. The economic competitiveness as a result of this wonderful $25 billion in federal awards, the infrastructure modernization projects that are ongoing, the workforce development situation that we face. As you know, we're trying to get more people trained up so we could get these projects on the road. The impact on tourism, which we're going to be discussing. We're doing record numbers right now with the tourism product, but we've got some setbacks too. Spirit Airlines just went bankrupt, so that caused some reshuffling of the numbers. So we'll see. We'll ask the commissioner and tourism what they're doing to see what we need to do to stand those numbers that they projected. The federal recovery investment, whether or not this is really going to change our economy. It's a lot of money, but will it change our economy? It will only change our economy if the local people are involved in this process. Otherwise, you'll just see a big billing and that's it. So we need to make sure this money transform our economy so that even the local people get a little piece of this. And a little piece to you collectively is a lot for us as a community. So keep that in mind. There's some global capital that's coming in as a result of these projects too. So keep in mind when you're mobilizing a team for projects as big as these, you need some additional monies to help, push the project forward while you're waiting for some of the drawdowns from the federal programs. It doesn't come on time as quickly as you'd like. So sometimes you still need some financing to supplement the project. And we've got people here that are willing to do that, which is so helpful. Thank you. And then last but not least, the strategic opportunities that we expect to see as a result of the Southshore, the free trade zone, that's key as well. Remember, we're trying to see what benefits we could get out of this opportunity so that when it's all over, in the 10 years that we have to try to get these projects up and done before the money gets even more difficult to get, we've got some backed ups to help us be more resilient and sustainable after it's all over. All right, so there's a reason for the madness, and we're going to try to pave that pathway forward today. All right, so I want to thank you again. Thank you for coming out, and I know I went on a little too long, but we got more to do. Thank you so much.
All right, so thanks again, Senator Frederick, for those inspiring opening remarks. The future of the Virgin Islands will not be defined by circumstance alone, but by strategy, collaboration, and execution. We now transition into our opening plenary entitled A Vision for Economic Transformation. This session will help frame the opportunities, challenges, and strategic direction shaping the future of the Virgin Islands economy. At this time, I would like to welcome Ms. Lisa Anders up for the opening plenary, right? MCN Build, Mr. Keith Couch, and Commissioner Louis Peterson from Department of Agriculture. Okay.
Yeah, so just to let you guys know, the Keith Couch from Suffolk, he was supposed to be on this panel, but he's not going to be here. I didn't get a call, so I don't know what the situation is. So we'll just go ahead with what we've got. Okay? Commissioner Matarangas King? I can't see you. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, come on. Sorry, the light is in my eye. Yeah, I'm just, So I think what we have is a mix-up, so I'm sorry about that. So we're going to start with the 9:15 group. So if you turn to your program, you'll see we have a 9:15 group, and guess what? It's 9:15. So if you are on the panel for the 9:15 group, please proceed forward and have a seat. Because we were late, I was trying to see if we could squeeze in the group that we missed, but that's not going to happen.
So for the 9:15 group, we're going to be discussing the Southshore Enterprise Zone and its potential to position the Virgin Islands for strategic global investment. On this panel this morning, we have Anis Hodge, Deputy Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Port Authority, Margarita Benjamin, Managing Director of Economic Development Commission from the EDA, Nadine Markana-Ken, CPM, Managing Director of the Enterprise Zone Commission from Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, Kyle Fleming from the Director of VI Energy, Kirk Tuning, CEO of Cane Bay Partners, and David Johnson, Director of Port Hamilton Refining and Transportation.
Good Crucian morning to everyone. Good morning. All right, thank you so much for being here this morning. First of all, I really want to extend thank you and congratulations to Senator Hubert Lorenzo Fredericks for putting on this economic summit. I think it's so important, and I'm happy to see the conglomerate of individuals that have been organized for this summit today. Round of applause for Chairman of the Economic Development. So I have the opportunity to discuss the Southshore Enterprise Zone, and I get goose pimple every time I think about the Southshore Enterprise Zone. because it's a piece of legislation that I've worked on for many years. It took us almost 5 years to get this legislation through the process, and we met and had discussion with many, many stakeholders to get us to this point. We were able to move that measure, Bill number 33-0299, now Act 8376, in place, and certainly it's been since 2020. And we have had many discussion in regards to how do we move this legislation forward and be able to build upon it. Mr. Wayne Biggs from the Economic Development, characterized that bill at the time as very, very important and a critical piece of our economic portfolio. And again, we saw what happened during the closure of Hovensa as well as the pandemic, where we just kind of fell on our face. And we pledged at that time that we don't want to find ourselves in that type of situation, that certainly we need to put more eggs than one in our basket and be able to diversify our economic portfolio. Hence, we have really worked towards building a lot of other economic engines, so that we don't find ourselves just reliant and dependent on one piece of legislation. So here we are today, and we're having a discussion with the stakeholders, very experts in the field in regards to some of the measures as it pertains to the Southshore Enterprise Zone. So we're not going to talk too much about this. We'll just kind of get to it, and I'd just like to have each of the panelists just kind of introduce themselves real quickly and just give a brief overview, and then we'll get to the questions at hand. So we'll start off with Ms. Anise Hodge from the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Good morning, welcome.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm Anise Hodge. I'm a Deputy Executive Director at the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Glad to be here today and glad to participate in this economic summit.
Hi, good morning. Kyle Fleming, Director of Virgin Islands Energy Office, as well as a board member on the Virgin Islands Water and Port Authority Governing Board. So very looking forward to discussing the Southshore trade zone, because I do believe it represents a very strategic position for economic development as well as energy innovation here in the territory as well.
Good morning. My name is David Johnson. I am one of the directors of the refinery Port Hamilton, and I'm also one of the owners of Cane Bay, so pulling double duty here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kirk Tuning. I'm one of the partners and co-founders of Cane Bay Partners, an analytics business that's here in Christiansted. Also a small VC investor for local initiatives. So excited to be here and excited to hear about what the opportunities are and be part of it.
Good morning, St. Croix and the listening audience. I am Margarita Benjamin. I am the Managing Director of Economic Development at the U.S. Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. I administer several tax incentive programs. The traditional tax incentive that everybody knows as the Economic Development Commission's program, which is for large companies as well as small businesses here in the territory. The Hotel Development Act, the TIF program, the STARS program. And, the list goes on in terms of our efforts through our 4 different divisions to support our local small businesses as well as those potential investors interested in coming to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
A pleasant good morning. My name is Nadine Marchena Ken. I am the Managing Director of the Enterprise Zones Commission, which oversees, it's a unit of the Economic Development Authority, and it oversees the Southshore Trade Zone. And so I am really excited. This is a full circle for me, as when I left the Virgin Islands after high school and finished college, I worked in 2 trading companies, one American and one Japanese trading company, before coming back home to work at the Economic Development Authority, or the IDC before it became the EDA. So this is a really exciting time for me as the Southshore Trade Zone has started to take off.
A round of applause for all of our panelists. So let's quickly just go back to Ms. Machina and just can you give a little bit of an overview of what the Southshore Trade Zone represents?
So I was happy that we brought our map behind of us, and if you could look in that direction. The Southshore Trade Zone provides tax incentives to incentivize potential organizations, companies to settle in the South Shore. It is meant to increase trade, not only, and we do a lot of importing, and everybody knows that, but to start to generate things where we start to export, to generate activities and jobs for people involved in manufacturing, in doing the business of trade, in shipping, in light manufacturing, shipping. We even had, and our most recent one was approval of a hotel, because we need to be able to do business. When you see behind of us, you look at the map, there is green space and there's brown field space available for development. We have the ports. It includes the ports. It includes a deep sea. It includes our airports. It includes our industrial park, our economic development park. So there is space there and an identified area for development and for moving forward, mostly for jobs to be created, for products to be able to come in, be transformed, made in the USA designation, and to be shipped out. This is what I envision to really bring forward and secure food security for us, and sustainability and self-reliance. This is what the future really speaks to.
Excellent. Thank you for that description there. And before we go into the issue of the questions, I just wanted to go back to Kyle Fleming, because in our pursuit of really attracting businesses to our South Shore trade zone, one of the concerns that continue to surface is in respect to energy. So let's talk a little bit in terms of our discussion in how do we address the concerns that have been raised as it pertains to energy and cost of energy.
Yeah, so one of the things that I think stands out relative to the Southshore trade zone, especially relative to energy, is flexibility. I'll do a little exercise. I'm sure everyone here has driven along the highway and seen the 3 silos that are in the old Alcoa facility. I'm not sure if anybody knows what the purpose of those silos were during that time. Does anybody? No? They stored coal. I grew up here my entire life and actually didn't know until a few weeks ago when I toured that facility that we actually had coal-fired power production on St. Croix during the height of the Alcoa manufacturing process. Coal is not something that's common in the Caribbean. It may be in Puerto Rico, but not in a lot of the smaller islands. And the fact that for a specific process, an entire supply chain of fuel was developed, implemented, and utilized for decades of manufacturing and industrial development right here in the South Shore trade zone historically, I think is a testament to the flexibility of options that are available because of its, one, proximity to a deep water channel. So it allows for various types of fuel sources. Obviously, at that time, was coal to be brought in. But I think if we look at where it was, I think that same flexibility today still exists. This conversation is now about the potential of bringing LNG into that port. We work really closely with the Renaissance Group, and they're looking at ways in which different fuel supplies, different energy supplies can be enabled. And the site of the South Shore trade zone really just offers a lot of flexibility in the options. On top of that, it's also adjacent to WAPA's main substation outside of the Richmond power plant. So there's also an opportunity to not just generate a variety of fuel sources or energy sources on site, but also with it easily interconnect with the existing grid. And so I guess when I think of the South Shore trade zone from an energy standpoint, I know that there's a lot of assumptions that, hey, energy is difficult because of the high costs and reliabilities from the centralized power plant. But the South Shore trade zone already has demonstrated the flexibility of energy solutions that can be deployed on that site historically. And so now if we fast forward to 40 years of energy innovations, the opportunity of what can be done strategically on that site that has a multiple value stacks of opportunities currently existing. I think there's a lot of unique solutions that will continue to be deployed, whether it be from microgrids. We can even start getting into more pie in the sky solutions such as hydrogen. But ultimately, let's not even go that far. Let's just look at leveraging the proximity and the resources that that site offers, so that way, yes, you may have to think a little bit more about how the energy solution gets derived, but harder solutions have already been delivered in that area, and I see no reason why the future doesn't represent an opportunity for more innovations to make that even easier.
Very well. Thank you very much for that response. And if we could go real quick to Dave Johnson. He spoke about certainly being a partner within the former Hovensa, which is now the Lime Tree Bay or the Port Hamilton terminal. And if you just talk about in terms of some of the investors' challenges, what are some of the concern that you're presented with being adjacent and adjunct to the Southshore Enterprise Zone?
Thank you very much. It creates a lot of opportunity, I think, both for the refinery itself and for the Southshore Trade Zone. As you look at the map, the refinery's not in it, at least yet. But we have a larger power plant than WAPA has on this island. I don't know if people know that, but the refinery has produced nearly 200 megawatts of power, in its heyday. We have permits to operate gas turbines that can make nearly 100 megawatts of power. And to put that in perspective, the whole island of St. Croix at its peak needs about 41. So the refinery has historically been able to make enough power for the entire refinery, plus run the entire island of St. Croix all at the same time without really stressing itself. So we have been in discussions with the Power Authority about ways that we can work together as a neighbor on the island and work for the common good of producing power, not only for the refinery but also the island. With all other things, if you do a lot of the same thing, it becomes cheaper. So if we were to make more power than we needed, then we can make it cheaper for ourselves at the refinery, but also for the people of St. Croix. And that same substation that Kyle referenced, we can throw a tennis ball from our substation on the other side of the fence and hit it. So, we are excited about the opportunity to be restarting the refinery. We will restart the refinery. I didn't come this far to only come this far. We have some serious interest from investors. I say sometimes the sun and the stars and the moon seem to align sometimes when you're lucky. Whether you like President Trump's other policies or not, those that are for oil and gas. If you own an oil refinery, you're pretty happy about that. But my commitment is that we will comply with our permits. So there are obviously emissions that happen. Even WAPA has emissions. So the refinery may be on a larger scale. We take those obligations very, very seriously. I live here. Maybe that's different than some of the prior owners. I got a 10 and 11-year-old, and they breathe the air here too, as do my wife and I. I will have to answer to all of you if there's problems, and I understand that. But we're excited about the possibilities. We're excited about working together. We've got a lot of interest right now from different parts of the United States government that would like to see this refinery restarted. We know it's very important for the territory, for St. Croix in particular, as well as the United States government. And we could not have had any better support from the local government. The governor's been very supportive. The legislature has been very supportive. And we know there are some people on the island that are not that excited about the oil refinery restarted. But I have many, 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 many more people come up to me and say, when's our oil refinery going to get restarted? When are the jobs going to come back? And I tell them, soon come.
And of course, we want to make sure that we're reopening, and the refinery is certainly in a most environmentally safe environment, green as possible, and minimize any additional exposures to the public. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We have some pretty robust plans for solar. You guys may have seen the recent press release. We're going to do a pilot program for a new type of vertical access wind turbines. We'll be employing batteries as well. We have the potential to expand the refinery into renewable and sustainable fuels, like renewable diesel, sustainable aviation fuel. So we're prepared to not only comply with our permits, but also make sure that we're operating in a responsible way.
Very well, thank you for that. And again, it's all in the spirit of making sure that we diversify our economic portfolio. Just real quickly, Ms. Benjamin, I wanted to just broach the subject because in addition to moving the legislation for the creation of the Southshore Enterprise Zone. I also provided $1 million for marketing of the Southshore Trade Zone. Can you speak to how that money has been utilized and some of the companies that has certainly provided their interest in the Southshore Enterprise Zone and what we need to make that happen?
So Ms. Machinaken is directly involved in the Southshore Trade Zone development, but overall our marketing strategy is when we go out to any conference, any opportunities to meet with potential investors, we utilize those fundings in those initiatives, whether it be face-to-face presentations, whether it be through our marketing materials, or whether it be exchange in terms of one-on-one meetings. And I'll let Ms. Machina speak further.
Certainly, we were very thankful for the funds from the legislature to market. We started off with an investor roundtable that was held here on the island of St. Croix at the Virgin Islands Port Authority conference room. We had 11 investors from around the world come in to look, to explore, to understand what we had to offer. We also did a Caribbean-based conference on the island of Trinidad, where people came from the entire region to listen to what was offered, and that was well attended, and we've gotten a lot of feedback from that as well. And we also did a study, a shipbuilding feasibility study, and that has been looked at and is being reviewed by a lot of investors who are looking to get involved in that particular area.
Thank you for that, Ms. Machina, and I want the audience to consider or think about your questions when we open up for questions. At this time, I'd like to ask for Mr. Kirk Chernin, KMB Partners. What does public-private partnership look like to you in regards to when you're thinking about the availability and access to?
Yeah, I appreciate it, Senator. Working with the government, we all know it at times can be difficult from a private investor standpoint. I think defining what your goals are and then ensuring that the government defines its goals can be the hardest part of the process. And who's going to lead in that process becomes a problem. So I think the key is outlining what the key objectives are. And for me, as a longtime resident here, the key objectives are, obviously economic prosperity for everyone, having, employment, $100,000 a year jobs for a lot of people, which unfortunately we haven't, we've gone down in population, 50,000 to 38,000 here in St. Croix. I think that scale has become an issue, not only in business, but also in schooling our children. So in looking at, from a private standpoint, in looking at education as one sector alone, we see the challenges in not having the business opportunities here. So obviously success begets success, and it's understanding that. So it's getting in front of it and working with the government to define what the objectives are. And I think the objectives need to be more high-paying jobs. I think they need to be a scenario where we create, obviously, a safe environment, because we already have a great community. I love living here. My family loves living here. My kids were born here. And this is the place that we want to be. So as an investor and as someone that's come from the outside, it has the community. It's just now getting the investors to ensure that it's safe, the health care is there, and the education is there. So those are my points that I think are critical, as well as coordination with the government to truly understand what their goals are. And I'll elaborate on that a little bit, as I heard Senator Fredericks talking about $15 billion being spent here. That's a lot of money being spent here. And certainly I think his points were well heard of how can we all be involved in that, because we know there's a lot of people that are going to be involved that aren't in this community. And I think that coordination of how can we help as a private sector, how can we be involved in the transparency and how we can be involved is critical for our long-term success. Thank you.
Excellent. And just real quickly, Ms. Anise Hodge, in regards to what I believe is a trifecta, we do have a deep water port over at the Renaissance, where the trade zone also include the economic development, industrial park, as well as the airport. So I see that as a trifecta. I mean, you have all of these components within that small layout and footprint. how do you see the Virgin Islands Port Authority, being a part of this, and what do you bring to the discussion as it pertains to the Southshore Enterprise Zone?
Okay, from the perspective of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, what we bring to the Southshore Trade Zone is basically property. We have over 300 plus acres of land that's available within the Southshore Trade Zone. It already has like the infrastructure there underneath. We have sewer, electrical, we have water, telephone, utilities all ready to go there. Also, the Port Authority also offers different incentives in that we have a 10,000-foot runway available. Senator Francis indicated, we have 30 feet port depths available. We have also different areas that persons can invest in. We are looking for various forms of investments, whether it's a hotel, manufacturing, all of these type of businesses we are open to. And Port Authority does have some special and unique incentives as well. We work with people when they come into the marine industry, part of our operations to do incubator programs if you do a long-term lease with us. So there's investment opportunities there. Also, currently we're in a P3 with the airport. So, there's opportunities there also for warehousing space on the airport property as well as off. So, there's various areas that we're open for business that, we're looking forward to partnering with people and investors with.
Okay, very well. Thank you. If anyone have any questions, you could walk up to the mic, or you could stand where you're at and we get the mic to you just so you could present the questions, but we'll go ahead and have a discussion until such time. The specific questions that was, made there in this preparation for the discussion today is, what competitive advantages do you believe that the U.S. Virgin Islands already possess that are currently under leveraged? And I'd like to start off with Mr. Johnson on that one. Dave, wake up.
Yeah, so, obviously the Virgin Islands offers a lot of tax incentives. I think that's one of the most compelling things. So there's a variety of programs that have all been discussed, and I think that is something that is very attractive to businesses, especially in an environment where sometimes they may be affected by tariffs and other taxes that may exist in the locations that they are right now. Obviously, the weather doesn't suck. So that's nice. You can play golf all year round, except for the hurricanes. We have to be aware of those. But I think those are the main selling points that I believe.
Question? You want to use the mic? Or? Go ahead while we work on the mic. You speak loud enough.
Morning, everyone. My name is Senator Joseph. Who didn't know? My question to you will be back to you, Mr. Johnson. As far as, because building out our infrastructure, especially here on St. Croix, when you said a key component that will help locals as far as reduction of power if for some point when the plant do get operational again. My question is when the roads were, you said that the distance between your point and the point for Whopper, it's a tennis ball throw away. That particular highway was already dug up. Was the government actually making a correspondence between you and them to make sure at that time, since the highway was being dug up around the intersection here, anything was done to lay the foundation, maybe to have a piece of conduit between both while the place was being under construction?
The area that I was referring to is more towards the Container Port Road. Okay. So I don't know that it was affected by that particular road project. Kyle can jump in at any point on this as well. There's basically, in order for the refinery, which is not connected to the grid right now, to become connected to the Power Authority grid, there is some trenching that needs to happen, and there need to be some transformers on each side of the fence to connect the two substations. We estimate that project would be maybe $20 million. That would be, in my opinion, when you look at the aggregate amount of money that's being spent to make sure that there's power here for the people of St. Croix, that is, frankly, a pretty inconsequential amount. And I'm not saying $20 million is not a lot, but when you look at what's being spent, that would allow the refinery to buy power from WAPA as it is needed, and it would also allow the refinery to produce power and provide it to WAPA as needed. We've been in some recent discussions with the massive investment that's going to get made with the Richmond power plant. When that power plant comes down, the power has to still get made. The refinery could make all the power for St. Croix while the power plant is down and being upgraded. So we are ready, willing, and able to do that. It's basically the $20 million. We believe that if the government of the Virgin Islands asked FEMA or HUD or whoever if they could include that in the funding, it's going to sound better than if the refinery raises its hand and says, hey, we want to do this. So that's the nature of the discussions, and I'll let Kyle fill in the blanks.
Yeah, just maybe to the earlier question relative to when work was being done. So there definitely was an opportunity that I think we've all collectively discussed may have been missed when they did the undergrounding from the Willox substation to the container port, because that undergrounding activity actually went even shorter than a tennis ball throw away past the west substation on the refinery. And I think that I think we acknowledge that there was probably a miss even in just being proactive in terms of when you're in the ground. I think we talk about the one dig often, that infrastructure could have been put in place as a redundancy in the event that an option was explored down the line. So opportunity may have been missed during the underground project, but that doesn't exclude the opportunity to continue to explore the potential. We have been, even in the power plant rebuilding prudent replacement project that's underway right now, consideration for relocating some of the generation to the Southshore is part of the scope that is being explored through the prudent replacement project as well. No final design has been implemented, but that's part of the consideration. That naturally would require an interconnect between where that generation would be and the same Gregory Willox substation that we're discussing now. I would say maybe we missed the buck before, but I assure you, if that path is taken relative to relocating some generations to South Shore, tying in the refinery as a consideration to also, while we're doing that major work anyway, wouldn't be missed again. And at the end of the day, here in the Virgin Islands, here in any island nation, more options, more redundancy is everything, right? There are people who have solar, battery, and a generator, as well as WAPA, right? Having multiple layers of options is the difference between whether or not you truly are resilient. And so if we're putting in a new power plant on the South Shore, there's existing power plant infrastructure at the refinery, there's a main point of interconnect at that substation, we'd be remiss if we didn't include as many of those options in that overall project scope to ensure as many resources and options at our disposal whenever we would need them.
Okay, thank you. But I just wanted to make sure that I asked the question because I want to make sure in planning, and I don't think the board have a lot more space for a lot more mistakes. And clearly, you just made it clear that you missed the bus on getting that piece of conduit across. And I always feel that when you rather do over something else, he's saying $20 million now, might be $30 million by the time we're ready to start. So I'm about, when we have a chance to do it, we need to make sure we get a chance and get it done. Because here in the island, one of the key components of most investors, and I listen to every panelist regardless of where I go, speak, power is one of the key components that people don't want to invest in the Virgin Islands. So when we had the opportunity to jump on it, we got to make it happen. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very salient point. And I just want to say that I wanted to get Director Fleming to expand on the discussion because Senator Joseph just touched on an important component in terms of the energy costs. But what we have done in the 36th legislature is to allow for WAPA to be competitive within the Southshore Enterprise Zone, that they'll be able to, whatever energy is manufactured or developed within the Southshore Enterprise Zone, they'll be able to be competitive by determining the rate outside of the Public Service Commission moving forward. So again, they will be a lot more attractive in terms of being able to establish within the Southshore Enterprise Zone and then determine what that value should be in terms of cost moving forward. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, no, it's a great point. So one of the things that has always been a little unique about the Virgin Islands compared to the national scale is the cost of the residential rate of electricity is less than the commercial rate. Right? In most places, you see the opposite, right? It's kind of like you go to a big box store, you buy more volume, you get a smaller, lower rate. Similarly, so industrial, large power uses more power, and historically those have been we see other utilities that actually might be a lower rate. That's a different discussion. However, without having to solve that larger problem, being able to have a focused lens on the Southshore Trade Zone, knowing that essentially any development that's happening in the Southshore Trade Zone is going to be large power. It's going to be industrial, manufacturing, large warehousing, so large power needs. And instead of only looking at it through, okay, hey, what the current commercial rate of power is in the Virgin Islands is what every investor should think would be the reality for them in the Southshore Trade Zone. The legislation that has allowed for the utility to create competitive rates within that particular section of development in the territory is key. Because instead of being bound to, again, a territorial rate, now we can really look at specifically, okay, where does this price point need to be for these strategic developers and developments to be successful? And I think also as we talk about moving that generation to the South Shore, the reason why we can have that discussion even more, I think, competently, is if we have generation already in the South Shore Trade Zone, we're not having to think about all the costs that are required to deliver it to the far reaches of the island, right? We're generating it on site, we're delivering it on site. So we could really be more narrow about the costs associated with that service, versus our current utility rates account for everything, right? They account for the transmission line, the generation, the fuel supply, the employment benefits. It's the whole vertical stack of costs. This really allows us to consolidate those costs because we're delivering that power specifically to entities within the South Shore Trade Zone, so we can be much more creative in the rate structure and much more competitive, I think, to your point, Senator, in what actually gets delivered to the customers and developments within that area.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues for supporting that particular piece of legislation because, again, energy continues to be one of those barriers as we have in these discussions. Mr. Rowan?
I think I could speak loud enough without the mic because it just fell apart. Okay, still on. Very good plan, Senator. But here's my concern. Most people come to the Virgin Islands expecting to come to American paradise. And when you get off the plane, usually, sometimes the dump is on fire and the sewage is not working. What are the plans to fix these two eyesores in your sector? That's my concern.
Very good question. Who wants to take that first, and then I could finish it off? Port Authority?
I can't, excuse me, I wanted to add to that because it's very important. When we speak with investors, they're looking at the quality of place as well as the quality of life. And our infrastructure, which not only includes utility, roadways, if they're going to be moving goods back and forth, all of that plays a whole factor in the way that they look at the territory. In many of the larger jurisdictions, they actually provide the underground and upground, such as warehouses and infrastructure. We don't have that capability here in the territory, and that's why our tax incentives helps to encourage investors to come here in exchange, whereas if they go to a U.S. jurisdiction, they may just have the whole plant ready and set for them. And so there are infrastructure issues in the territory that we need to focus on, and public-private partnership helps in some of those areas. in terms of working with potential investors to develop some of those areas that the government is weak and don't have the ability to fund. But yes, I agree with the gentleman that those are some of the areas that our investors are complaining about.
Port Authority, thank you for that, Ms. Benjamin. Port Authority, if you could just address the issue of the consent decree and some of the punitive action.
We don't have a consent decree, but I'll discuss the landfill issue.
Landfill issue, right.
In reference to the landfill issue, we have been working with the FAA and the Waste Management Authority. They had to submit a plan to us and to the FAA for approval. So we are in the process of doing the closeout plan, but it was a matter of funding, but they recently got some funding through, I guess, disaster recovery funding. So the FAA and us and them are working together to get the landfill situation rectified, because it is a FAA mandate for us as well.
Right. Just to expand on that a little bit, of course, as a result of that, we have been under a FAA mandate for quite some time for relocating the Anguilla landfill, and we're working feverishly as a government to really do that. We were penalized recently, and we were able to settle that's Waste Management and the Virgin Islands Port Authority, and we were provided them with a settlement amount of $1.8, $1.6 million to be able to settle that. We are about to pay a $12 million penalty consequential to that. So we're under a mandate to actually relocate the landfill, and that is something that we're working feverishly on. Mr. Gerard?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Mr. Senator Frederick again for holding this forum. And you mentioned PPP, and it was just mentioned again. I've done a little bit of research on PPPs, and I'm not pleased with what they do. I know we have the lady from the Port Authority. We're not blaming you for anything, but I'd like to hear every one of your positions on the future of using the PPP model in the Virgin Islands, because I'm not really convinced that that is the best way to go for economic development. Thank you.
Well, from the Port Authority perspective, we know that we could not come up with $600 million to improve our airports. Let's face it, reality-wise, the government of the Virgin Islands does not have that money sitting somewhere for us to do that. Our airport facilities, especially on St. Thomas right now, is over 30 years old. At the time it was constructed for a capacity of maybe processing 300,000 passengers. Each year now we are seeing close to 1 million. Over here on St. Croix, the facilities are a little bit younger, but they're still, in a state that needs to be reformed. We did get a grant. If you notice, at least we tried on our own initially. If you go through St. Croix, you'll see like the holding room area was fixed or modernized a little bit. But that was, she was getting an EDA disaster recovery grant, and that was only $8 million that we got. We could not use $8 million to do the entire facility. So with the two facilities combined, there is no way that we can proceed without some type of public-private investment in our facilities to get them repaired and modernized. So for the Port Authority, we felt after researching that this was the best means for us to get that funding. But I'll tell the gentleman, that doesn't mean that when you're a public-private partnership that there's no responsibility for Port Authority to oversee and make sure that the government is getting the best bang for its buck, or the people of the Virgin Islands is represented. That's why we also engage in stakeholder meetings to inform the public. We have information on our websites, and we encourage you to do, like you did, additional research about public-private partnerships and where they have been successful and where they have not been successful, so you can make informed decisions and ask the right questions when we continue to inform you at public forums.
Very well, I could ask. Thank you for that. I just wanted to ask Senator Maurice James, who has been drafting a policy position paper, PPP, no pun intended, to address this particular issue.
Good morning to everyone. And in fact, I drafted legislation, P3 legislation, in the 35th legislature. However, the attorney in me keeps tweaking this legislation, and I really need to get it out this year. But I do want to say that the impetus behind it is exactly what Ms. Hodge said. We need to recognize that there are times when government cannot fund certain projects that are critical and needed for the public. Airports serve a public need It goes beyond just the private investor. And we also always need to recognize that private investors, private people, are also part of the public. Sometimes we forget about that. They also are our public residents and citizens. So I know Attorney Marjorie Roberts has offered to assist me with tweaking, and Attorney David Bourne, my fellow colleagues. I don't mind saying that. And so I'm going to try very hard to get that legislation passed, because there were comments made by the Department of Property and Procurement and by the EDA, Mr. Biggs, that I'm incorporating. But look forward to it, and I'm hoping that it can pass before the end of this legislature. And even though I'm not going to be in the next legislature, if it doesn't happen, I will pass it on to someone else.
I've got just one comment to add on. I think to Ms. James, Senator James talked about some examples, and I think one example that I think is actually very relevant to this discussion as well is some people may not realize is that there is a public-private partnership that is actually supplying all of the renewable energy at the utility scale currently on the island of St. Croix. When you fly over St. Croix and you see the 3 solar farms that have been deployed, those are all been developed and operated by a third-party private developer. However, the benefit of those systems are distributed across the community, the utility, as well as the people of the Virgin Islands. And those are systems that have been in place for the last, over the last few years, account for almost 50% of the peak demand during the day of energy or power for St. Croix. And it's a similar type of initiative is also underway in St. Thomas as well. One of the reasons that's actually even more interesting for the Southshore Trade Zone as well, just to tie it back, is that large-scale renewables also can be attributed to the power supply needs of the Southshore Trade Zone through that substation that we discussed earlier as well. And so I really lay it out to say that there's already a precedent of what public-private, and part of the reason we went that route was we had a lot of funds under FEMA to do microgrids and solar projects, and they did not move. Even though the funding was there, those projects still did not move. The development cycle is internally is very cumbersome and can be bureaucratic. However, private development allowed for those projects to not just be completed, but completed in certainly time scales that even surprised me. I say that as a nudge to Mr. Bourne over there as well. But no, just wanted to give that example that this is not a new concept to the territory, and it's already yielding benefits to the operation of the territory today.
Thank you. Mr. Charles?
Hi, good morning. I think I wanted to add to the discussion, because I think what's important to know when you talk about infrastructure and you talk about like waste and underground infrastructure, we've done it through the Economic Development Authority, through the tax increment financing program. And so when you talk about that infrastructure and building into the waste management and putting that whole pipe and infrastructure in, TIF is the natural next step. We did a TIF project. I think Senator Francis was a senator at the time when we did it with the Home Depot, and we built homes and we built and that Home Depot project. So the opportunity is there. It's just about being creative and being able to utilize those vehicles to be able to get the manufactured desired results that we want. So I think it's important to start to look back at those programs and be able to use them with the South Shore. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So what I'm hearing, I believe that we're hearing that the public-private partnership is a good model. We just need to make sure that we're policing it to make sure that all sides are really benefiting from it and that is just one-sided. That's what I'm taking from this discussion. Yes, ma'am?
Hello, everyone. My name is Kendra, and I am hopefully a future St. Croix resident. My question is more for the economic development folks. So I'd like to know what type of business uses are approved by right in the South Shore Trade Zone that you believe would be the best to attract the quickest to create the most meaningful jobs for local Crucians?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. So what's approved, or what is within the law, is manufacturing, trade.
Light manufacturing.
Light manufacturing. Oh, yes, sorry. Whenever we're talking about the Virgin Islands, we're always in thought with regard to our environment and preserving our environment. So when we say manufacturing, we don't mean heavy steel and automobile manufacturing. We're talking about light and clean manufacturing. That's critical. Trade, energy development. Those are the major ones, but we also look at people who are involved in shipbuilding and ship repair and so forth, because that's really critical to us. Those that encourage trade, those that encourage food resilience, those that encourage anything that really puts us at the level where we are involved in this region in a bigger way. So as we do import-export activity, the documentation that's necessary for that, the understanding that it is not just the person, and this is a critical person, that is putting that widget together, but how do we get it to the other side of the world? So that banking, that financing, all of those types of things, all activities that we want to see in the trade zone.
I just wanted to add a couple more to that, right? Assembly lines, certainly pharmaceuticals, as well as call centers.
Call centers, that's what I was looking for.
You got it.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Virgin Islands.
Thank you.
And Senator, may I just add to that in terms of when we're thinking about an ecosystem for the South Shore trade zone, we really, when we look at the ancillary services, that are the opportunities for local businesses to get involved in that. But financing continues to be a piece. So in terms of diversifying the opportunities for different sources of financing available, to give our locals the opportunity, because even in participating in bonding, being able to get bonding, that continues to be an issue for our businesses here.
And in addition to that, just talking about the financing, we did move legislation to allow for a catalyst fund of $5 million to support our locals. We do have the In the Mix catering that's already in the South Shore trade zone. Again, this is a local business that's now expanding, so there are really opportunities for locals to be a part of this as well. Yes.
We certainly have, and right now we have 11 companies that are very hot and interested in coming into the zone. The only challenge is that we don't have space. We need that warehouse space. About 420,000 square feet worth of space is needed.
Infrastructural space.
Yes, warehousing space specifically ready to go is needed at this moment.
There's opportunity out there. Anyone want to build warehouse space? You certainly, that's something we could have a conversation about that. Mr. O'Neill.
Good morning. My question is directed to Mr. Johnson. Historically, the refinery was always used as a waypoint where the crude would come from Venezuela or other places. It would be refined here and then sent to the States. Now that the U.S. is the largest oil exporter in the world due to new drilling and fracking, what does that mean for the refinery moving forward, since the U.S. is now producing more and they don't need to get the feedstock from other places as they did in the past?
So our plan, frankly, looks very similar to the old plan. The Caribbean as a zone has more than 40 million people. So to produce fuels in the Gulf and export those to, say, St. Lucia or St. Kitts, isn't very feasible. My understanding from historical and my clear understanding of what our plan is that the fuels that we will make here will support the Caribbean zone first. We're logistically advantaged for receiving crude oils from Venezuela now that that market is open, but also Guyana and Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago. All of these places are very close, and they are going to have lots of oil. And if you obviously everyone's aware of what happened in Iran. There's a lot of oil over there, but these choke points like the Strait of Hormuz have really disrupted Asia's ability to get oil and Europe's ability to get oil. We're not so close to Asia, but we're not so far from Europe. We're also, geographically close to Africa as well. So when you look at the map, obviously everybody knows where we're sitting right now. We are in a geographical beneficial location, and we have advantages over other locations because of where we are. And so, we have a tremendous opportunity. Our crude supply and offtake partner is a major oil company. They're very excited about the possibilities. The United States government also is very excited about the possibility of this refinery restarting, and they're encouraging us to make the capacity as large as we can in an environmentally compatible way.
Thanks. We'll allow for 2 final questions because I'm on time. It's okay? Mr. Brown?
Good morning.
Morning.
Oftentimes we talk about infrastructure development, but what is omitted is the infrastructure needed to support an agricultural industry. The Southshore project, and thank you, Ms. Keene, for mentioning food resilience, because that is an aspect of this territory not having the advantage or not being, there's no investment in the development of the resilience of any form of food resilience. We continue to talk about oil, energy. We even go to education, health. But one sector that is always and oftentimes omitted is local food production, given less of a thought of if we are talking about resiliency and how the Virgin Islands is going to pay a close attention to in-food security. Where does all of this place us in regards to developing our agricultural industry?
Good question.
May I?
Of course, yes.
Thank you so much for the question. I think I'm living and breathing and sleeping, talking about food resilience for the territory. So the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority has collaborated with the Department of Agriculture, with the University of the Virgin Islands. We are in constant communication and discussions with tropical shipping and so forth with regard to food resilience. We are, at this moment, working within Frederickstead and in Downstreet Savon, standing up our commercial kitchens, and we are also applying for grants to do processing. And what we're trying to do is avoid competing with our farmers who are doing the same things for multiple users. We also have grants that take food producers to other countries in the world so that they can export their food in other places of the world if production is at that level for that particular type of food. Within the South Shore, we're looking to do, and we continue to work with people who are interested in agro processing and provide space and tax benefits for those who want to do trade with regard to that. The reason why food is so important is and the trade of that is so important is that as we come to a situation where we may not be able to be rescued, especially in a matter of emergency for some reason, as trade and so forth is going on, food will come here from other parts of the world that may be able to be sitting here when we most need it. But we need those warehouses. We need the refrigerated spaces. We need to be able to stand up and say, okay, this is what is most important to us. I think that we are moving in that direction. And if you speak person to person, you will see the passion that comes with regard to food. So, Mr. Brown, we're going to get ready to open our first commercial kitchen, and you'll see that we probably might not be able to compete, and we don't look to compete with you, but to complement the things that you are doing at your farm, and that we will be able to sometime in the future, near future, be able to make sure that that is being exported because we'll have enough for the people of the Virgin Islands.
But here is the truth of the.
Mr. Brown,
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
just want to add, and then you could answer, because maybe you might need to respond to me too. But when it comes to agriculture, and when we look at the infrastructure for agriculture, I agree with you. Irrigation is an important part of that. But there also has to be, for those who are the owners and the farmers, looking at different ways to produce than the traditional farming, because the infrastructure, if we're going to feed ourselves, yes, I think I'm holding it. I'm going to. If we're going to be able to be sustaining what we do, what we develop in the agriculture, we have to look at redundancy in different types of ways to produce food, and that we know that we have like the farm pods and different things. We really have to look at developing other infrastructure than just land, and the types of products that we grow. And I know you're a farmer, so you know in some types of products that you grow in the earth, you can't grow them again the next season. You have to turn up the earth and grow something else. So I know I did a little agriculture in school. So, but with diversification for resiliency is important in any industry.
Okay, we often talk about the end game, and that's what you're talking about, Ms. King. That's the end game. So we have fast forward to what should be, or what the outcome should be. But on the back end, there is no support to get there. And that is the problem. We have enough land that we can actually produce food. And the greatest part of Virgin Islands agriculture is we have no season of planting. We can plant all year round. As long as the appropriate practices are put in place of crop rotation, the same redundancy you're talking about, and different practices, we can do it. But here is what's happening. We're investing in the future and not now. And that is one of the biggest problems we're having right now. Because you can say, we want to do X, Y, Z and complete that. But yet still we have at the back end an educational problem, a departmental problem, a department where it's underserved, and one of the largest underserved agencies or department in the government of the Virgin Islands. Right now, the department is not providing the services that is relevant to the development of the industry and assisting farmers technologically, nor innovatively. Because we oftentimes take a commissioner and think the commissioner is going to complete that. That's not possible. The law itself talks about who is needed around the commissioner. He's a nucleus, and everybody around him is what execute what he ordered. That is not so. We will never get to that end game if we continue to neglect or disconnect ourselves to what is present.
Thank you.
Thank you for your statements. I want to say that we understand clearly, and with regard to the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, we stand ready to assist and step forward and do even more with regard to the business of farming and dealing with the business of farming. Thank you.
Good morning, Nemi Jackson.
Morning.
My question is to any of the panelists. What safeguards would you recommend be put in place for sustainable development and environmental friendly as trade and industry expand on the Southshore trade zone?
I'd like to start with the thought that when an investor arrives, and this is not just for the South Shore, but when an investor arrives in these islands, they're looking for, amongst other things, quality of life, but they're looking for ease of entry into business. And it may be that they go to a government office and the first person they meet might have had a bad day and may tell them, well, you could go online and that type of thing. I think that simple customer service from everyone that encounters, because if we do well for ourselves, right, then the investor will have a good experience. So I think that if we serve ourselves, if we increase quality of life for ourselves, if we look to service the people of the Virgin Islands with excellence, that ease of entry for us is great, then we would have safeguarded any investor activity or interest in these islands. I think that we need to start with making sure that we treat ourselves in the best possible way. We will safeguard our future, especially for the South Shore.
Thank you very much for that. That rounds out our discussion on the South Shore Trade Zone. I'd like to have each of them just give a quick 10-15 second wrap up, and then we'll move to the next session.
Well, from the Port Authority perspective, we just want everyone to know that we're here, we're open for business. We are amenable to the various type of uses for the South Shore zone. And like I indicated, we have over 300 acres available. And, whatever adaptability or foresight or community engagement is needed to assist with any investing, we are also open to doing that as well and partnering with you.
Thank you.
No, thank you again. Thanks for being a part of this panel. And I think I'd just close with, I know energy is always going to be part of the decision-making process and on the mind of anybody looking at developing within the South Shore Trade Zone or any part of the Virgin Islands, but specifically to the South Shore Trade Zone. Hopefully, when you're thinking about energy, don't just think about the anecdotal burdens that the community may typically assume that there's actually an opportunity for innovation within the South Shore Trade Zone as it relates to energy that's unique because of its location and the structures that have been put in place to unlock those innovations. So think about energy in a progressive sense within that particular location as a lot of strategies have been invested into unlock those opportunities.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
I appreciate the opportunity to talk. The refinery is open for business. We're not in the South Shore Trade Zone as per the map, but the way I view the refinery, it's not a refinery, it's an industrial site that happens to have an oil refinery there. I was going to make a comment on the issue about the dump. The refinery had nothing to do with the dump, but we have waste to energy projects as an example, as part of our sustainability plans. And we've met with Waste Management Authority a number of occasions, glad to help. Approximately 30 to 40% of the municipal waste is green or compostable. And we can take that waste at the refinery site and convert it into energy and use that energy as an example. We also have warehouses. And most of you have driven by our man camp. Contrary to what may have been reported recently, the man camp is also open for business. We had the Air Force on 2 different occasions in. The place has been completely renovated. We have over 600 beds. Somebody can move in tonight, and we can expand to over 2,000 beds here on St. Croix. So we're glad to be partners for all of the projects that are happening and would love to speak to anybody who would like to partner with us and leverage our industrial site and our industrial capabilities.
Mr. Turner?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Sounds like I need to start investing in warehouse space. That's what I got out of this, so that's good. No, I think as we look at outside investors coming in, remember it's about, is it easy to do business? Do we have healthcare? Do we have education? And do we have a community that's supportive of all of ourselves and really diverse in a way that we can support each other, and we do. So we have a key part of that. We just need to continue to build upon that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Benjamin?
It's my pleasure to be here to represent Mr. Wayne Biggs of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, where our mandate is to diversify, grow the economy of this territory to make sure that we have gainful employment for residents of this territory and that we enhance the territory by encouraging investors to do capital investment. And all of our programs, with the exception of maybe one, are also available to residents of the territory. And so the perception is that we're all looking for foreign investors, yes, because it's new monies and we're not circulating the existing monies here in the territory when we have businesses, but all of our programs are open to residents. Just stop by our office. We'll be happy to sit with you and see how we can help you to achieve your business goal.
Thank you.
You know, Maggie has been with me and we've worked together for 30 years or so, and she said everything I was going to say. But I'd like to thank you and thank Senator Fredericks for the opportunity to be here and to speak today. And to be specifically on this panel, the Southshore Trade Zone has 2,688 acres worth of opportunities. And we talk about, as Margarita said, we talk about investors coming in. But for everyone that could hear my voice at this moment, I want you to think about how you can get involved in the South Shore, whether that's as an employee or as somebody who's doing a business or somebody who wants to collaborate on something special. Because I think the people of the Virgin Islands should get first dibs. Come, let's do what we can do. Be like in the mix, our first beneficiary of this program, a local company that stepped forward, our first beneficiary. That's history making. I invite all of the people of the Virgin Islands to get involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our panelists. And of course, we heard a little bit, we touched a little bit in terms of healthcare, education. Customer service is also a huge one that we didn't touch on today, but my takeaway, again, energy, infrastructure, food resiliency, and food security, relocating the landfill, and certainly the P3, the public-private partnership. And we're considering and working towards bringing Port Hamilton into the trade zone, and we're just working out the logistics and getting that measure through. So again, a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you so much. And again, I'm proud as the bill sponsor on the Southshore Trade Zone. I believe that we really have an opportunity to expand and transform. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, folks, as we step into the next session, thanks again to the panelists, but also a special thanks to Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., who's the chairman on the committee of the board of the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. So our next session right now will be presented by Dr. Haldane Davies, the director of the Bureau of Economic Research. He will be touching on the state of the Virgin Islands economy, which is to show us a fact-based overview of the territory's economic performance, sector trends, infrastructure capacity, and projections tied to future development initiatives. Welcome, Dr. Haldane Davies. Good morning again, everyone. We're just going to take a 2-minute break to prep for Dr. Holiday and Davies. Again, the restrooms are outside around the corner to the left. Thank you.
Baby,
right, folks, let's reel in the conversation and find our seats for the next presenter.
Thank you.
I know some of you are still getting some snacks in the back.
Hello, hello. We're going to ask everyone to please take your seats so we could continue. We're on a pretty tight time schedule, and we want to stay on time so everyone could be out of here on time. So please grab your seats so we could continue.
Right. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. If you've clapped 3 times, you should probably be in a seat by now. Thank you. I appreciate it. We are running over time. I know we had a networking segment after this, but you guys have just networked, so we're going to run straight into our next session and our session after that. So if you could please kindly find your seats, and we can get Dr. Halden Davies up here for his presentation on data briefing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. Amid all of the conversation, this isn't functioning well, so I'm going to take it out, maybe, if that's okay. Yeah, I'll hold it for now. Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, thank you for your kind attention. It has really been an interesting first session. And we want to thank very much all of our panelists for the important information shared and for the quality of the information that was shared with us and for the questions asked. At this moment, I know we are running against time, and we are starting after our session should have ended. So we'll do our best. We've been asked to cut short, okay, but our slides and presentations will still be available. First of all, it's important for us to understand that within the context of the territory and the economy of the territory, there are challenges that are before us every day. Some of these challenges are real, some have persisted for many years, and some are more recent than others. And so we'll be speaking quite a whole lot about that today. And as Ms. Liebert and myself present, Ms. Liebert is a senior policy analyst at the Bureau of Economic Research here in the Office of the Governor, United States Virgin Islands. And I am Halden Davies, currently serving as the director of the Bureau. I'm also a member of the board of the EDA, as well as a member of the board of the International Economic Development Council in Washington, D.C. When we think in terms of achieving outcomes for the future, we see many opportunities before us. So we have oceans around us, more than 200 miles of an exclusive economic zone for the United States, Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico, as well as another 200 miles out north for the British Virgin Islands. So there's a lot that could be done within the context of the ocean. There's also healthcare, as well as energy infrastructure. We've heard a lot about that already for today, and I won't spend too much time on it. But going back to our economic situation, I think that's the topic we've been asked to speak to today, the state of the economy here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And we'll be covering from maybe 2015 to 2025 in the data that you'll see presented shortly. But if I may just go even a bit further back, in 2012 or thereabout, when we had the closure of Hovenza at that particular time, we lost a number of people. Because when we looked at our population in 2010, we were about 103,000, and it's much lower than that right now. Studies have shown that with the closure of Hovenza, we lost about 5,800 persons. And then with the storms in 2017, we lost about 7,200. And then with the pandemic, it was a little less than 2,000 who moved on from here in the territory. The good thing about it is that we know where those people are. They're in Florida, they're in Texas, they're in Georgia, they're in Virginia, they're in New Jersey, and a few other places. They're all over the country. And once we continue to do our work and our part, we will be able to have those people come back and continue to help to build and stabilize our economy. So we've been in recovery for quite some time. And it has not just been recovery, let's recover, but it's been an opportunity for us to reinvent ourselves, to look at things differently. And so we've been doing that over the years, collaboratively, legislative branches, legislative branch, the executive branch, the private sector, and everyone collaborating in the interest of the best for this territory. And that's why today we foresee growth. There's a whole lot happening with the $25 billion to be expended over the next several years. Some of it has already been expended, and much more to be expended as we move forward. And in every opportunity, there's always continuous learning. There are a few key economic drivers that we look at. Inflation, we hear a lot about inflation these days. And I'm not going to say too much because the slides will then tell the story as Ms. Liebert presents. We know tourism is one of our primary drivers here in the territory. And there's the construction related to disaster recovery and a few other areas that present themselves before us. There are also risks. There are risks that face us in our economic environment as we go forward. But there are also opportunities, and proactive policies are needed. Now, there are a number of key challenges as well, and I'll identify a few of these challenges for us. Number one, dependence on tourism. That has been a situation for quite some time, and even more so since the closure of the refinery. There are global economic shocks all around us right now. We are all aware as to what's happening around the world. We see increases in prices all around us. We see airlines being challenged. We had Spirit that has gone under, and there are other airlines experiencing real true challenge. Frontier Airlines, JetBlue Airlines, and even the major legacy airlines are experiencing challenges themselves. But we are still hopeful, and that we'll be able to move forward beyond that. And then there are the resulting impacts, job insecurity, as well as revenue instability, and a few others. Then there's a high cost of living. You know, we track prices every month for the calculation of inflation across the territory. And when we look at the adjustments in the cost of energy, of food, of transportation, many of our households have been challenged. But at the same time, when you look at the stock market is doing how? Very well. So there are people who are making big bucks at this time. And then there's the overwhelming majority that's struggling. So if you are investing in stocks and bonds, you're going to the bank laughing, not even smiling. But at the same time, if others are not in such an arena, it becomes a real challenge for them. And then there are fiscal pressures and debt. As a government and as a territory, we've had debt that was close to 50% of our GDP. In 2022, we were about $2.2 billion in debt, but that's now down to about $1.6 billion. And there are other deficits that are structural throughout our territory that we have to address. Then there's the undiversified economy. And I've spoken about some of this already, and in the interest of time, I'll skip over some of this, but the presentation, I'm sure, could be made available. Workforce shortages, that's real for us. When we hear from ODR, Office of Disaster Recovery, later on today, you may see one of their slides that will show the need and the years moving forward. 27, 28, and 29 are the peak years when we really need another 5,000 to 6,000 people here in the territory to help us move forward with these projects. Then there are the infrastructure gaps. And listen to some of the questions here today that reference that. Yes, there are monies allotted for waste management to replace the entire system. I think that's around $3 billion. And WAPA is moving on in a number of other infrastructure developments. And a variety of other activities are taking place that would allow us to really continue to grow, develop, expand, and remain resilient. And of course, we live in a zone with earthquakes and hurricanes. We have many earthquakes that occur here in the territory every day, every 24 hours. The majority of them we do not feel, okay, because they may not be beyond 3.1 or 3.5. But once they get beyond that, we feel the shock. We are in the hurricane season right now, and all eyes are looking east, to see what's out there coming down. And we need to be mindful of that. And then we spoke earlier about energy and utility issues that are before us as well, and the population decline and reliance on federal funding. These are some of the challenges. Of course, there are budgetary and spending challenges as well. We hope to be collecting within the context of a budget about $1.03 billion in 2026, this 2026. But at the same time, there's a whole lot of that that goes into sustaining government and providing services to our community here in the territory. And we need to be able to continue to utilize the resources that the government would realize from the federal disaster recovery to be able to help to address our debt, try to wipe that out, and make sure our hospitals are taken care of, WAPA, waste management, and all of the other challenges that we have here in the territory. But the good thing is we're making progress. We are moving from where we were, and we are moving in a sustained and resilient manner into the future. Of course, we hear quite a whole lot about the matter of cash flow. Vendor hasn't been paid by government. But I say to people all the time that there's a difference between filing taxes and paying taxes. So even though the filings are done, the revenue collection may not be there. Yes, we know we get our property bills, but then we say, man, the last person we're going to pay is whom? Government. All right? But then government still needs that resource to keep things moving across the territory. So there are strategic considerations that must be taken into consideration to further diversify the economy, strengthen infrastructure resilience, and expand renewable energy and traditional fossil fuel energy, as we've been spoken here earlier today, to be able to have the type of resources in this territory to move forward and make it real. So now I'll turn over to Ms. Liebert, who will share with us some of the data.
Good morning. My name is Bernicia Liebert, Senior Project Analyst at the Bureau of Economic Research, also a board member of the Cannabis Advisory Board. And I will be sharing some data with you guys today. I'm going to try to go fast in the interest of time. Data sharing is extremely vital for understanding the USVI economy or any business or investment that you undertake to make data-driven decision-making. I particularly like this visual because it shows the population decline in the territory. As you could see, I did some historical digging. Back in 1970, the population was about 62,000. Then something great happened between 1970 to 1980. It looked like it had a boom. I wasn't there, but there was definitely a population boom. I'm guessing maybe Hovensa was probably starting to be built or something like that. Okay, I'm not going to go too far back. But clearly everything started to, grow. We start to see it incline some more in 1990 into 2000, 2010. Everything was still popping. And then boom, 2020. We had the hurricanes in 2017, 2018. That created a mass exodus. And then on top of that, we had the challenge of COVID. So officially right now, the 2020 population for the territory of census was 87K. The census has an international database that they have been using to forecast the population for smaller territories like ourselves. A lot of other U.S. territories rely on federal support. In order to get federal support, we have to give them stats and data. So they created this international database of projections. If you was to go on their website, their projections are a little higher than the actual census count because they started at 2010, and as you can see, our population was at 100,000 back then. So as they forecast, it looks a little higher. But even when you compare the actual number to the international database forecast, both are showing a decline in the territory's population in the coming future. And of course, some quick things: majority black population, slight female majority, girl power, and and our median age is 46 years old. So we clearly have an aging population. Okay, the workforce has increased from 2022. It has a growth rate of about 0.8%. So that says it's really stable. It's not declining, but it's not growing either. Says a lot of people are keeping their jobs. It also says that no jobs are actually being created, and if jobs are created, it's for a short period of time. We need more job creation in the territory to have more of an impact and have that multiplier effect that we need to keep the economy going. And then when you have a declining population, and then you have a workforce that's also declining, of course, that's going to trickle down into school enrollment. The territory school enrollment declined approximately from 13,000 students in 2015 to about 10,410 students in 2025. We anticipated 100 more students in 2026. We're still finalizing those numbers. Also, in the USVI imports, we saw a decline in fuel and energy imports value. Value should have been to the end of that. In 2024, 3.6 billion was the import value. It increased in 2025 to about 4 billion. So that could also indicate that the cost of fuel is going up again. That could be an indicator as well. And additionally, too, in 2022 and 2023, a lot of recovery was happening. So we had a lot of construction materials being imported as well, so we have to factor that in as well. Okay, and of course, if you live in an island destination surrounded by water, everything has to be imported. That says that a lot of geo and socio-political influences outside of us impacts us. So clearly, if the cost of fuel on the mainland goes up, it affects us here. By the time it reaches us, it's almost double or triple the cost. So the inflation rate for 2025 is 7.6% currently. And compared to the US, it's like 3 times higher. But then we have this other issue, and it's called greedflation. Yeah, that one is a big one. Because I do know inflation affects all of us in the territory. And I am not a business owner yet, but I can't imagine how frustrating it must be to have high energy costs, this high import costs, and you're trying to make, your ends meet. You have to at least break even at the end of the day. So a great example of greedflation, though, sometimes some people don't be as considerate because we all live here. I've heard that mentioned earlier today on the panel that we are all community members before we are political leaders or business owners. So the fuel pump example scenario. Okay, so global oil prices spike. Gas prices increase. That's justified, Oil prices later drop or stabilize, but the gas prices remain high or decrease very slowly. So what's happening is that a lot of fuel retailers or distributors maintain elevated prices to maximize profits. Consumers continue paying more even though input costs no longer justify the price level. So that's what we call greedflation, and I think that everybody here has experienced some greedflation in the territory. But there is positives because in order to know where we're going, we have to know where we come from, right? So we have to look at the challenges and, now we're looking at the positives. So the positives is we have strong tourism performance. Even though Hess has closed down back in 2015, that was a heavy impact into the territory. However, we really started to perform in the tourism sector exceptionally well. So imagine performing this great, and if Hess was to open back, I'm sorry, I keep calling it though, I'm sorry. I guess I'm a little older than I thought. But, but if we have the refinery running and we have this strong tourism performance going on, that really sets us up for a very strong economic, comeback against all of the different challenges we had. Of course, we have federal disaster recovery infrastructure spending, so we plan to see a better territory well built for our future, debt reduction progress, of course, increasing government revenues through strong tourism performance, and of course, investment promotion and economic development initiatives. Okay, so this is a great, that wasn't supposed to be there. This is a great example of our tourism performance. I apologize, I don't know. The box kind of popped out. But in 2015, we was performing at 2.7 million visitors in the territory. We had an extreme dip, starting in 2018, as you can see, that was from the hurricanes and recoveries. Then we had a peak in 2019. I feel like a lot of people wanted to come back and see what the damage was in the territory. It became something that people was interested in visiting and seeing for themselves. Then 2020, COVID hit. Then you see the extreme dip. 2021, we really started to feel the effects of COVID. But since then, we have rebounded completely to pre-pandemic levels, and we anticipate that we will perform the same way this year. Okay, we also had growth in the construction sector in 2021, as you can see. It boosts GDP and creates demand across supply chains. I know right now, based on the data, the construction sector has dipped a little bit, but of course we anticipate that because we're going to have more recovery projects coming on board when the schools starts to be rebuilt, the hospitals, and other infrastructure projects. We expect that 2025 number to go up into 2026 and 2027, as stated previously. As stated previously also, We have debt reduction in progress, reduce financial pressure, improves fiscal credibility, lower tax burden on employers. So our debt reduction from 2020 went from 2.3 billion all the way down to 1.6 billion. So that's progress. And of course, like I mentioned, we have investment promotion and economic development initiatives. We have the first hotel built in the territory, I think, in over 19 or 20 years, which is the Havenside Hampton. We're going to have the CAHS and other schools rebuilt to be more modern and have a better infrastructure for our students. Of course, the completion of Veterans Drive and the Medical Simulation Center right here on this campus at UVI, giving our future doctors a paradise to learn medical school in. Okay, and it's not moving. Okay, that's it from me. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Lyra, and thanks for giving her a round of applause. At BER, we believe in our people and making sure that each one has the opportunity to be engaged in presenting some of the work that they work on. So it's not just to do the work and stay behind the scene, but come out and be there. So you may see other BER staff with me from time to time, whether here or at the legislature or elsewhere. Now, I think the last few slides just talk about our strategic position. And then the next one, I think, refers to the Vision 2040 strategy by the Economic Development Authority here in the territory, where we focus on the strategic planning to ensure that there is solid energy transition, population growth, and economic diversity. And on all of these fronts, we continue to work and to build, because we have a territory that is our own. We are here, or we go, and we return, but the opportunities for growth and development still persist. And as we continue to do our part collaboratively and collectively, there's no telling what great future we will have for this territory of the United States Virgin Islands. So we've cut short our presentation. We've left out a whole lot of different things, but thank you very much for your time and your interest. And if there are no questions, then we will take our seat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davies and Ms. Liebert. That was a great overview on the economic data briefing for the territory. It was very interesting to see the inflation versus greedflation. And I would kind of punt a question out, but also transition into the next segment. It'd be interesting to see, how the Virgin Islands can position themselves better. Oh, we do have a question. Okay, we'll take one question and then thank you.
Yes, my name is Sheila Scullion, and I wanted to ask, with all the excitement of a brand new hospital here on St. Croix and a brand new hospital on St. Thomas, has there been coordination for the medical school, the nursing school, and possibly the creation of an allied healthcare school for much needed jobs here to be in alignment with the opening of the new hospitals?
Thank you. That's a very great question, and I would normally refer to colleagues in health. I don't think the commissioner is here. We were on a flight earlier this morning, but she had another engagement, and former UVI colleagues. But I'll just say briefly, when I served here at UVI several years ago, we worked on a number of different projects, one including the Medical Simulation Center, and that's right here on the St. Croix campus, or Albert A. Sheen campus, my apologies to our Crucian colleagues, and also the Medical Research and Training Center on St. Thomas. And we were trying to acquire those funds. The feds said to us, and they looked at me straight in the eye and said, look, well, we may give you money for St. Croix, but not for St. Thomas. So I had to think quickly on my feet. He said, well, look, we're not going to give you money for a medical classroom. But so I said, well, what do you do? He said, training and research. I said, well, we're building a medical research and training center. He said, okay, boom, we got the money. That was around total about $33 million for the two projects. And within the proposal that was presented was for that collaboration to exist, for there to be collaboration and training opportunities for doctors, staff, first responders. Those were the points that I made sure wrote into that proposal for that to occur. And I still believe that that is the purpose and the premise for it. And I hope that as we go forward, we'll be seeing more of that, because the medical staff would be with students in the research facility on St. Thomas, in the simulation facility here, the clinicians, the first responders, and we see a lot of that happening right now. Fire and emergency medical services are trained right here on St. Croix right now. And I think Dr. McGrath is right here. You and Charlene oversee that program. So those things are happening. It's real. It may not be as out front as we all want it to be as yet, and I believe we need to blow a trumpet more, but it's important for that to happen. It's happening, and we want to see more of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again, Dr. Davies, and thanks for that question. So at this time, we're going to jump into our next segment, titled Strategic Recovery, Converting Federal Disaster Funds into Transformational Infrastructure, a high-level discussion on accelerating the deployment of federal recovery funds to rebuild smarter, strengthen infrastructure, and support long-term economic competitiveness. Our moderator for this session will be Senator Maurice C. James, Chair Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure. At this time, I'd like to welcome up the panelists, Dr. Louis Peterson, Commissioner of Department of Agriculture, Dr. Richard Warburg, Founder, Director of Impact Traits VI, Ann Handley, Director of Public Services and Economic Revitalization and Resilience, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and finally, Ms. Deanna James, President of the St. Croix Foundation. If you can make your way up to the table, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to St. Croix, for those of you who are visiting for the first time. Everybody can hear me, right? Okay, good, because I project. I have 3 children, and the Virgin Islands are comprised of 3 big ones and then a little one, a 4th one, right? We have to include Water Island. And they're all different, and they all should be treated differently, because my 3 children, I don't treat them the same, because they come with different talents and assets, challenges, right, and issues. So you're here on the island of St. Croix, and the young lady, Miss Liebert, was speculating as to why the bumps decreases in population, so I'm going to help her a little bit. In 1965, Hess was formed on the island of St. Croix. And then in 1989, Hurricane Hugo came through and destroyed, literally flattened the island of St. Croix. And people left. Lots of people left. As a matter of fact, there are still homes in St. Croix that are Hurricane Hugo damaged. You see them. Then in 1995, Hurricane Marilyn destroyed the island of St. Thomas, flattened that island, and people left at that time also. In 1998, when I was working for Governor Roy Snyder, we had the joint venture of Hess Oil and PDVSA that became Hovenza. And so we saw an increase of people, 1998, the cat cracker. People came in because over time we have never had, and we need to admit that, the population to support the industries that come in. And then guess what? It closed in 2012. Population goes down on the island of St. Croix specifically. And then, bow, we get hit. 2017, both St. Thomas, Irma, St. Croix, Maria. And then after that, COVID hits the entire world in 2020. And I say all of that to say to you that we are a very strong people. We like to use the word resilience, but I think fortitude, strength, grit, that's who we are as Virgin Islanders. So with that in mind, though, we want to talk about the theme for this is strategic recovery, converting federal disaster funds into transformational infrastructure. And I will begin by saying what I envision we're going to talk about with this panel. It got reduced a little bit, but that's okay because the people that are on will definitely give us some good conversation and discussion. I am the chair of the Disaster Recovery Infrastructure and Planning Committee for the Virgin Islands Legislature. The reason that I think this economic summit is so good, and I really want to commend the organizer, the senator who put this together, Senator Hubert Lorenzo Frederick, because in my committee, we never get the opportunity to explore at this level what we're doing today. So I really want to commend Senator Frederick for having this summit. All we receive in the legislature and in my committee is updates on spending. We spent this amount, we built this structure, we had this shortage. It's always these numbers, okay? And we know we've received, and people will always say to you, unprecedented levels of funds, federal funds, recovery funds. But that's not the question that we should be having anymore. We should be asking not that we're simply or merely repairing damage, but we should move to this question. If we spend billions of federal dollars and end up exactly where we were before the storms, have we truly transformed anything? And that's what this panel is going to talk about. Have we really transformed anything? And this morning, Mr. Dave Johnson hit on it when he talked about the relationship between WAPA and the Hess property or Lime Tree. And did we really, really strategically plan this recovery beyond just fixing things, right? And that's the question. So I want each of the panelists to just briefly introduce yourself. Thank you for being on this panel, first of all. And just give a brief introduction of yourself, and then we're going to go right into my questions. We'll start with Dr. Warburg.
Good morning. Richard Warburg. I've been on St. Thomas since 2008. My background's in molecular biology. I developed pharmaceuticals. I've been part of the RT Park since 2010 and just renewed for another 10 years. So I'm very happy to be here. I really love St. Croix, by the way. I was here about a month ago at the Literary Festival. And for those women out there, just published a book called Woman's World, so you might want to read that too. But today I wanted to focus on the application of intellectual property and how we can use the Virgin Islands to be the center of the world with regard to that intellectual property, and how we can not thinking outside the box rather than inside the box. We have about 10,000 acres of arable land. And I have a proposal as to how we can use that so it becomes millions of acres of actual land. Thank you.
Good morning, Deanna James. It's still morning. Deanna James, I'm President and CEO of St. Croix Foundation for Community Development. We are a 35-year-old place-based community foundation here on the island of St. Croix, but serving the entire territory. We're also one of the primary property owners for historic properties in downtown Christiansted. And we are also the preeminent nonprofit fiscal sponsor. So we have served over 250 nonprofit organizations and community-based initiatives throughout the territory, assisting them with securing federal and philanthropic funding to do really important mission-aligned work.
Morning to everyone. Happy to be here and thanks for the invitation. My name is Louis Peterson. I was born in St. Thomas with my father's background coming from St. Croix. Proud Virgin Islander. I am presently the Commissioner of the VA Department of Agriculture. Happy to be in that position. And I think for me, the message I hope we get across today from our perspective is that admittedly, the sector of agriculture is a weak sector as we speak, but it doesn't have to be a weak sector. It should not be a weak sector. And I think we need to strategize among all of us to make sure that it becomes the giant that it can be. I'm looking forward to what Dr. Warburg had to say about his intent for some arable land. But happy to be here. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. My name is Anna Hanley, and in my role at the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, I align the disaster recovery investments in economic resilience to deal with projects such as public service, public facilities, and economic revitalization. As a part of the recovery and resilience team, our goal is to ensure that when we provide service, that it meets the needs of the most vulnerable population and meet the territorial's unmet needs.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to begin with Commissioner Peterson, because this morning Mr. Brown got up and I was thinking, no, that's what I'm going to be talking about. Let's not talk agriculture yet. So this is the time to talk agriculture. And so this is a question for you, Commissioner Peterson. Mr. Brown pointed out, and I agree with him, that agriculture is often overlooked in discussions on anything, and especially disaster recovery. What agricultural and actually agricultural resilience should be seen as a critical infrastructure. It really should. So I wanted to ask you, what agricultural infrastructure investments are most urgently needed? Water systems, roads, storage facilities, processing centers, or energy resilience? You probably will say all of these, but can you touch on any of those that jump out at you where we should place our priority at this time?
All of the above. But it's important to really note that for any sector of our economy to be successful, infrastructure is needed. We have banking infrastructure, we have tourism infrastructure, etc. The infrastructure that we lack today is in the way of agriculture. Beginning with the acreages that we have provided, we as government have provided for production on St. Thomas and St. Croix especially. Those acreages, as long as we have had them in place, to date still have very limited and in some cases no infrastructure at all. The kind of infrastructure we're speaking about has to do with access roads to begin with, like any other industry has. We're speaking of water resources, storage systems, distribution systems for farmers, like any other industry has or should have. We're speaking as well of the power issues, electrical issues that farmers have needs for. So in these areas, right now we are focusing on what I just said. We are doing the following. We have developed a program called the Farmland Infrastructure Improvement Program. Yes, we need money for the program. What we have done to date strategically is to engage with our USDA partners, the Natural Resources Conservation Service. beginning with St. Thomas because the needs were so dire with respect to roads, access, water, interstate Bordeaux. To date, they have invested at least $12 million in a plan that goes through approximately 2030, I think the year is, because USDA does the work very strategically and methodically. So we are right now in that design phase, engineering phase to get the work done. The point is, at the end of this project, would have improved roads in the state Bordeaux, would have more water resource in the state Bordeaux, and more distribution systems in the state Bordeaux. That is only the beginning. We have discussed with them moving on from that particular project to other areas that we need to service. And the areas that we are targeting are areas where we have multiple farmers working contiguously so that we invest in many as opposed to just one or two persons, which we cannot afford to do.
Let me ask this, Commissioner Peterson. So, because this is the focus really today is on especially disaster recovery funds. So we did not have, you said we need funding for that program. So with disaster recovery funds, we were not able to get any that would assist or transform agriculture in the VI? Or was it small? Did we not really go after what we could have? What do you think?
I came on board in 2023, and we subsequently submitted a proposal for some of those funds. We have to date access 3.5. And with those funds, we are constructing water storage.
3.5 million.
Yes, 3.5 million.
I need everybody to understand that. Because earlier we heard about billions. When it comes to agriculture, let's note that he's talking about millions.
I am speaking of millions with an M. And with those funds, some of the funds at least, we are constructing water storage systems in the state Bordeaux, to answer your question, and I hope I did.
Okay. I want to jump to the St. Croix Foundation. I'll go to the nonprofit sector, and I want to ask you, how important is community engagement in designing recovery projects that truly meet residents' needs? And was the St. Croix Foundation involved in any design of the discovery projects?
So we fundamentally believe measure twice, cut once. And so we've spent a lot of time in the early part of the aftermath of the hurricanes doing a lot of community engagement. We actually started the community engagement many years before that. Actually exactly a year before the hurricane, we had launched a nonprofit consortium where we brought 50 nonprofits together to start talking about what their needs were, what their challenges were. We also worked with a consultant who continues to work with us around systems thinking, helping nonprofits move out of silos to begin recognizing their interdependence on each other and ways in which they could leverage resources to maximize the impact of their investment and their work, the programmatic work that they were doing. And so that continues to be how we make all the decisions we make. We currently are leading one of the most comprehensive community block development initiatives in our history to the tune of $30 million. Every single aspect of the design vision of that project has been informed by all the voices of our partners. We have expanded beyond just the civic sector to include our government partners, of course, as the Kids Count, a steward for the territory. Data informs every single thing we do. And one of the things that I think is really important is we were talking about our dependence on tourism. I think there's also something called a dependency ratio, which is the degree to which the working class of our society will be responsible for the care of younger people and an aging population. And so the fact that we do have a rapidly aging population, the question that we continue to ask is economic development for whom? Who are we developing? And it's wonderful that we talk about the physical infrastructure that we are developing, but there is social infrastructure that undergirds all of those development projects. And I think that requisite amount of time and resources and energy has to be dedicated to ensuring that we are meeting people where they are, we are meeting the community where we are, and we are being really realistic about the challenges we have as an aging community, where the working class of our community is going to be stretched and burdened with the care of aging residents and of young people that exist here. So for us, community engagement is where everything begins for us. We are continually awed that when we have these convenings, and I want to thank Senator Frederick for putting this together, but I also will never sit here and not say that there's not enough representation from our nonprofits. They are an incredibly important asset in this community, especially in the absence of municipal government. They fill critical gaps, and we could sit here and think about a community without a Lutheran Social Services, without a Frederickstead Healthcare, without a Women's Coalition, without a Cretan Heritage and Nature Tourism. And we would be in worse state if we didn't have that critical infrastructure in our community. And so I hope that as we have these conversations, that more of our nonprofits will be included in those conversations. They are very wise. They are what I call subject area experts. They understand agriculture. They understand economics. We have to support our organizations in a very challenging environment with not a lot of public sector support, very constrained philanthropic and corporate support.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think there is an incredible amount of resilience in our sector.
Okay, I had questions that actually were going to address what you just said. I'll read them. I was going to ask, but I want to make sure I give everybody a chance. But we as a community need to think about equitable recovery, which I think is what you're talking about. I happen to believe that in the universe there is more than enough for all of us. However, some people want 90%, and then the 10% have to be shared among the rest of us. And that's the issue that we're dealing with. We have to remember that if we have an aging population, it then means that we have no choice, really, but to bring people into the territory, at the same time prepare our young people to take the positions that are being vacated, let's use that, or retired out of by our aging population. And so, Deanna, I'm going to go back actually to ask you this. How do we maintain public trust in the recovery project, in the process then? And it has spanned all these years. And there are people saying they no longer trust the recovery process because we've taken so long. And, that was one of the issues I was going to address with if the other panelists had shown up. So I'll ask you, how do we do that?
So I'll start with our story. St. Croix Foundation was founded immediately after Hurricane Hugo, as were the two other community foundations in the territory. And we were founded by activists who recognized at the time most government agencies were on their back at that time. Nonprofits were the folks who were meeting the urgent needs of community at the time. And so they prioritized civil society as sort of a fundamental part of our mission. Mm-hmm. And what they also did is they did some really, I think, deep introspective work around like how we would continue to build trust in the community. So one of the things that they did, which almost never happens in the world of philanthropy, was that they made a commitment to minimize competition for resources. It's part of the reason that we have physical property assets is because it was in lieu of an endowment. They knew that building an endowment meant that every dollar we raised was a dollar that our nonprofits would not have access to. They also set as nonprofit fiscal sponsorship as one of their core priorities, which helped us build the kind of relationships with our nonprofits. As we work with them to identify resources, they raise money in the name of St. Croix Foundation, which means that it's very difficult for us to raise money for the programming that we lead. I have spent most of my tenure aggressively making the case to national philanthropy to fill the gap, to begin directing more philanthropic resources to the territory, to fill the need for our organization as well as for all of our nonprofits. We have done an incredible job of marshaling resources that would not have otherwise been available to us or to our nonprofits. I can tell you just from our experience also, we have not been able to access a lot of the local disaster recovery funding. And that's, you know, we recognize that we sit in a sector outside of government, and we have to sort of, you know, scream a little louder to be recognized as a strong, meaningful investment. But for us, the way that we have continued to engender trust with our nonprofits is to bring national philanthropy. I don't think there's another organization in the Virgin Islands who has done as much as we have.
I'm going to stop you because my question is, how do we maintain public trust in the recovery process if you don't?
So,
okay.
You know,
how do we? If you are a nonprofit, you should know the pulse of the people because you talk about your relationship with community. So I really wanted to.
It's access to resources, it's equitable access to resources. It is reduction of the breathtaking level of bureaucrophy around those resources. It's the lack of access to capital, increasing opportunity for nonprofits to not only access federal dollars, but then because most of those dollars are reimbursable dollars, our banks are an incredibly important part of it, and in opening lines of credit so they can access those federal dollars when they become available. There's a lot of things that I think the government needs to do to continue to cultivate trust. I can tell you right now that nonprofits have felt left out of this recovery process.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that. Yeah, I mean that's a fact. For those of you who I know came in to St. Croix here, you need to know that you have arrived in a critical year for us. This is an election year. And so we've had an administration that has had the recovery process for the last 8 years. Okay? And we will be moving to a new administration. Because the governor can't run again. So we move into a new administration, and we're moving at a time when public trust is perhaps at its lowest, and we need to admit that. If nobody else is going to admit it, I am going to. As a senator, people talk to me every day. So if we're going to do the disaster recovery and go through it, and I'm going to move to Ms. Hanley, because Ms. Hanley is along the same lines, right? How do we ensure that recovery investments improve not only housing quantity, but housing quality and sustainability? And I like the fact that you're the Director of Public Services and Economic Revitalization and Resilience, because this is about the quality now more than anything else of what our people are expecting. I believe EDA said earlier that it's not only about quality of life, but quality of place. And so using that, tell me a little bit about what the Housing Finance Authority is doing to ensure that it's not only quantity, but quality. And of course, what obstacles you face in producing quantity.
Okay, at the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, our mandate is to make sure that each of the homes are resilient in terms of including green infrastructure, We do weatherization of these homes so that these homes will be able to sustain a future disaster.
Okay.
And the other portion of your question, you asked about what are some of the barriers to producing the quantity of the homes. I think when you look at developers, when they are coming to request funding for development, one of the obstacles are the front end, how the documents are prepared, the quality documents, as well as the sequencing of those documents. For example, we do a review. Sometimes those documents do not meet the requirements for eligibility. They're ineligible items. We work with our subrecipients to ensure that they do provide quality documentation so that they can get their projects implemented. But because of the time associated with ensuring that the individuals are aware of the requirements and the technical assistance that we provide to them, it is not as timely as most individuals would have expected. And all of our projects have to go through an environmental review.
Thank you, Director Hanley. Dr. Warburg, you are a private investor in the Virgin Islands. And do you, I don't know how much you know or don't know about the federal recovery dollars in terms of, do you think we have leveraged the federal dollars to attract private investment and sustain, simulate actually projects like yours, which are long-term economic growth, right, that you're looking at in terms of not just immediate, but it's going to help move us as a community, the Virgin Islands, forward beyond this recovery, because this recovery ends at a certain point. How do we sustain the $25 billion that everybody's talking about? Because that's going to disappear. How do we, and maybe even increase it, correct? You know what I'm saying?
I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that, but I'll give it a shot. I've certainly been waiting for the investment dollars for impact trades. And this is a company that, as I mentioned, could actually change the GDP of the islands.
Mm-hmm.
It has the potential of bringing in billions of dollars with very little cost of goods. And that's because we can leverage the intellectual property associated with the agricultural plants that we're producing. So a small investment by the government right now from those funds, we'd only need some 10 or 20 million dollars within them. Because if we're trying to think outside of the normal box. If you think, just like you said at the beginning, you don't build your house so that it can be blown down again by the hurricane.
Right.
I had wooden areas in my house, they're now concrete areas. You learn your lesson, you build for the future. We have an ability to, used to be the fruit bowl of America from these islands. And as I mentioned, we have 10,000 arable acres that we can use, mainly on St. Croix, but some on St. Thomas and a few on St. John. We can develop plants here that are non-GM plants, which are unique in the world, and then license those plants that are grown here to other territories. The easiest example here is cassava. We all know what cassava is, I think. It's like a yam, sweet potato type thing. That alone can sustain a project like this, and we could use some of that industrial land that was being offered earlier in the South Shore. But we can provide cassava steaks to countries in Africa and do it on a countrywide basis and say, you have a license now to use our genetics throughout your country. You give us $100 million. And you do that for a few countries, it starts to be real money. Mm-hmm. And there's no cost of goods for that, because once you've produced it, it keeps on propagating. As farmers know, you grow a fruit tree, it keeps giving you fruit until the hurricane blows it down, you build another fruit tree. But here, we aren't going to be subject to the hurricanes because, or Whopper, or anything like that, because we can do it in a sustainable fashion. But more than that, before we even started this project, just like Deanna was saying, we surveyed the population. What is it that we really want? How can we impact not just farmers in this case, but also the children, also at the university, at the professorial level, bringing modern science into the university, bringing that into the agriculture. And it doesn't take a lot of money to do that. And that's how you can leverage the dollars that we have. So 25 billion is a lot. Yes, we can rebuild. We can make sure that we have power, that we have water, that we have everything, we built the buildings properly. But with a few $1 million from that, we can now build the future so that everybody in the community is involved. And if I can have 30 seconds more, even though I'm an individual investor, my intent is to actually give this to the Virgin Islands, that it becomes just like the rum factories or Covenza or whatever it is, it becomes part of the Virgin Islands. It becomes part of the future because plants grow forever. The intellectual property associated is 25 years, but every year you create new intellectual property, and so it goes on ad infinitum. We started a company in San Diego, where I lived for 20 years, called Cebus, and that's based on the same philosophy. And you can generate from just what's in your mind and what is in the mind of everybody on the islands, a huge amount of income. And by the way, I don't think we need to bring new people into the island. I was teaching at the high school here just a month ago, and I came also to the university. We have incredible students. We have an incredible future here. And if we do this right, the average age of the farmer right now, and Mr. Brown, I'm sure will correct me, is about 65, average age. 10 years ago, it was 55. We are not creating new farmers. If we bring new technology in, if we make it more sexy, if we make it more profitable, if we make it a 9 to 5 job, if we make it so it has real pay, $60,000, $100,000 per person, plus benefits, plus they get a percentage of the company, so it flows throughout the community. And now you don't have a push environment anymore, where the farmers are saying, I've grown lettuce, please buy it. We now got a pull environment where the restaurants are saying, we are now 5-star restaurants. We demand that you make us these lettuces, these carrots, whatever it is. And now the farmers are being told that they can sell whatever they can grow. That's not the situation right now.
Dr. Warburg, you just hit something that makes you different from me. I'm going to say this right now. When I say I was going to bring people back in, who do you think I was talking about? Our people who are away, that haven't had the opportunity to return to this island because there's no opportunities here for them. So I want to make that clear to you, that as a Crucian, I am speaking about so many of our people who have not been able to live here because there are not adequate housing, adequate jobs, adequate health care. Okay? That's who I am speaking about. All those people who left, especially those who got on those cruise ships in 2017, thousands of them, and left this territory. Because those of us who are living here are too old to have any more children. That's how it is. That's a fact of our lives right now. So we need to be able to attract, and I know that RT Park has done some work in trying to bring, in conjunction with EDA, bring our people back home, because this is a beautiful place to live. Despite everything else, we know that, right? I was going to say Commissioner Basholte, but no. It would be, what would be the title now? CEO. But Commissioner Matarangas King knows that. Okay, I was in the military as a JAG, so I know, and as an attorney, I know too that time matters. And so rather than I standing up here, and as everybody knows as an attorney, I could continue asking questions. Does anyone in the audience have questions? And because I know there's so many other panels after this that I do not want to dominate the time, I would ask those of you who have questions to come up. And Senator Frederick, you can keep me on time. You know, I'm one of those people who value time. Mr. Brown, go right ahead.
Good morning again. Senator Frederick and committee, I thank you for bringing this summit together. And definitely, this is something that is needed. I oftentimes have an issue with economic development, and as though agriculture is a sidebar. Agriculture is economic development. The research and technology, the data you provided didn't mention anything about agriculture and the economic development around it. So there's no data in agriculture. You do have it. Then I definitely would love to see that. I commend you, Diana, because you have always been there for promoting and developing the industry itself. And to Ms. Ann, if I may say, under the CBDG, Economic Resilience and Revitalization, that is a driven initiative that is going to change the development of agriculture once it comes online. And I thank the Housing Finance Authority for doing that. I would like to know more about Dr. Warburg's project, and hopefully that we can sit and talk about that. I'll leave it for last, Commissioner. Because you have one of the hardest jobs as a department in the government of the Virgin Islands. Given nothing, and they expect you to produce plenty. That's not possible. And we are talking about way forward. We are talking about trust. We are talking about the fact that we are spinning the same wheels over and over again. And that's the department, and it's undermined, undervalued, and disconnected from every other department within the territory.
And your question is?
My question is, Commissioner, given the fact that most of the monies that you have received is going towards St. Thomas. St. Thomas, we all time think it cannot produce, or it doesn't have the capacity to produce. And the vision, if I have the same vision that you have, is to give St. Thomas that opportunity to build its capacity to produce. Now, how much monies have you received under any other government or federal funding for the development of the industry in regards, and I'm talking specifically about the ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan Act? Because that money, those monies are yet to be manifested. And where are you today with that?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Brown. And the funding that I made reference to earlier, the $3.5 million, were the ARPA funds. They were the ARPA funds.
Oh, how much?
$3.5 million.
$3.5 million. ARPA.
Okay. And with respect to the developments on St. Thomas, I just want to be very clear that our initial plans to expend the monies that were available included St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. We had a very, very comprehensive plan to develop infrastructure on all three islands. The 3.5 references the projects, the proposals that were ultimately approved. But St. Croix and St. John were not left out.
Okay. Before I go to former Senator Whitaker, I want everybody to think of these questions that I wanted to wrap up with. Just so you're thinking about it when it comes to the end. If another major storm struck tomorrow, are we truly more resilient today than we were in 2017? How do we ensure, what do you think is the greatest mistake governments make in long-term disaster recovery and that we have made? How do we prevent recovery funding from creating dependency rather than sustainable growth? Go right ahead.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Genevieve Whitaker. I am the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education. And I want to really kind of dive in on two points. First off, in terms of all the panelists, one of the challenges we know that we face a lot of times, there's opportunity, but then preparedness. I do want to acknowledge to the ODR team, thank you, as it pertains to farmers. We have about 3 farmers who, under the mitigation grant, 2 of those 3, I dove in and assisted, and thank you very much, because sometimes we don't also, and as we move forward, acknowledge the folks who've also done great work. We have challenges all around. But in terms of technical assistance, how each of you in your various capacities, how has ODR, how has the Department of Agriculture, how has the foundation assisted with basic things, such as the readiness to apply? I do find that is a challenge. Can we, after the summit, as a way forward, sit down and have a working session on technical assistance? How to get your documents in order to ensure that when opportunities come up. For example, USDA has a LAMP grant application that's due June 5th. How many of our farmers are ready? Are they registered in grant.gov? Do they have their SAM registration? Are we helping them with their narratives, with the budget process? And as I know we have the SBDC, we have the Small Business Development Center here at the University of the Virgin Islands it's responsible for helping with that, but then too often I find that the technical assistance is not there. And I also want to share something that's really important for everyone in the room listening. Next week, our board we have a monthly meeting every Thursday of the month. Next week is going to be, obviously on the 3rd Thursday because we have graduations this week. But our board is going to be approving, after 4.5 years, the agriculture curriculum for the Virgin Islands. How are we going to lean into it? What farmers in this room listening online is going to help us to recruit the instructors, and who is going to open up their farms for the children to come onto their farms for that learning? How do we move that forward? So those are my points: technical assistance, more collaboration, and essentially our next steps. And I do believe in some working sessions where we can actually get some of this work done. And I'm happy to help. Thank you.
I just want to point out that Ms. Hanley is not ODR, correct? Your Housing Finance Authority.
My apologies.
Yeah.
My apologies. Right. Housing Finance Authority. My apologies.
And the reason I am clarifying that is because your agency, particularly when you appeared in front of the Housing Committee, my committee, the Disaster Recovery Committee, had a program for rental and mortgage assistance after hurricanes. And every single time, and I'm not going to say your agency alone, but every single time an agency or department comes in front of us, it is always that the vendor, the individual, the contractor, the subcontractor has not submitted the required documents. And so I don't really want to make that a topic today, quite frankly. because that technical assistance is something that you can and should be providing as part of the public service to the community. You just need to do it. That's it. You know.
I apologize.
But
the Virgin
I want you.
Finance Authority mitigation.
Yeah.
I apologize. That was my.
But I know you can address the technical assistance that you do provide, but it's not where it should be. Let me just say that.
Senator, as part of the launch for the commercial hardening and small business mitigation, I must thank Mr. Donnie Dorset. He's in the audience. We issued a NOFA, which is a Notice of Funding Availability. And one of the things associated was public hearings. Mr. Dorset went and looked for farmers, had conversation with some of the farmers, and explained to them that they can benefit from this particular grant. As it relates to the selection criteria, one of the things that we engaged in was technical assistance, working with the subrecipients, the potential subrecipients, to assist them in correcting the errors and omissions on their application. And as they go through the approval process and implementation, we work collaboratively in-house with our team to sit with these subrecipients to ensure that they are familiar with all of the processes associated to make sure that they have a compliant closeout process and that no problems exist associated with the expenditure of those fundings.
No, that's great to hear. Because a lot of times we spend a lot of money on hiring consultants, caseworkers, and we spend more money on those people, let's just use it that way, than actually the people who are supposed to benefit from. And so I'm happy to hear what you're saying. Colonel Ruan, Mr. Ruan, sorry, Colonel Ruan and I served in the National Guard together in the military, so I naturally said Colonel Ruan. But Mr. Arbery Ruan, go right ahead.
You asked a very important question to the panel. And earlier we heard about the debt from the government. I asked this question to every major development that comes before the commission that you helped me to get on. Once you build these state-of-the-art facilities with all these green and all these wonderful things, how are we going to sustain them with the maintenance and logistic tail that's coming behind?
Right.
Every one of them that came before us did not have an answer because it's going to fall right back on the government that have that debt. So the question you want, what's the most difficult problem? Finding the money to maintain these state-of-the-art facilities once they're turned over to the government. That's the question.
Okay, all right. Do you agree with what Mr. Ruan said? You want to take that question? You made me think about, again, recovery strategy. And someone, a regular person on the street, right, a citizen, and that's one of the benefits of living in the VA in a small place, and one of the disadvantages, because people talk straight to you anytime when you're in positions of authority. But someone said to me, why are we building these big schools and not building community schools with the money that we had? And it's all going to be, we're going to be singing all the great songs, but in fact, how are we going to maintain these structures after? And so that is, if Deanna, Ms. James, if you want to address that.
So that's a great question for us. And the reason why I'm so much of an advocate for nonprofits, because if you look at most of our nonprofits, all of us have facilities to maintain. And all of us do a great job. The foundation is a steward of 2 affordable income units that were built almost 30 years ago. They are in impeccable condition today. We have worked really hard. We even maintain the roadway that is the responsibility of the government. Every single month, we have someone on contract who makes sure that leaves do not enter into the gut in the event that there is a flood in Christiansted Town. And so maintenance is obviously a huge part of our operating portfolio and how we ensure that we have these facilities that can continue to serve us and serve the community. We also, in early 2000s, we were working with Public Works and Federal Highways to do the roadway in Sunday Market Square. We asked for the government to bury all the utilities. That was 10 years before they were buried in the rest of Christiansted or Frederiksted Town. Because of that one request and investment, we were operational 4 days after Hurricane Maria and were able to serve as a civic hub for a number of nonprofits. We continue to make sure that resilience is a part of every single development project that we are stewarding. We work with our nonprofits to make sure that they're doing the same. Because we don't have a lot of flexible resources, we have to make sure that we are caring for what we do have. And so I think if the government recognized the power and the asset within the civic sector to allow more of us to be stewards of some of these incredibly important facilities that are being built, the issue around maintenance would not be such a challenging one for us as a territory.
Well, you know, when we're going to end right now with the question that I asked. But what you're talking about is really part of recovery strategy that I was saying. It's not just about building buildings, but actually transforming and making sure that you're more resilient and that you don't need the $25 billion 10 years from now. So the question was, if another major storm struck tomorrow, well, you answered it, so we're going to go to, are we truly more resilient today than we were in 2017? Ms. Hanley, what's your answer?
No, because we're still in a recovery process. We're not.
8 years later, you can't identify for me one thing that has made us more resilient? Because you just said no, because we're in a recovery. So there's nothing that has made us more, you understand my question? That you can identify? Nothing. Okay, so that's your answer. Somebody said that's your answer. Okay, Commissioner Peterson.
Senator, that's a measurement question.
Right, it is.
So I would say that I am doubtful that we have done so overall.
Nothing
From
an
agricultural perspective, definitely not.
No?
Definitely not. I learned something today. I didn't know this term before, dependency ratio.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that we need to find a way so that when we invest these monies, we at the end of the process are less dependent, have a better dependency ratio. We have to find a way to work that out from a food production perspective, but also overall. And I don't know where we are with that ratio, but I know for sure when it comes to food production, our ratio is not looking good.
You know what though? I am an optimist, and I know that even if the government doesn't feel like anything is resilient, I know that individual homeowners have made their houses more resilient. I need to at least recognize that. We have, as individuals in this community, made our homes, and I think most of us who had any hurricane damage, made sure that when we rebuilt, we made our homes more resilient. So I don't want anybody in here to think that I couldn't identify, because I can. I can identify. The foundation identified where they made themselves so resilient that after hurricane, I don't know if most of you caught that, they buried the lines in front of Times Square. For those of us who come from here, we have a Times Square. They buried the lines, and as a result, in 2017, they were fully operational. And that's what resiliency is about. right? Mr. Warburg, do you have anything to add to that?
Absolutely. My background in microbiology, and you select for resistant bacteria by growing them on a plate, which has the tetracycline or some penicillin or something like that. That way you get tetracycline-resistant bacteria. Just as the hurricanes, when they came through, have now selected those of us who are resilient. We're all in this room.
Yes.
Every single person here. And we all built more resiliently. And moreover, the fact that we're sitting here today talking about $25 billion gives us the ability to make sure that we, in the future, are resilient. And I totally agree with what was said before. You don't take money to build a school without making sure you have money to maintain that school until you can otherwise maintain it. You should do the same thing for hospitals and for the agriculture. So, one thing, for example, during recovery, immediately after the hurricanes, it was hard to communicate with the mainland, right? Who had a phone that was working? I remember lining up outside a hotel to stand on a rock, holding your phone up so you could get a signal and you'd take your turn. Even just building one house that has batteries, that has a satellite station ready so that we can begin the recovery process next time, if there is a next time, the next day, right? Giving the locals the ability to communicate with the mainland to fill out all of those forms.
Right. Exactly. Thank you.
Can I just say one more thing? There's a word that hasn't been spoken here today, which is the opposite of dependency, which is sovereignty. And I feel like the conversation about $25 billion doesn't give us the invitation to think about what we need to be doing to build operational solvency, to be thinking about how do we make sure that we can take care of ourselves in the absence of federal responders next time, in the absence of windfall of federal resources. And so my hope is that as we sit here talking about the physical things we're going to build with this money, that we're also thinking about what I call interdependence. How do we begin thinking about how we care for ourselves, how we are resilient within ourselves? And I do believe that we are more resilient. I can say in my sector, we have spent 10 years working on self-sufficiency as a sector. How do we make sure that in the absence of federal dollars, in the absence of philanthropic activity in the Virgin Islands, that we can continue to provide the services we do? And we have done it, and for us, philanthropy has been an incredible bridge. National Philanthropy is making some of the deepest investments than they've ever made in the Virgin Islands and all the territories, and that's largely because of work that we do, the case that we continue to make that in the event that federal resources stop flowing, which they will. And the reality is we're sitting here having this really wonderful conversation about the future of these massive development projects in a bubble. I sit with communities just like ours all over the country that have lost all of their early childhood education funding, that have lost funding for rural hospitals. We are still in a bubble talking about this I don't want to call it an illusory economy, but it's not a real economy. This disaster economy is not real. And so we don't start thinking about what happens on the other end of it, and we don't start talking about it and thinking about it and planning for it now, we will be in the worst case that the Virgin Islands has ever been at the end, in the event of another crisis or at the end of this windfall of resources. So for me, the conversation I hope we continue to have is around sovereignty and around operational solvency.
That's an excellent point. I had a lot of other questions that dealt with sovereignty, capacity, but I did not have ODR here or the legislature here, and so I didn't want to pose those questions to you. But I do want to say, even in terms of sovereignty and all those different concepts that you mentioned, Commissioner Peterson, just planting a mango tree and an avocado tree and a breadfruit tree is all in your yard is also making oneself more resilient.
Most definitely.
I'm going to leave on that note because they had me stretch my time out, but now I have to recognize that the Senate President is here to take over. So briefly, go ahead.
I began by saying it's a measurement question. Just like you, Senator, I'm a very optimistic person. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here. However, when we ask the same question when it comes, I can speak to many initiatives that are taking place that measure progress, honestly. But when I said measurement, if we ask the Bureau of Economic Development, about the importation, that's a measurement question, and they will answer the same way I did, that we have not improved overall.
Okay,
Thank you.
Got it. Mr. Brown, you were standing there, and I don't want to not pretend.
And I don't
want
feel
to
like
pretend
sitting
as
down.
if you're standing there. So go ahead.
My last question to the Commissioner. Are there plans for the remaining funds of the ARPA fund to be acquired by the department?
Are you making reference to the difference between the initial and the 3.5?
Yes.
I'm not aware of any plans how they will be used, Mr. Brown.
But it was determined specifically for agriculture under the ARPA fund, and that was $10 million.
That is correct.
So you're now only getting 3.5. Who has the other 6.5?
I don't know, Mr. Brown.
Or are we going to leave that for a committee hearing, though? Not for this setting. You understand what I'm saying? All right, okay. We have committee hearings, and that's more appropriate for a committee hearing. I will be straight up. Maurice James is like that. I want to thank the people who came on my panel. I want to thank you for those answers. I hope that we stimulated those of you out there. I hope that, I'm full of hope and optimism. And I look forward to returning to being a private citizen, as most of you know. That doesn't mean that I stop helping where I'm from, the Virgin Islands. I need people to know that. I am invested here, and I think those of you who come here to live, if you don't have your heart in it, get your out of it. I'll end on that note. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator James, and thank you so much to the panelists. Very, very, very key points and topics covered today. We're going to jump straight into our next segment, as I call the next moderator, Senator Milton E. Potter, Senate President to the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This section will cover tourism as economic infrastructure, leveraging the Virgin Islands brand in global capital markets. It will be an exploration of how tourism supports investment attraction, workforce growth, and capital expansion, positioning the Virgin Islands brand as an economic asset. Our panelists will be Ms. Jennifer Manarangas-King, Commissioner of the Department of Tourism, Dr. Louis Peterson, Commissioner of the Department of the Agriculture, Lisa Hamilton, President of the Hotel and Tourism Association, Mr. Joseph Busholti, CEO, West Indies Company, and Ms. Anise Hodge, Deputy Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Folks, I'm going to give you guys 2 to 3 minutes to at least get some water, get settled. We are pressed for time. Again, we do not want to be here that late. We are pressed for time, so please grab your waters, wrap up your conversations, and please grab a seat.
Not come in.
afternoon, folks. Let's start winding down. Sandwiches are available in the back. If you can proceed to the table, grab your sandwiches and have a seat. We will get started with our next session shortly. Again, we are pressed for time. So please kindly start to wrap up your conversations. Right. I was gonna say, are you ready to wrap it up? Sweet. All right, thank you so much, everyone. We're going to go right into our next session. Please grab your seats. I know there's a few people in the line just picking up their sandwiches right now, but we're going to go ahead and get started. All right, I would just want to send a special thanks to the panelists that has agreed to be on this tourism as economic infrastructure. One second. All right. So this next session is titled Tourism as Economic Infrastructure, Leveraging the Virgin Islands brand in global capital markets. It is an exploration of how tourism supports investment attraction, workforce growth, and capital expansion, positioning the Virgin Islands brand as an economic asset. Our moderator today is Mr. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senate President of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Please welcome Mr. Potter.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senator James, thank you very much for extending your session for me. I had to go to Charles Woodson School graduation. Senator James and I have two important things in common. Both of us were born on November 22nd, both of us. And both of us are not running for a seat in the 37th legislature of the Virgin Islands, right? But good afternoon again, everyone. Tourism is not a luxury. Tourism is infrastructure. Like roads, like ports, airports, and seaports, like power lines. It is the connective tissue of our economy. And like any infrastructure, it requires intentional investment. It requires strategic planning and honest assessment of where we may be falling short. This session brings together voices who understand that tourism's true value isn't measured in hotel nights. It's measured in jobs sustained, businesses grown, and brands built. Our goal in the next hour or so is to move beyond the familiar and ask some of the harder questions about how we maximize tourism as an economic multiplier for every Virgin Islander. So, let's get into it. We have a great group of individuals on our panel today. I think we already did the introductions. Ms. Jennifer Matarangas-King, Commissioner, Virgin Islands, Department of Tourism. Thank you. Dr. Louis Peterson, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. Ms. Lisa Hamilton, President, Hotel and Tourism Association. Joe Boshelte, CEO of the West Indian Company, better known as WICO. Last but not least, Ms. Anis Haj, the Deputy Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Welcome, panelists. My first question I'm going to ask to Mr. Boshelte. How does tourism directly impact broader economic development here in our territory?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for the question. I think by definition, because tourism plays such an important role in our overall gross national product, GDP, in terms of direct and indirect revenues, it is critical because we have invested a lot of our own capital as a government in terms of marketing and investing in the brand. And in order to maximize our returns, we need the private sector to also thrive in that. So I'll give you an example. At the cruise ship dock, WICO in St. Thomas, we have people who believe that the cruise ship passengers drive the entire economy on that particular given day. And what I try to tell them is to do exactly what you're talking about with the rest of the community. So there's a Subway or there's some other restaurants in the neighboring mall across from Havenside Mall. And you ask those businesses, how well do they do on a cruise ship day? And they say they do very well, but they're not doing well because people who traveled in on a cruise ship from North Carolina necessarily want to eat Subway. They're doing well because the workers in the tourism business, the taxi drivers, the people that work in the mall, have cash flow that they would not necessarily have had without that ship coming in that day. Correct. So they go into those stores and they buy lunch or breakfast from that particular store, and then the money then begins to multiply because then the gross receipt taxes come in, the restaurant does better than it would do outside of not having tourists. And we could pick those examples all throughout the three main Virgin Islanders of how the direct impact happens in what we see in terms of tourists shopping in retail stores or going on excursions. But the same thing also happens when we look at the indirect contributions, i.e. the taxi drivers paying for more gas now because they have the excursion business as opposed to having the van parked up. And all of these things happen. And I think that one of the things I hope that we continue to recognize is our biggest enemy is complacency. We believe that we are the best and we don't have to work. what I could tell you is every one of these islands around us recognize that this is an important part of their success. And they are investing in it just like we have, and we should continue.
Thank you for your response. I appreciate that. Commissioner, any follow-up?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think the points made are very salient. Another thing I'd like to add is the conversation around cruise ship passengers. Well, they don't spend like they did 10, 15 years ago when duty-free was really more impactful. I think the important thing, if I were to sum up tourism in one word, it would be marketing. At the end of the day, most of the people who come back for that 4 or 5 day stay, where they spend more, we get the TARF because they're staying in a hotel, most of them got a chance to taste the USVI on a cruise ship. So there is a lot of value in that. I think as we look at tourism, a lot of times, the focus is on, and we've had this conversation, the things that are specifically seen as tourism, like the three ways to fit. Obviously, we know our festivals and carnivals are very, very impactful. Everything is sold out. But one of the things that is important for us to know is every single day there are other activities that we have been working on supporting that may not be our festival, but it is something that's going to bring someone in. I listened to, I guess it's Mr. Warburg, he mentioned he was here before for the literary festival. So it's not just the big activities that we market, but also supporting the other activities that are bringing people in. Every single day we have groups coming in. I was at the Chicken Shack last night. There were 2 groups that came in fraternities. You know, so you're seeing all these pockets of people, so understanding it's not just the big thing, but it's the little things. I think also for tourism, and obviously Mr. Bishote was my predecessor and left a very good foundation for us to continue to build on. One of the things that is very, very important, and maybe we don't talk about it enough, is how we use data and being able to pivot very quickly based on the data. So I'll give you an example of something that I would say the last 6 months in the tourism industry, there's been a lot of disruption from airports being shut down to TSA challenges, things that are outside of the norm. Whenever those things happen, we have to pivot quickly in the department to figure out how to take care of that so everyone still has a very positive experience. So we've had a lot of unusual things happen, and we look at indicators to see how we manage, because at the end of the day, this is about the experience. We don't want you to come once and leave with a bad taste in your mouth. We want you to be those people that come every single year. And for us, we're always reading the tea leaves. And I'll give one last example of something that happened where it happened, we didn't expect it, and we had to pivot. And it was an unexpected source of engagement. When the military ships came last year, there was a lot of conversation about why they were here. Our position was, they are here. They are ships. I have to commend, one of the things I think is very important is a stakeholder engagement and coordination. And so Vitima took the lead, and there were groups that came together to essentially welcome them because they were going to be here for 3-4 days, which is unlike most ships that come. We treated them like cruise ships. Tourism went out, we greeted them, all of that. We found during that time, as you talk about the impact, the ships brought a lot. While they were not staying in hotels, I will tell you what did happen. They were spending throughout the community, but more importantly, because they were here for 3 to 4 days, many of their families came in. So this was unexpected. We figured out how to make this work for us because we knew if you're here for 4 days, just like a cruise ship, this may be your first taste of the USVI, and we want to be sure that it's so amazing that when you have the opportunity to come back on your own, that you choose the USVI. So those are some of the things we're always looking at. It may not be obvious initially, but how can we get that person to, once they're here, fall in love with the USVI, and if they only have $2 to spend a year, that money is coming here because they see us as being valuable, they love our culture, they love our food, and they love the overall experience.
Excellent. I wanted to ask one more question, and I don't know if it's, it may be more for Dr. Harleen Davies, but do you have a sense of what percentage of spending, tourism spending, actually circulates within the local economy? And what's the single biggest leak that we need to plug?
Yeah, I don't have.
I'll give a crack at it.
Yeah, I don't have the exact information, but what I could tell you is, for example, on a cruise ship, right? when the guests come in, although the spend is different today than it was before, the spend is more on experiential engagement, so tours, and the majority of businesses that support that industry are local businesses. So the employees are local, the resources, the assets they use are local. So those monies stay in the territory, as opposed to some other industries where we know the money facilitates from the government checkbooks to accounts away. These stay local. And I think, and this is anecdotal because I don't know exactly, but if you go to the bank and you look at the bank account, and when they write their checks to WICO, for example, for the excursion, they're coming out of the local banks. So that's an anecdotal way to say that these businesses stay and are represented locally. And I'm sure Lisa could speak more on the hotel side, but a lot of the businesses and the monies that come in circulate back through us because they buy locally for a lot of the things they need.
Gotcha. Thank you. To Anis Haj, I wanted to ask you, what role do ports, marinas, and airlifts play in economic competitiveness?
Okay, good afternoon, me again. Just keep in mind, if everybody take a minute and reflect, that everything that we use or consume comes through the ports. If you need medicine, construction materials, anything that you could think of here in the Virgin Islands comes through one of our ports. Now, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, we basically manage and own 14 public seaports, and we also manage and own the 2 airports. So aside from just doing that, just think the impact that we have on when it comes to the economy, because if we improve our ports, it's a direct reflection or direct impact on how our economy will fare. We're talking about jobs, we're talking about investment, competitive investment, because the former Commissioner Bushelta indicated, we think we are the best, but there's other competing markets that are looking at us as example, adapting what we do and doing it better. So when it comes to us, we think about, what we do in reference to everyday quality of life and quantity of life. So the Port Authority is more than just, they're managing the airports or the marine ports, and then, no one really thinks about the cargo. No one thinks about the medevac that you may need to get out of here. So, when it comes to how we impact the economy, we do also impact it based on the jobs, the GDP, the labor income, because of what traffic comes through our airports and our marine ports.
Just to follow up, what infrastructure gaps, whether it's air, sea, or marina, is costing us the most competitive ground right now? And who needs to act?
I think that's us. We're Virgin Islands Port Authority, and we are doing our best in conjunction with our tourism partners and the local government, because we are our autonomous agency. Sure. When we think about our marine ports, it's not, people always think that a marine means cruise ships, but in actuality, you have to think about cargo as well. Our marine facilities are like 40 years old, so they're also deteriorating. We talk about not just cargo, but passenger travel for St. Thomas, St. John. That's the only lifeline between St. Thomas and St. John for the St. Johnians. So it's us. We're trying with our P3 efforts in the marine as well as the aviation side to address these issues, because we are losing ground in these areas.
I got you. So if you were to pick one, the major infrastructure gap that's costing us competitive ground, what would that be? And I'm gonna ask you, and then
I would say it's our airports. Investment in our airports. Like I mentioned earlier, they're 30 years old, and we are seeing increases every day in the number of passengers that are coming through. So the capacity, that we have is there, but we got to make sure that the product is equally good or better.
Okay. Lisa Hamilton from the Hotel Association. Any thoughts on that? What would you like to see from an infrastructure standpoint? What do we need to do to bridge that gap that is making us less competitive?
Education, bringing up our youth, giving them proper education. We are losing ground. And when I see what's happening in our high schools, even before the buildings were destroyed, the lack of a vocational program. Not all of our students are going to be armed and ready to go to a 4-year school. And yet I feel like the Department of Education, UVI cell, and UVI are in, with all due respect to my people in the room, in silos when there should be streamlined and working together. There are so many entry-level opportunities in our industry to bring them in. I don't know if people remember Nick Purcell. He was a longtime general manager at Frenchman's Reef. He started off as a busman. You know, he was a busser and a dishwasher and worked his way up. There's so much opportunity, and yet I feel like we really fail the children of the Virgin Islands with our education system.
Powerful statement. Dr. Peterson, any thoughts on that question about infrastructure gaps that we really need to address to make us more competitive?
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for the question, Senator. This session is about economic infrastructure. And as I was listening to my fellow panelists speak, I was thinking about an earlier statement I made. I mentioned that the agricultural sector is a weak sector, but it doesn't have to be and should not be. And my reason for that is because the tourism sector is a strong sector. One of the best things that could happen in terms of gaps is to bridge, to marry the agricultural sector to the tourism sector. There could be no better outcome than that. What does that mean? What does it look like? When we develop a comprehensive program that marries agriculture and tourism, when we speak about road infrastructure for tourism, we speak about road infrastructure for farming as well. We have infrastructure problems on the agricultural side. The access roads to and from farms is an issue. When we speak of developing internet access for tourism purposes, we do the same on the farmland. We speak about developing power issues, the water infrastructure. All of those as well need to be addressed on the farmer side. That is what I look at when I think of marrying both. I also think of the opportunities for farmers. Farmers have the opportunity, when well developed, to have tourism, agritourism activities. Tourists arriving, visiting farmers on some organized basis with the support in partnership with the Department of Tourism. And my fellow commissioner is smiling because one of the best examples is what we did earlier this year. AgriFest 2026 was a huge success because of that. But that is just one activity. I'm saying let's use that as an example and multiply that activity across the year where we have multiple and other varied ag-related initiatives. So there's opportunity here, and for me, that is a gap that needs to be addressed.
Absolutely. Commissioner?
And I'd like to add, thank you, Commissioner Peterson. We did work very closely on AgriFest this year, going back to the thought of there's 3 ways to FET, but there are other festivals. And AgriFest, in terms of the economic impact, if you've ever been to AgriFest, if you haven't booked for AgriFest next February, you might be too late. It is an amazing weekend, and everything is condensed. It's an opportunity for you to see everything that's the best about the USVI. And the cherry on top for us, as we talk about food, was the fact that we had 3 cruise ships in that weekend. We're really looking at, when we're doing things, once again going back to, if someone only has 8 hours on St. Croix or 8 hours on St. Thomas, putting them in spaces where they can see everything at once if possible. So we were able to do that. But I think the bigger issue is going back to marketing. It wasn't just that AgriFest was great. We helped with the marketing. And also, one of the things we've been doing with tourism is leveraging our platforms. If we're a sponsor, we also have a vested interest, VI has vested interest, in AgriFest being as big as it possibly can be. And that includes bringing in our other partners from other islands. So we had the Secretary General for CTO, which is the Caribbean Tourism Organization. She came for the first time. She was blown away. We got a lot of press out of it. And so, and now she also wants to come back next year and do more on a regular basis. So once again, I think I keep using the word marketing because the more we have people come, see, feel, touch, She said it's one thing to read about it, it's another thing to have that experience. She had an amazing time, met a lot of people, and now we have another partner, a pretty powerful partner in the Caribbean that's interested in making sure that our AgriFest is a success because she's from St. Lucia. She lives in Barbados, but it's one of the biggest regional festivals. So there are all these ways that we can work together. One other point I want to make regarding agritourism. We win all sorts of culinary awards. I think you guys know Taste of St. Croix is coming up, but we have a lot of food festivals. We're known for our food. We're known for farm to table. You can't have really good food festivals without agriculture. And so, that really is the tie-in, but we really have been working with our stakeholders, agriculture and others, to ensure that as we are supporting them, that we also ensure that as many people as possible understand that this is another facet of our community, and we want all of these activities to get to the point where people are now planning to come to them in the same way that they do for Festival and AgriFest.
If I could just add one thing that the Commissioner Peterson said, and Commissioner Madaranga's King said, I think sometimes we don't give ourselves enough credit for doing exactly what you said. We do fill the gap on the seafood side. You talk to the fishermen, they have the regular restaurants they bring the fish and lobster into every single time they go out to. We have to figure out what the demand is for and produce the products for that. We tend to, many times in our community, produce the products we want to eat and not necessarily what the people are going to buy. You talk to lobster fishermen them all around the VI, they have no problem every single day they go out to sell all of their lobsters to the restaurants, and people like us who want to buy lobster, they're like, we don't sell out 100 pounds to the restaurants already. So we have ways we are successful in that. Our challenge sometimes is we have to figure out to continue to monetize and invest in those areas that we do succeed in and continue to do, because it happens every single day at all our local restaurants, and they market the fact that they have fresh seafood. So we just have to continue to invest in areas that are making a difference already, and then continue to support those that we need. So farm to table, one of the things I found with our farm to table programs is sometimes they don't have enough product. So you can't set up a menu and you don't have enough product coming in to sustain the menu for the week. And these are the pieces that as we build that, because I think it is something that we could grow, we just have to continue to find the investment in the areas that we know you will get the return in.
Do we have, and you make a strong point, is there such a thing as a stakeholder meeting? I'm talking about like agriculture, WICO, tourism, hotel association, the port authority. Do we collaborate and, just sort of to prepare or to develop a vision or path forward as to how we would like tourism to look in our territory? Or is it more of, WICO, you're doing your thing with the cruise lines, and tourism, you're doing your stuff with the land and hotels there in their space, trying to maximize, people in beds, heads in beds. I'm feeling as though there may not be that collaboration, that regular collaboration, given how high the stakes are as far as tourism being our economic driver. Isn't there value in us having that council, collaborative council that meets on a regular basis to determine where we are and where we need to be?
I'll start. I think that on a day-to-day basis, maybe not. I do think that in terms of engagement, so it may not be formalized, but I think most of us here have conversations. I will say that when it's more formalized, it's around events.
An event.
And so, I tell people, Carnival and Festival is not a tourism thing. It's literally a whole group of people.
Sure.
VIPD, all of the stakeholders, many of the people who are here, pretty much everyone is involved, and so we find the larger events. And then there are times that we have groups to deal with a specific issue. And so I think there is collaboration, but I think I take your point in terms of on a day-to-day basis, I would say no. But I do think that the stakeholder engagement, as we're making decisions, we tend to pull in the people that would be most appropriate. So I don't know if anyone has any.
Commissioner Peterson?
I'm thinking about this, and I know, Commissioner, we have enough meetings to go to, right? But the closest I think we have to what you asked about, Senator, is the local Farm and Food Council. This is a council that's mandated to oversee the implementation of the Territorial Agricultural Plan, which I would suggest and recommend all of us become familiar with. The council meets every 2 weeks. And the council, of course, we have the Department of Ag represented, the Department of Education, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. It just occurred to me that tourism is not there. And like I said, I know you have enough meetings to go to, but it might be one way of bridging some of this gap that we are speaking about. Just a thought.
Agreed.
I think that's a great idea, and I will say, although I have a lot of meetings, I also have representatives because we are in many spaces, and I do my best to make sure that we have a representative who can adequately represent us. So
Great.
that's something that we can talk about.
Just a thought. And I was just thinking as you were speaking, CEO Bushelter, that for the very first time in our conversations, we have farmers who are also on the council and fishermen on the council. For the very first time, we're all speaking together. So no better place to address your concern than to have tourism also at the table.
Mm-hmm. And maybe even the Hotel Association.
Yes, please.
I wanted to ask, and we kind of spoke a little bit about it. I think Commissioner Peterson and Joe Bushelter, I think we kind of touched on it a little bit, but I just wanted you to drill down a little bit more. How can tourism growth better support local businesses and agriculture?
So I'll start. For us, and going back to our internal tagline, VI means vested interest, understanding that when you're a tourism destination, people are coming not just for the pretty places, but really wanting to have that experience. And the more everyone understands that you are part of the experience, you may not think so. You are, the way that you operate, whether you have a small business, large business. But a lot of that also goes to us educating in terms of who's coming in, the experience that we would like them to have. And so we know that not all businesses are the same in terms of resources, but businesses are important, whether you're a small mom and pop shop. So there are things that we have done to help with small business. And I'll give one example, the Preferred Partner Program. Essentially, we know that not everyone has a major marketing team, an IT person, and a lot of people, they have a great product, but they don't know how to market it. They may have a Facebook page, but if you're not coming up, and you know how it goes, when people are traveling, for the most part, they'll put in best Johnny cake near me, or nearest X, whatever that is. If you are not on there in Google, you're not going to come up. So you could have the best of something and no one will know. So we knew that. So we've been working with small businesses. And literally you come to us and you say, listen, I don't have the resources, but I want to be sure that my Johnny cakes aren't being passed up because no one knows. And we'll work with you when we have our marketing folks to really ensure that we come take pictures and we get you set up in terms of marketing. We have close to 800 businesses who have taken advantage of that. So we're helping you with a resource that you may not have. We set it up for you. And so those are the kinds of things that we do. We have, as we talk about stakeholders and partnerships, we love great collaborations. Last year, we started collaborating with the RT Park, the Community Impact Fund. And they had a great idea, but they also needed a platform to get it out pretty quickly. And it was the microloan program for businesses that participate in, whether it's festival, Carnival, now we have St. John's Celebration coming up. And the concept is, as a small business, if you need seed money for your village, maybe you have some type of product that you're selling. It has to do with festival, that you can get a loan up to $15,000. So it's a fund. In terms of timing, it's relatively quick. Obviously there's some requirements, but it was a great opportunity for money that was provided by the Community Impact Fund to help people and to move forward. And we worked with them to share the news in terms of marketing. There were I think 9 people signed up on St. Croix. St. Thomas was a success, and now we're doing it for St. John. So there are all these different places where it's not just, sometimes it's not our money. I mean, I was happy to take some credit. It wasn't our money. It wasn't our grant. But we partnered with them to get the word out. Because that's the other thing. Sometimes there are resources, but if people don't know, then they're not going to take advantage. So those are just 2 examples of ways that we work sometimes with others to help small businesses to get that extra push, whether it's funding or marketing.
Gotcha. Are we doing? You can clap. You can clap. I hear the word farm to table a lot. It's a big thing. You travel, you feel good when you go to a restaurant and you say there's something there that says we purchase everything fresh every day from local farmers. You feel as though you're eating healthier, more quality produce, and you feel as though you're supporting the local economy. Do we have something called farm to table here in the territory? You ask hoteliers and restaurant owners, and they say to me, we want local produce. We would love to have it. We would love to be able to offer a reliable product that we can get on a consistent basis. Talk to me a little bit about that, Lisa Hamilton, and then Dr. Peterson.
Yes, thank you.
What's happening and what's not happening?
Yeah, no, Joe pointed to it earlier. It's definitely happening on a very small scale. When it comes to, obviously, the marine and the fishery, that's on a little bit of a bigger scale. But even then, sometimes there's a limit to what they can provide. And for a lot of the hotels and the restaurant, they need consistency in the quantity and the quality that they're able to get. If you bring me these beautiful tomatoes one week and I'm buying them from you and then we can't source them the next week, that becomes a problem. They would much prefer to buy locally because of the cost of shipping everything in, especially, and the quality of it. I mean, I don't know if you ever have been up in the Northeast in this time of year in August and had a tomato up there, and you have a fresh tomato that comes off a vine. It's nothing like the hothouse tomatoes that we have to bring in all the time. So the want and the need is there. It's just a matter of arming, I think, agriculture with the financial resources and the farmers with the financial resources to produce the product.
I got you. Commissioner?
I agree with Ms. Hamilton. It does take place. It does happen, but on a very small scale, very small level, and off and on. And speaking of which, I guess I want to really commend Mr. Brown, who is here, and his wife, Ms. Yvette Brown, for one of those such activities. And we're speaking of, in October, it's called Bush Kill. Bush Cook, Chef Kill, yeah. So that is one such activity that does exactly what you're asking about. Again, off and on, every now and then, small scale. What we need to do is to grow, literally and figuratively grow. So if we have one example, we can replicate that. We can scale up and move to the next level, to the next activity. But we can't take it on all at one time. The issue of being consistent is real. And here's what we are doing as a department to address that. Again, scaling up. When we think of being consistent, we think of being available all year long. That's kind of overwhelming, right? So we have a project, we have some federal funding, and we are putting together a cooperative business approach among farmers to address that consistency. For the sake of the project, though, we are defining consistency to mean next 12 months, next 24 months, as opposed to. Because to take it on more than that, like I said, can be overwhelming. The issue for us is simply we have examples, we have models, but we have to scale up and we have to grow. But Senator, the potential is here, is for us all to put a comprehensive program together to grow from the level that we're on to scale up some incrementally.
Okay. I know we did a territorial ag plan. And I know the Farm Council, I believe, was an outgrowth of that. Is this the type of conversation that you're having in that council?
The answer is yes. Again, if we look at the territorial agricultural plan, one of the initiatives in there is indeed agritourism. We haven't done a whole lot as a council as yet in that area. We have a lot of work to do. We have been focusing on a lot of other areas, but it is a part of the plan, Senator. Yes, to be done, to be implemented. Therefore, we would like to have tourism at the table.
Okay. Tourism will definitely be at the table, I believe. What infrastructure upgrades, we spoke a little bit about it earlier, but I want us to get very specific now. What infrastructure upgrades are most critical to sustaining tourism growth?
So I know we spoke about airports, but I think beyond that is just infrastructure in general. It can be a challenge when you have sewage running through a major tourist area. You know, and I think these are things that we know about, but going back to the fact that we are in a very, very competitive environment. We want, you know, the ships are coming in and it's a wow before you even get to the port. It's a wow on the ship. And so we want to be sure that it's a wow on the ship and it's also a wow in town. And I think that's something that, you know, we're aware of. It's a challenge. And so beyond the obvious in terms of the airports, just infrastructure. And that goes to everything from the roads, sewage, electricity, you know, connectivity. I mean, those are all things that can affect the experience, because that's what we're looking at, the overall experience. If I go to a store and I can't run my credit card and I want to buy something nice, that's a challenge. You know, these are all things that can interrupt the experience. And so I think when we look at tourism, we can market and we can bring everyone in. My concern is always, and our team's concern is, what is your visitor experience? And we have really been spending a lot of time making sure the things that we can control. And I'll use one example because we have gotten quite a bit of kudos. Sometimes you don't realize that the things that you're doing that's normal here isn't done elsewhere. The last 6 months, there's been a lot of agitation around travel, whether it's a TSA situation, you know, airlift issues, all of those things. We have greeters. That's not usual. So while, yes, it is a challenge, these things were very disruptive. The fact that we had people on the ground to help, answer questions, give them water, just assist. So we're used to it. We have gotten so many compliments and so many people on social media saying, thank you so much. I was really agitated, but someone, they call them the folks in the pink shirts because they wear pink ambassador shirts. These ambassadors came over, they answered questions, they gave me a bottle of water, just someone to talk to. And so while we know that the reason that the ambassadors had to be in full force was not necessarily a positive thing. Challenges with TSA, all of that, which people understood because it was elsewhere. The fact that we went the extra mile to offer some level of comfort, I think, has helped in terms of, okay, wow, they really, really care about the experience all the way to the end.
And I just want to re-emphasize, as everybody who lives here knows, the energy, the power, the unreliability, and that speaks volumes to potential investors coming in. You know, most hotels in the States, on their P&L, the energy costs and power costs are usually about 5 to 7% of their expenses. And here in the Virgin Islands, even prior to all of the cost of power going up, it's 20 and 30%. That's what investors are afraid of when they take a look at that. And I know that it's not an easy solution, but it's a big problem.
It is. How do we make the case to investors that the Virgin Islands is a reliable tourism destination?
Senator, I'd
With
like
what?
to add. Okay. Also, you talk about infrastructure upgrades. We are also looking at some dredging that needs to be done to accommodate our tourism industry. Especially like right now, we had the Charlotte Amalie Harbor dredging out. We already have a contractor to do that, so we're in talks to get that done. Because as the ships get bigger, our harbor can, you know, sustain some of these ships. So we're looking at doing marine changes on St. Thomas and St. Croix to accommodate some of those larger ships.
Excellent. I have one final question. How can the Virgin Islands brand attract investment beyond tourism? How can the Virgin Islands brand attract investment beyond tourism?
You know, that's an interesting question, right? My school of thought on it is you have to leverage what you're good at, right? So I don't see it as a either or, right? We are a premier tourism destination. We do not need to run from that. Accept it and continue to build it and use that as a bridge to bring investment in businesses, because you know you have airlift into airports, you have an economy that's thriving, you have a university in each district, things that people look for. and say the reason why we feel confident in you to invest in our territory is because we know we have a very strong industry anchor that will allow for your business to grow at its pace that's necessary. And I think that's what we have. I think too many times we used to hear that all the time between crews and overnight guests. And it's not a zero-sum game, right? 30 to 40% of the people that return for an overnight stay on different cruise brands, their first introduction to the territory was on a cruise ship. But if we took the approach of, well, either you're on a cruise or you're on hotel or Airbnb, then we would lose so much. And I think we have to have the similar approach for tourism. Tourism is not the enemy, right? Tourism is the complement to businesses coming in. And we need to change our mindset. Sometimes we go to, like when I go to other places that have big tourism, the talk is we need to keep our tourism and not necessarily diversify out of tourism, but grow around the tourism business.
And I'll piggyback on that with a high tide floats all boats. Tourism is the economic engine that converts tourism demand into jobs, into tax revenue, into small business income, into infrastructure justification, and into community investment. What's good for the people of the Virgin Islands makes it good for the tourists, which makes it great for any investment.
Thank you. Well said. I think that brings this section to a close, and we may have a minute or two for some questions. Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
And I appreciate this forum. As a small business owner, I got a lot of information here today, and doing more connecting with people, networking. I have two questions I am very disappointed, number one, I didn't hear anything all up until now about mental health. When you if you live here, you cannot miss to see how we are lacking in mental health services, which, Mr. Potter, you are very well aware of. So I wanted to find out what role or can tourism, because everything is about tourism, what about the people that live here? How can tourism support a lack of a mental health system that we don't have? We put everything into tourism. When they come, we're going to make sure, and we're going to make sure, and we're going to make. What about the people that live here that really don't into tourism? So we do the fete, the jump up, the pate, the what is it? The mocha jumbi, the chicken wings, the guava tart. Anyhow, we do all of that. But what about the people that's here? Why should we wait for agriculture in, February? Where are the things for the local people to do? That doesn't take us to having to do all of this for tourists. That's just two questions.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That,
I'm sorry?
Did you want to continue?
No, Mama.
you can respond, Commissioner.
Okay, thanks. No, I think that's a valid question, and I want to go back to what I said about vested interest, understanding that it's not just those events. I use those as examples of things that people know, but the things that we're doing day to day to support the small businesses, to support the community. Interestingly enough, as you talk about mental health and task forces, I received a call a couple of weeks ago from a government official in Frederickstead, and we actually are working on convening a task force that's going to be tourism, waste management, human services, and the police department, because as you talk about some of the challenges, now everyone has their role to play, because that's also, as we talk about infrastructure, all of those departments have a role to play in the community. And so, sorry.
Sorry. What? Okay. You put police department, like no counselor, nobody's on that team, no one who knows about
Oh, human services. I mentioned human service. Okay. But anyway, I was just giving you an example. But the point I was making earlier about vested interest is we are not just interested in the people coming in. We're interested in supporting, whether it's the people, the businesses, we talked about schools, and the folks who are here because it's a tourism destination and we understand that. So we're not just doing things for the outside. We want to be sure that we can continue to support, but it includes everything from the very beginning. Lisa made a comment about education, and that's something that we've re-engaged. And if there's anyone here from the schools, we have re-engaged the schools and UVI. In fact, we have a team that's at a school this morning having conversations about tourism, and there is a perception that that's all we do is events. What people don't understand, going back to infrastructure, on any given day, all of the things that happen, whether it's a stranded passenger, whether someone is injured, and we have to work with our partners to make sure that everything is okay. And so a lot of it is a conversation with our community about what does tourism do on a regular basis, not just the major events that you mentioned.
And we're definitely a tourist-based economy. So to suggest that, it's an either-or kind of thing is...
But what I want to make
because we need the tourism to thrive, to generate the income so that we can build some of the facilities and do some of the things to improve the quality of life for the territory. So to say that you're just doing things for tourists.
No, but that money that you're saying, generating monies, can it go to building a place, getting a place where people can get the mental health services they need? That's... Because everything is good and sounds good, but if a person is not mentally sound, if they don't have it together, it doesn't mean anything. That's just my point.
Mental health is a priority. Thank you for your question.
I didn't feel shorter up until just now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Susie Sanford. I am the proprietor of the Boundless Bliss Hotel, the former Villa Blanca on St. Thomas, small business. I want to thank you for this summit, although I have to say that I invested in it thinking it was an access to capital, economic development, RT Park, and the advertisement seemed to suggest, oh, there's money, come and get it. Just reach out your hand for it if that's the commercial that I heard. In any case, I wanted to say from the perspective of a small business that while there's quite a bit of attention at the larger scale or at the more prominent scale for businesses supporting tourism, I think that it's extremely spotty and risky at the grassroots level. Risky in the way that suggests that even if you have it today, you don't know if you were going to have it tomorrow because you're not checking in, you're not investing, and moreover, in terms of access to capital, if it's available to the big players, the squeaky wheels, and no one else is getting any kind of attention. So in the same way that the larger community or the mental health community is feeling kind of detached and maybe invisible or invalid, in that way, some of the small businesses are experiencing, no matter what's available, it won't trickle down in this direction. One of the thoughts that I had over the course of this afternoon, though, is that if we want customer service, right, and the customer services are the local community, then there has to be more of an us than a we and a them. So there's constantly a we and a them. We the community versus them the businesses, we the government versus. And a way to build that is to find connective tissue all the way through the system. And you've described a lot that could be connected. I can see where, for example, low-hanging fruit of higher wages, things like when you made a plan for solar, you made it for every single property on the entire island and raised taxes to pay for that over time. And it didn't cost anybody anything. And then people would say, okay, I can pay more taxes if I got free solar tied into WAPA and my power doesn't go out. I get the sense that we don't look at low-hanging fruit like I heard a compost digester, low-hanging fruit. You can get people with mental health challenges to compost. That's not a difficult thing. If you increase wages, you increase tax revenue. And going to my first point, my last sentence, is that only the smaller properties pay taxes. So in addition to everything else, whether it's the labor and the service that we deliver, et cetera, we pay 100% of the taxes, even though you have a big advertisement that says, tax-free, 100% this, 100% that. That doesn't apply to us. So I've been here 4 years. I've paid every single tax that you have. I paid my taxes before I get paid. So you get paid before I do, even though I bring my customer in. So I think the thought has to be, there is a way, if you think beyond yourself and the small objective that you have, and you always think about the bigger objective, which is that if there's an us, we can all deliver the one product, which is USVI, that the world can be proud of and that we can make the most of in terms of the qualities that we have.
Thanks for your comment. I don't know if the panelists have any comment, any reaction to what you...
Thank you.
And I know that there are some programs. I don't know if you had an opportunity to examine some of the programs that may be available for small businesses here in the territory. Okay.
Hi, very pleasant good afternoon. I'm Dr. Gordon. I am an administrator here from the Department of Education. I'm not speaking on behalf of them, but you mentioned education is important, and it is important, and I do agree with you. How aware are you of our career and technical education campus? It's a rhetorical question. I'm a former principal of CTEC. They do have things like culinary arts. They have hotel and tourism programs of study. You have welding, you have carpentry, you have all of the things that a hotel would need, for example. And so perhaps, and I agree with you, we shouldn't work in silos, but we should all work collaboratively, together. Reaching out to the school perhaps might be helpful whenever they're having their career and tech fairs, and that way you get to meet the students, you get to share what the needs are, what the opportunities are, and you might be greatly surprised to know the wealth of quality that you'll be receiving from CTEC. Just this past Monday, they had their graduation ceremony where they were certified. And so we have students who are being certified from phlebotomy to cosmetology to a whole host of other areas. So just a little awareness I'm bringing to
Yes,
the panel.
thank you. I am very aware of it. I work very closely with Anton Dews from the St. Croix standpoint. Unfortunately, that doesn't translate to St. Thomas, St. John, but we do work very collaboratively with the high schools and bringing them in and touring them. Actually, tomorrow I'm going to be interviewing 25 high school students to place them into our industry. So it's not a lack of working with them.
Wonderful.
I'm just saying it's an expansion that needs to happen.
And it is going to be continuing with the Virgin Islands Technical College that's getting started, that's getting off the ground. So kudos to you for that.
Right, and I will echo what Lisa indicated in terms of CTEC. We've participated in the career fairs, and this summer we actually have interns that will be working with us. They've actually started already, so yes.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have time for just one more
I'll be
very
very
brief
fast,
question.
too. Hi. Hi, I'm Jory Roberts. I'm a tax attorney here. And when I think of tourism, I don't think of it as separate from bringing businesses here, management companies, manufacturing, and so forth, because we do have some turnover in our management companies and our regular EDCs, largely because to get benefits on your income, the owners have to be residents and they have to spend half a year here. And my clients that surf, that like boats, that belong to the hotel association and come to the happy hours, stay. And so I think tourism, a lot of what I do is try to explain to somebody all the opportunities. I say, if you're going to be happy here and spend 183 days, don't think of it as counting. Get involved in what makes tourists want to come here. So I just think they're not sort of either or. I moved here to dive. I dove 90 dives my first year. It was 38 years ago. I didn't think I'd still be here, but I am in the VI. But, so I just think I've even thought of advertising in sailing magazines for, have you got a business, come down to the VI, or, even people who want to be in the Olympics who don't quite make the U.S. team, come here. Maybe you can, try again. Just sort of thinking outside the box, but get people here. If they like it, they'll bring their businesses here. They'll bring their friends here, a full range of businesses. So I don't think of them as tourism or something else. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your point.
Senator, I'll be quick. First of all, this is complimentary. Commissioner Peterson, thank you for your continuous support and trying to move agriculture forward. And Mr. Boshalti, thank you for your past partnership with developing a brand for the Virgin Islands agricultural sector, because this serves over 50 farmers, which we do every year. And the continuation of that partnership through the Commissioner Matarangas. I'm looking forward to how we can actually merge this with the tourism product of WICO and Port Authority and the Hotel Association just as well. The question remains, after this, what's next?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you for what you do in the area of agriculture here in the territory. And let's give our esteemed panelists a round of applause. So, Boshalti, you look like you had something to say. So,
I just wanted to comment. I think one of the lapses we have after we have summits like this is ways to communicate and find information. So what Mr. Brown just said about the 50 farmers and building a relationship with WICO, for example, we have a lot of business, and we always receive inquiries from cruise lines as to what products are available locally. And many times we don't have the information, for example, of what products could be produced in agriculture that we could share with them. And so I'd like to connect with you after just to get some information, because it starts with one good connection that says we could provide this. And then I could use that and say, okay, well, we have some micro lettuce farmers that could help, or we have avocados or something that we could use. But sometimes we lose sight of that connection after we leave this room.
let's give our panel a round of applause.
All right, what a great panel. Thank you so much for being available here today. We're going to jump straight into our next panel called Workforce as Economic Infrastructure, Building the Talent Pipeline for Southshore and Beyond. I'm going to call our moderator up, Mr. Michael Cardy, Chairman for Workforce Development Board. Our panelists are as follows: Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor; Alfonso Rodriguez, representing the RT Park; I think Dr. Susan McGrath, the University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning; David Johnson, Director, Port Hamilton Refining and Transportation; Mr. Richard Diffidy, President of Gold Coast Yachts; Mr. James Benton, President of J. Benton Construction; Ms. Lisa Anders, Senior Vice President, MCN Build Caribbean; and Rosalie Drago, Vice President, External Affairs at Strategic Engagement, Haugland Group.
You the first one? Okay, my bad.
I'll take those. folks, we're going to jump straight into the next session. If you could kindly grab your seats, wrap up the conversation. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Michael Carty.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all my panelists, this very large panel. You know, usually these discussions, you want to keep it to 3 to 4 people, but we have 9 guests up here. So this is going to be a very spirited and engaging conversation. So my name is Michael Carty. I am the chairman of the VI Workforce Development Board and also a local business owner, CEO of SmartNet. We kind of pressed for time. This panel was supposed to be at 12:50, so we're going to dive right in. It was a great discussion last panel about tourism. Thank you, Senator Potter. That was a great job. So next we're going to talk about building the workforce in the USVI. Now, a portion of this is going to be talking about the South Shore development, but also we're talking about the overall recovery of the Virgin Islands from the storms of 2017. Now, outside or in addition to all the infrastructure we will build, the roads, the schools, the hospitals, the biggest infrastructure we are about to build in this recovery is our people. And we really can't forget that. And the one question I want to frame for our panel is, can we build our workforce in time before the opportunity passes us by? So I want you guys to keep that in mind throughout this discussion. Because like I said, the biggest asset and infrastructure we are going to build is our people. That's what will carry us further into the future. When the buildings start to crack and needs maintenance, when the roads need to be repaired or extended, it's the people that are here who can still afford to live here after the recovery or who is going to keep it going. So I'm going to throw out this question to one of our first panelists. We have a number of large contractors here. J. Benton, you're closest to me. So I'm going to throw it out to you first. What are some of the gaps you see in building our workforce between where we are now and where we need to be? And this goes to both individual hiring and subcontracting.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think one of the gaps we have is on the support services to support these larger construction projects. There's a lot of emphasis on workforce training with carpenters and plumbers and electricians. Obviously, we're going to hire a ton of people in the territory and then supplement with off-island companies. But one of the things that we're missing is the local support companies. There's so many that are needed across these projects, and it's hard for other companies to come in. I'm talking surveying companies, material testing, trucking companies, dumpsters. There's really a lot that's needed across that, and we see that as a big gap.
right now.
Got you. So let me also piggyback on that question on one of you other larger contractors. I think MCN is here too, somewhere.
Yeah.
Great. So what are the gaps you are witnessing in your day-to-day going through helping with the recovery? And is it a matter of we don't have the skilled individuals, or are the skilled individuals leaving the island?
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Anders, Senior Vice President at MCN Build. I think there's sort of more of a overall issue, and we've discussed it in some of the last panels, but there is just a sheer number of the volume of workers that are going to be needed to do the projects that are ahead of us. There's not even enough people in the territory, let alone whether they're skilled or not skilled, or some are off doing other types of work, right? So there's just a general gap in people, and some of that has to do with some of the subject matters that we talked about before. Do we have enough housing, transportation, food, all the other things that would attract someone to come here or return home that is living in the States right now that does have the skill set? So I think some of the gap is definitely just in the number of people available to do all of the work that there is to do. But then in a more like sort of micro level, I guess, on my day-to-day, which is what you asked, is so we're building Arthur Richards School. It's broke ground in 2023, and it will open for this coming school year. We're super excited about it.
That's a round of applause.
It's a pre-K through 8 school, and on our project, we had $89 million in local subcontracts to local USVI companies. And the gap was that there are certain regulations in doing your pay applications and all of the things on the administrative side. Maybe, James, that's what you were talking about, is having them be ready to be able to get paid in a timely basis, be ready to have bonding and other things like that. Those are some of the more administrative gaps that I found.
Got it. And you bring up a point about paid, but we're going to get into that later in the discussion. I want to also add this or question to Rich DeFeedy for Gold Coast Yachts. You've been in business here for, what, 30, 40 years, probably? 44 years? Yeah. That's almost as old as I am. So we heard from folks, well, Jay Benton's been here a while, but their surge now is in the recovery, and MCN is here for the recovery. But you've been in business for 44 years. What are some of the gaps that you see when you started, or you saw when you started, that still exists today as far as building the workforce for 44 years?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm happy to report, though, that we started our first training program in 1986, and there was many challenges running that training program. Now, 40 years later, the types of individuals and the training that the young people are getting is really positioning them better to get onto a career pathway. However, it comes in a much more complex environment. So, for example, of the both construction companies have mentioned that they're short thousands of workers, which means that people are trying to run stores or farms or hotels or their own local companies now have to compete with these contractors that are coming in with federal wage levels to get employees. Similarly, we build a very technical boat, and for a craftsman in our company, it takes about 6 years of training to be able to get to that level where they can execute. And so we pretty much run nonstop cohorts on training to find people that want to get on a career path and that will then build on that career path as we go forward. The problem we have in the territory is the school system, which is really an outflow from the federal system, over the years has shifted and changed from school-to-work programs, which were very effective, to various career and technical programs that were operating at the complex here in St. Croix and Wheatley Center in St. Thomas. And those programs have ebbed and flowed in their success rates. But we have yet to find and put in place, which is astounding to me, considering we have $25 billion worth of work to do, a technical trade school. It doesn't have to be done perfectly, but it needed to be in place 10 years ago in order to be able to take those individuals that want to learn a trade, give them an opportunity to work, go to school, get their GED if they need it, get onto a career path, and be able to move themselves up a career ladder so they can support their families. So we've got structural issues, which I would consider infrastructure. And we have demand issues now. There's no question the government wants to push the demand for the labor force on the construction projects because that's going to be the biggest outflow to the government. Yet the private sector needs its workforce.
Correct. So what I'm hearing you saying is there seems to have been a lack of investment into the workforce over time for us to have that training infrastructure to be able to meet this new demand. Is that the case?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to point to that and say that's the problem, and it is a problem. The question is, okay, that's the problem. What can we as a small community do to still get that job done? And so, in 1986, there was no Marine program at Central High School, so we put a Marine program in Central High School, and then there was a program at the complex, and the instructor died, and, everyone knows what happens when positions are eliminated. So suddenly that program evaporated. And that flows through different aspects. So, construction, plumbing, electrical, there's resurgences of them, but there's no stability on that. And I think that's where we're losing the path. If we can get a stable program going, then we'll attract more youth to the trades, and then we'll be able to meet the needs of the contractors as well as the rest of the community. Because, even though someone becomes let me say it differently. Individuals come in they need soft skills. They need to be read, write, be able to do interpretive reading and understanding, and then they need experience in what it's like to be in a business environment. And then they may learn if it's a craft or they need basic craft skills or basic hospitality skills. That's the beginning of the career path, not the end of the career path. And I think that, as a community, that's where we're dropping the ball.
Gotcha.
We've taken them up through the first 3 steps, but there's no 4th step to really get the individuals on the career path.
Got it. Thank you. You raised a number of points here, and I'm going to point this question over to Gary Malloy, or Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner of Department of Labor. So, Commissioner Malloy, we've heard a number of things here between the gaps, not just now, but the gaps that have existed for 44 years. Given the recovery dollars coming through the territory, should we take a different focused approach on training and development and workforce development rather than just the traditional go to labor, get a training provider, and potentially be placed? Earlier in this administration, you guys did a Skills for Today program. That was a phenomenal program. It trained almost 800 individuals in the same trades. Mr. DeFidi was just talking about plumbing, welding, carpentry, you name it. Great program. It was funded through, I think it was HUD, through the Housing Finance Authority. The problem with the program wasn't the program. The problem with the program is that it was very early. None of the projects had really taken off yet, and a lot of those individuals didn't really end up in the trade jobs that they trained for. They ended up working at a number of hotels. So, Commissioner Malloy, how can we try to create a more focused approach to training to take advantage of the recovery?
And good afternoon, and thank you for that nice introduction. And let me start by saying, let me thank Senator Hubert Frederick and the 36th Legislature, the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for this summit, and because it's very important for us to have this discussion. And I'm going to be nothing more than real and realistic because, as Chairman Cardi knows, we're in the trenches. And everybody mentioned some very, very important aspects of what happens within the community. Chairman Carty started off by saying that without roads, everything focused around infrastructure. And the infrastructure is going to end up focusing on the workforce. There's not going to be any schools, any building without workers. There's not going to be any roads without workers. The challenge that we had with the Skills for the Day program, we wrote for a $10 million grant. We received $10 million. We trained 848 individuals across this territory, and all of them got nationally recognized certification in all the different skills and trade areas. But as Chairman Carty said, it was way too early. The challenge that I see right now, and to answer the question directly, is the fact that I don't think that it's an issue of anything more than we need to do a better job of aligning what is happening with the recovery, what is happening with the individuals who are being trained, so that there's a clear correlation between when you finish your training, you're walking into that job that you're training for. So with the Department of Labor, how we function, the VIEW system, that Virgin Islands electronic workforce system, is a trigger. So all of these contractors here would have to post their vacancies to let us know that things are happening. And so once those vacancies are posted, then we start trying to get the pool of individuals together. Most of the time now, it's too late, because you're looking for people that are trained and skilled right now. The RAND study showed that, a study that was done, showed that if every Virgin Islander right now in the territory was working, we would still need 5,000 to 7,000 more individuals to be able to complete this recovery project. So we can't get away from the fact that we're going to need people. And we can't get away from the fact, as hard as it is, that we are not going to be able to do this ourselves. We're going to have a process where the skills that are needed for those particular jobs, we're going to have to be able to outsource them. But in the meantime, whatever training that has to take place here locally, each of these contractors have a responsibility to identify in their contract training dollars, identify in their contract how they're going to hire locals, whether it's from the Skills for the Day program, when it's from the UVI, or from whether it's from CTEC or Ralph O. Whitley Skills Center, and to be able to make sure that the local community is a part of the recovery process. To do that, like I said, I have to go back to the key word, alignment. We have to make sure that we're aligned so that everything happens within the timing. Right now, and I'm just going to say this, the design build model is causing some challenges for our local contractor, because they are accustomed to going out and getting quotes and submitting for a bid. So in this design build model, they now have to do all of that to be able to get the numbers together, to be able to submit to the contractor. And for them, it's like, I've invested time, energy, and resources, and there's no guarantee that I'm going to get this particular project. So that's part of the issue, the challenge that we're having right now. But aside from that, we really need to align, and we need to look at it that there's no infrastructure that we're talking about without workforce. We have to invest in our people, and we have to make sure that the alignment is there.
Great. So you've said a lot, and that goes into a question I want to ask one of the other larger contractors. You're at Suffolk, right?
That's right.
Okay, so how good is good enough? Because we don't really have a lot of time to train folks for the next 5 or 6 years to be an expert. At this point, we need to truncate and accelerate their learning and get them out into the world of work immediately, so they could take advantage of what's happening now with the recovery, not 4 years from now or 5 years from now. Have you defined what is good enough for a worker to come through your doors, for you to employ them, and then train them on certain specializations that your company has?
Yeah, so my name is Keith Couch, Executive Vice President with Suffolk Construction, and we're fortunate enough to have 16 projects across both islands, and so we're grateful for that. And let me go top of the mountain just for a second. The problem does not just exist on the Virgin Islands. In 2008, during the financial crisis, 30% of the workforce got laid off, left, and didn't re-enter the workforce. 30%. So we have a 15-year gap nationally where the construction workforce is vacant. That's our future leaders. That's the workforce we need. Okay? COVID accelerated a few more retirements. And guess what? 5 to 10 years, 40% of the workforce is eligible for retirement. This problem is not getting better. So we're dealing with this nationally and not just here. Part of the solution is working with the Department of Labor, Department of Education, which we're doing now. We're not quite on island yet. We'll start 3 projects this year. But we're already working to say, hey, how can we make sure the skill level is where we need it, okay? We will max out the local workforce very quickly. 27, 28, 29 are going to be very hot years around here, right? We will max that out, and then we'll have to deal with the rest. We will have to get the workforce to perform because Director Williams is going to make sure we finish and we finish on time, guaranteed.
Gotcha. So I'm going to ask that same question again to our next panelist. What is good enough? How much training or soft skills or experience does someone in the audience, whether they're a contractor or a tradesperson, need to have for you to bring them on so they could begin working today? Because if we don't begin them working now, they may not afford to stay. They can't afford to stay as prices get higher, as things go up. If they don't start now, we're going to end up losing that individual. So how good is good enough, and what do you do after they're on board?
Thank you. So I'm Rosalie Drago with Haglund, Virgin Islands. We've been here since 2017, also working on the bundles. So I would say when we talked about using the Department of Labor, we are already working with folks that are coming in on the OJT program, on the job training program. One of the workforce barriers is that you can't not have a job. You have to be able to provide for your family. So people are having to make a choice between training for a new industry and needing to put food on the table for their family. So we're currently very thankful, Commissioner, for the partnership because this allows us to have some support to pay people while they're training. Because otherwise we'll train them and then if the project hasn't started, they go work somewhere else, as you pointed out. So I would say as long as they're training now, and OJT is a great program for that, as well as SYAP, Summer Youth Employment Program, where you can get 18 to 24-year-olds in and they can get paid training. That sort of leads us up to when the project shovel goes in the ground. So it allows us to have some support getting people ready for that. And then if they have this time ahead of time, they will be ready, 100%. A lot of the training programs are for smaller scale, not high voltage electric. But that, I think, is part of what we need to do here on this, the groups on the panel, to pool our resources and collaborate to get that additional increased capacity of the programs that exist already and maybe get a higher voltage or if we have current mechanic programs like there are in the justice system, upgrade them to yellow iron mechanics, right? So that's part of us as industry coming together to look at that gap where there's existing programs in marine or automotive and increasing the capacity of those programs to meet demand between now and when the shovel's in the ground.
Gotcha. Bendon?
Yeah, to follow up and answer your question specifically, I think it depends on minimum requirements depending on what levels you're talking about. So on our projects, we have professional staff, right? Project managers, superintendents that manage those jobs. We have trade workers, right, that need specific skills in rod busting and carpentry. But we have a lot of general labor as well. And what we need is we need people that are going to show up every morning. Right? Construction starts early. This is 6:30, 6:45 in the morning. They have to be very reliable because you can't come in and show up for 14 days and go, I'm going to take 2 days off because you're letting down your whole crew and the whole project. And it sounds pretty standard for a lot of older people, but younger generation to stay with that consistency, the hard work, early morning, every single day, so you're not letting down your teammates is something that's needed. We can train on the job and bring people up from some of our very best workers started out as laborers, then they become apprentices, then they learn the skills to become tradesmen and tradeswomen. The problem is we need to do that a lot faster. That process, we need to do it with more people and we need to do it quicker. The other thing I'll say is one of the things we should all be working on is when we were a smaller company, when we had smaller projects, you didn't have to focus on the soft skills as much. It's mostly focused on what your talent level is with working hard. As these projects become more complex, the safety issues, more people, you're working across more departments, we're seeing that you have to have the soft skills. You have to be able to communicate, you have to work as a team, and even if you take some of the very best tradesmen that are good at their job, you can't put them on these very large projects if they don't work well with others. And so I think the soft skills piece is missing in a lot of the discussions of what we're looking for kind of in minimum requirements when you're starting.
Good point. Good point. Now, I want to hinge on something you just mentioned is accelerate the pace of learning. And this question is for you, Dr. McGrath, you with UVI-CEL. What can UVI-CEL do to create either certification programs or maybe even a locally accepted certificate to shorten the window of time that somebody we need to train to be able to work at one of these businesses on one of these projects so that they can start today while still earning additional credentials over time? What can UVI-CEL do?
So good afternoon, Suzanne McGrath, UVI-CEL. So the key words are start today. So we need that investment from our construction companies, continued investment from the legislature, start creating those programs now, creating those pathways now. And I do have to thank the legislature for funding several programs here at the university. We have our construction management program that graduated their first, 5 students, Dean Harris? Woo woo, 6 students. Yes, and if you saw them, they had their blue construction hats as they crossed that stage. We also have our surveyor technician program that's funded by the legislature. We have 7 students who are going to spend their summer, 320 hours, partnering with local surveyors to get their hours. We'll be graduating our first surveyors from that program in the new year. We also have real estate appraiser, huge backlog within our appraisal industry, where things are just held up in the real estate industry because we don't have individuals to do that work. So
when
continued investment.
When you state these programs, say the length of time to complete as well at the end.
Yes, so the Surveyor Tech program is 2 years. It's 100% scholarship funded, including stipends for the summer program. So we've made a commitment that we're not using that funding for administrative overhead. It's going to the students. The appraiser program, real estate appraiser, will take about a year. That also requires hours, over 1,000, I have it in front of me, over 1,000 hours. Where we're running into a barrier there is that industry is so competitive. And we're having challenges in finding local appraisers who are willing to work with our students. And so there is actually an online option called Perea, and we're working to get that option approved for our students so they don't have to be challenged by that.
Got you. Good. So we've spoken a bit about the individual and training individuals to be ready. Let's talk a little bit about business to business, the subcontractor area, because I'm sure there's a number of business owners in here or were here earlier or even watching online. We don't have any legislators on this panel, and if anybody wants to chime in, that is, maybe you can. But what can we do as a community, as a government, as a collective to actually ensure that local businesses have a seat at the table and aren't just getting the spillage that one of these large companies throws over to the side to them? Because at the end of the day, a lot of time when you do business in the VI, sometimes it feels like they're cheering for the away team. How do we get a home court advantage? How can we ensure that our businesses have a home court advantage and have a seat at the table, similar to this?
So let me tell you what we're doing. So if you go to SuffolkAmericaRebate.com, that is a joint venture we have with America Rebate on 12 of the 16 projects. There's a QR code, there's a link, sign up, get pre-qualified, that gets you on the bid list. Okay, that's number one. We have had 5 industry days to get to know the local communities, to get people signed up, to get people pre-qualified. So that's 2 things. The third thing is when we're gonna award over 600 subcontracts over the next 24 months, and those solicitations aren't going out as lump sum, hard bid, prices, everything. They're going out as best value. And so what does that mean? I mean, price is important, past performance is important, but how much local participation are you bringing to the table is also important. So that gives us a lot of flexibility. You don't just take the low price, you take the company who adds best value to the program and to the region, and we decide that together with ODR. So that's what we're doing.
Gotcha. Any of the other major contractors want to chime in on that?
At MCN, what we did for Arthur Richards School is we also had some outreach industry days. We did a virtual industry day so we could capture the entire territory and the nation. But one thing that we do to ensure, well, first of all, we are a community builder. So we were once a small company headquartered in or started in Washington, D.C., and we believe that we are using construction for economic development. So it's very important, and it's a part of our mission to grow local and small businesses. We were once that. So what we do is if, it makes it more challenging for us in managing the projects, but let's say instead of hiring one concrete contractor to do the entire concrete package on one project, we have 4. All 4 are local Virgin Islands contractors. Not one of those 4 could have done the entire package. So that's how we're increasing the utilization of local businesses, meeting them at the capacity that they have, carving out portions of the work so that everyone has an opportunity. And it also helps them to grow. So we're not trying to have someone say, oh, I can do that amount of work, and they really can't, because it doesn't work well for anybody. So we want to meet the contractors where they are, help them grow, and instead of having one set of subcontracts, we might end up having 3 or 4 for the same trade, but that's what we believe is going to help the economic growth of the businesses here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to echo something you said earlier. Small businesses knowing what they need for their back office and some technology support. Mm-hmm. And so I think one of the things we could all do, so those industry days have been incredible for us. We're already working with 12 subs on the work we have in the Virgin Islands now. But I think we could all maybe work together in identifying the gaps as we see them. So if there are about 250, I think, that came to each of our industry days, ones that maybe didn't make it through that first round, identifying what the gaps are and feeding that back to you so that we can start to develop some training programs for smaller businesses would be something that we could do to
Got it.
help out.
Benton?
Yeah, to add on that, I think thinking about what everybody's saying, we've been operating in the territory for 38 years. We hire tons and tons local companies and suppliers. I know many of the companies that are coming in, nobody that I ever talk to comes in and goes, we don't want to hire local companies, right? Some of the issue, though, is that structurally in the Virgin Islands, in the construction space, things have been going way back, right? 20, 30, 40 years. There hasn't been enough volume, and things were very, not a lot of work, and it was very cost conscious. So everybody had to have companies that were, operating on low overhead, not spending a ton of money, figuring out how to make it work. There's a shift now that's happening with these types of contracts and all the federal dollars that are coming in. Keith mentioned it earlier. With this CMAR contract, we're hiring off of best value, not just the lowest price. And one thing that needs to happen is for some of the companies that don't get selected, it's because you have to have more of that infrastructure. It's the back office, it's the the software, the accounting. A lot of times, these companies can do the work, whether it's the construction in the field, but you don't have, a back of house staff that can do the estimating and the time that's needed, or you don't have project managers or marketing or enough accounting. And so somehow we got to figure out locally, it's almost like we need like an incubator program, because we went through this ourselves. The problem is you need money to be able to hire the people to do all these things. And so until you get those contracts, you don't have the funding to do it. But our problem is these projects are so large that by the time you get the contracts, you've missed out, because then you don't have enough time to put in all the infrastructure that you need to. It's almost like there needs to be some sort of an incubator where there's some funding that's available to help companies staff up with the technology and the people and the resources so that they can be available and not get disqualified. But that piece, I think, is missing. We tend to focus on bonding and insurance and things we talk about a lot.
Mhm.
We kind of gloss over the fact that companies have to be able to move and respond a lot quicker, and that takes investment in people and technology and back of house and that part of it.
Got it. That's a good point. And I have a question for Port Hamilton after this as well. But I do have a question for you guys as the large contractors. You mentioned that the local subs may not have everything in order on the back office administratively. And I could understand that and even relate to some extent. But one thing locally that I've been hearing from a lot of subs and what they've been reading in some of the subcontracts is a clause that says paid when paid. That's a major issue, because if you are the prime contractor, you are responsible for executing the project, overseeing the project, and paying the subs. But if ultimately you only pay your subs when you are paid, then you are financing the project on the backs of the smaller person. So how can they scale if they aren't being paid routinely and regularly, or only when you are paid? Anybody?
First, that is sort of a standard clause in I'm sure all of our subcontracts, right? So I'm sure we're all guilty. We do have an override policy, but it's for select situations. What's important, and I tell clients two things: make quick decisions, you pay on time, jobs go very, very smooth, period. And we have a very quick, once we get paid, I think it's 5 days, the checks go out the door to the trade partners.
Once you are paid.
Once we're paid. And part of the issue is we're not allowed to include financing costs in our bids either, right? So we can't finance the project. So neither of us can really finance the project. So the key is to get the administration done, get paid, and pay everybody timely. So
sounds like a big issue, possibly for the legislatures to look into.
And to add to that, it doesn't stop at the general contractor level, right? So we do have some to bear there. The contractors on the general contractor level outside of the trade partners are also buying materials, paying for equipment, paying their expenses. We also get paid from the government. And so the government turning around our payments quickly and not delaying 1 month, 2 months, 3 months past when it's due, because we start work on the first day of the month. We work that entire month, then submit a bill, then we get paid, hopefully, the best case scenario at the end of the second month. So we're already floating for 2 full months in the best case scenario. And everybody knows here, depending on agencies and timing and issues, sometimes those payments get delayed a month, 2, 3 months after that. So at our level, we are also funding sometimes 4, 5, 6 months before we get that money to then be able to turn around and pay. So it's multiple levels of payment that also all need to happen very quickly.
Understood.
Can I just add? I do think it is a lot about collaboration. So we all have to work together. And we do need the government, ODR, to partner with us for the prompt payment. I also think in helping some of the local smaller businesses be able to take advantage of what's going on and thrive. Like, we only have whatever contracts we have, but the government is getting all the work. So what is, how can there be some partnerships where things are thought of as more at an enterprise level? What is the government doing maybe to help the long-term local businesses that have been registered to have better access to bonding, insurance, and all these other things, that maybe they can have because all this work is going on at the same time, there could be some better rates that are offered to local, and that just really helps the whole circular economy surrounding this subject.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we've been
Sorry,
talking
can I
mainly.
say one more thing?
Well, I want to get it to Port Hamilton.
Okay.
So, because we've been talking a lot about the recovery and the 25 or how much ever billions of dollars are flowing through over the course of the next 10 years. But quietly on St. Croix, you have the Southshore development, which isn't necessarily as aggregated as those recovery dollars, but they exist. So I want to ask Port Hamilton, what does the future look like for the Southshore development? And maybe you can piggyback and answer some of the questions as well that we've been talking about: workforce development, training, subcontracting. What can the people of St. Croix and the Virgin Islands as a whole expect over the next 10 years with the Southshore development and Port Hamilton?
Great question. So, our plans are to essentially restart the refinery the way that it was as a first stage when it was Lime Tree Bay refining. So it'll be around 220,000 barrels per day. We are getting direct feedback from the White House and our major oil company supply and offtake partner that they'd like to see us expand as much as we can. So our next phase is anticipated to go back to what Hovenza was doing in 2012, which will be around 360,000 per day, and then looking to go even beyond that. We're limited with the equipment that we have in the East Refinery. For people that drive by the refinery and say, oh man, that place looks like crap, you're probably thinking about the West Refinery, which is the part that was from the 1960s and 1970s. That has not been operational for decades, and it will be taken down, and we will use that land for other purposes. So our project is probably going to be more than $3 billion when it's all said and done. So what you have here is 20 and some billion dollars for the schools and the hospitals, but just on St. Croix alone, probably 3, maybe 4 billion additional that'll be for the oil refinery. I don't think there's a lot of overlap on the trades, so I'm going to be hiring a lot of people as well for the refinery. Our challenges are that there was a very robust oil and gas industry here from the late 60s all the way through 2012. And then when Hovenza shut down, those people that had the right experience in the industry, they had to go to Texas, Louisiana, Alaska, the Middle East to continue their careers and provide for their families. So many did come back when Lime Tree Bay restarted, but then that ended up not working out either, and so people had to leave again. So we are receiving a lot of communication from people that are eager to hear the plans and want to know when we're going to be restarting, and I tell them soon come, just because that's how things go. But one of the challenges that, as we unpack what happened at Lime Tree Bay Refining, was, to their credit, they strictly tried to hire as many local people as they can. But when so many people left, they were bringing in the local people, and unfortunately, they did not have the benefit of working at Hovenza up until 2012. And so the average tenure of the people was significantly lower than what was there before. And the problems that happened were not mechanical. They were human errors. They were related to people who did not have the right experience and who were not trained properly, and they were also not supervised properly. And so, there's the famous story about the one guy that turned the valve too far and overquenched a coker. They call it the golden valve. It was $3.2 billion worth of investment by ArcLight that got flushed right down the toilet. So we're the benefactors of that. We also, they say hindsight is 20/20. So we're able to see what happened with Hovenza that caused it to go bankrupt. Those are very particular circumstances that are not likely to occur again. And we're also able to see what happened with Lime Tree Bay refining. And so we can avoid all of those things. So we're going to have our own workforce challenges. There are some programs at the university for process engineering, but the skill sets that we're going to need are going to be fairly advanced, especially for the second phase. We're going to be doing a major construction project for the second crude unit and the cat cracker. So those are massive projects. To restart our first phase is more of a maintenance exercise. We have maintained that equipment for these years. And I'm not saying you can flip a switch and turn it back on, obviously, but it's not going to be a major construction project. And we're quite confident about our scope. We've gotten third-party engineering firms and inspection companies to already come in and check it all out. So we're very confident about that. We're going to be hiring a lot of people. At the same time, all of these companies are going to be hiring a lot of people. But I don't think there's a lot of overlap. The only other point that I wanted to make is, as it relates to the refinery, we have a lot of capabilities. I had said earlier that I view the refinery as an industrial site that just happens to have our oil refinery there. So the workforce housing that we have, I think, is going to be very helpful to not only the refinery. We have enough capacity, in spite of what you might have heard, that we can house the refinery workers, plus we can scale up to more than 2,000 beds. And we can provide housing for all of these companies, too, as they need it. We also have incredible industrial capabilities that I can't even comprehend. We had one contractor that did a tour of our camp, and we were talking about our capabilities, and they suggested that if they had to ship rebar here that was already bent, it would cost a lot more. And we have a piece of equipment in the refinery that can bend the thickest rebar you can even imagine, like Schedule 8. And so what we want to do is make sure that we can restart the refinery, but also make our capabilities, including our personnel, our equipment, the housing that we have, also to the contractors to make all of this as successful as possible.
Gotcha. So you're saying over the course of the next 5 to 7 years, you guys are going to be investing $3 to $4 billion on St. Croix alone.
Correct.
How much of that is going towards local hiring and local subcontractors? Because in your industry, one piece of equipment could be $1 billion. How much is actually coming into this community?
So, we're going to be posting jobs with the Department of Labor, and so we hope that we will be able to recruit the people to come back. We have a database of more than 7,000 people that at one point in time worked in the refinery. And we have their current information because they all have TWIC cards. Mm-hmm. And so that's a federal database. And so we are feeling very good based on the unsolicited inquiries that we've already gotten, just because of the little press. We don't really say too much, just because I got to make sure that I got something good to say before I start opening my mouth. I don't want to start talking about dates and things, that I don't know for sure I can do. I'm pretty conservative in that regard, and I don't want to create expectations. But we have a number of recruiters that are confident they can help. You probably have heard there's refineries shutting down in other places. So we're going to be starting one back up. And so there are people that are looking for this type of work. Now, they may not have worked here in the past. They might not be from the Virgin Islands. We will prioritize people that are local, and we're going to aggressively recruit the people who are from here, who moved away, and a lot of them want to come back. And when we have to get other people that are not from here, we're going to prioritize the people that would be open-minded about making this their new home, because that's part of it. You have to have new people that come and become new Virgin Islands residents, not just being born here.
Understood. And that's a good point. And I'm going to ask this next question of Dr. Gary Molloy, Commissioner of Labor. But on another role that he is on the EDA board. So, Commissioner Molloy, I have this question for you. We hear a lot that we don't have enough people, though, actual assets in the Virgin Islands to do this recovery. But while we may not have the people physically here, we have a lot of people in the diaspora that is willing to come back, but we have to incentivize them in some way, shape, or form. What do you think about potentially offering tax incentives to our diaspora to come back home and work, where maybe for 5 years they don't pay any taxes on what they earn?
It's a good thing I'm a mathematician and a semi-politician, so I can decide and punt some of that question. But first off, I'll just say that it's important to note that the Department of Labor has been working with each and every company you see here very, very regularly. So we know a lot of what David just shared. We already know because we had closed-door meetings to have the discussion. But the thing is, he's not at the point where he's ready to post positions in the VIEW system, so you actually see the tangible results within the community. Same thing with Suffolk, same thing, well, MCM Bill, different, Hogland, Benton, and my good friend there, that's always been a part of the workforce system in terms of Gold Coast Yachts and doing a fantastic job. So what we're doing is we're in the matchmaking. So we continue to make sure that whether they're locals abroad, Virgin Islands abroad, or locally, we try to keep in touch to make sure that they know what's available locally, to make sure that we can have a robust pool. So we utilize our LIFT interns, so the Labor Investing for Tomorrow students. That's been around for 30 plus years. All of those graduates, we send tracking out to them to find out what you're doing. Are you interested in this industry? We also partner with the Board of Education. Everybody that has gotten a territorial scholarship, that's away in a particular industry. So we're pretty keyed in to our Virgin Islands abroad. The issue that we're having right now is that most of these jobs are not ready for posting, and most of the individuals are ready. Those that are ready to come home, there are more individuals ready to come home than we would want to admit. And it's not about the money.
So the problem is solved then?
Well, the issue is that, of course, either they need to come home to take care of their parents that are aging, or there are some changes that's happening on the mainland that they want to come home. And so the problem that we're having is that they want to be able to own their own home here. So there's other issues that are stopping those from coming. But for the main part, the easy answer is this. I don't think that we need to erode our tax base anymore by offering another incentive.
But they're not here now, so we ain't losing anything.
Because they're willing to come back. It's just a matter of making sure that the opportunity is there and everything is right, and it's about the quality of place for them. But most of the individuals, they're accustomed to Uber. They're accustomed to having Uber Eats delivered to their home. So there are certain things that factor in when we have our discussions with those individuals to do the matchmaking. But we're in touch with our Virgin Islands abroad through the diaspora.
Gotcha.
Afternoon, everyone. Alfonso Rodriguez. I just want to piggyback.
Alfonso Rodriguez from where?
Research and Technology Park here at UVI. I sit at the intersection where I work with students here at the university, students locally at our public schools. But a few years ago, Dr. Malloy, we had an opportunity to actually visit a lot of folks in the diaspora and we had the opportunity to ask them the questions about why you want to return back. And it is easy to point at the salary and the wages, and that is something that is brought up. But it is a whole slew of other reasons of why individuals will want to come back. Healthcare can be one. Education is one. So when we think of opportunities and ways we want to attract talent back, it is not a one-size-fits-all. There is sort of you could say, a very diverse list of reasons why folks don't come back. And the majority of folks that do come back, honestly, it is because of aging parents, aging relatives. But when we had the conversation, how can we attract you? We're in the research and technology part. I want to bring engineers and coders, and now I need a bunch of folks for AI. And, they immediately ask, okay, well, WAPA, that comes up. Healthcare, that comes up. So being able to actually address some of these issues, I think is very important. And the last thing I'll say
was that during normal times? Was that during the recovery or before the recovery? Because the dynamic is totally shifted now.
That was 2 years ago.
the incentive needs to be great enough for them. I don't think anybody would turn down a great incentive. So instead of us focusing on the reasons why they may not, why don't we try to develop and ask them what they would return for? What would they be able or be willing to put up with here if the incentive was great enough, and what is that incentive?
Well, and that's a great point. And two things I'll add to that. One, I know that my team and I, we've looked at remote work policies. You know, right now, especially in the tech world, after COVID, a lot of folks started doing remote work. And there's a lot of different islands and different states that have remote work policies, and I think that actually helps out, especially when we look at the tax sort of avenue of that and how that works as a tax employee for a big tech company or a big construction company here in the Virgin Islands, but you're probably your main residency is in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that can be looked at by the legislature. But the one thing I did want to add, I think, and a lot of folks touched on here, is that this sort of when we look at this brain drain formula of like, we have folks that we want to bring back, but we also have folks here, and that's the whole thing. We don't want to lose folks. And as someone that works with students on a day-to-day, I think it's important, and I think this is where I'll challenge our educational system here. It's like, we need to be able to expose students to the opportunities that are here, and also get them learning and understanding that a pathway to success is not just the typical 4-year college education pathway. You can go to a trade school, like Rich mentioned. You can actually be an entrepreneur, and I think that is something that's needed here in our educational system, actually forcing our students to think bigger than the traditional educational pathway, and I think that's where our trade school will help. And it's definitely where I think it would help having support for soft skills. We're coming off of 2 Category 5 hurricanes, COVID. The students we have in high school and college here, these are the kids that grew up learning virtually. So when you bring them in a room and you ask them, hey, stand up here and give a presentation, these kids struggle with it. And that is that social emotional skills and learning that they don't have, that then when they get a job and an opportunity with Benton, they don't know how to conflict resolve. So after 2 weeks of working, man, this work is hard. I need to have a very difficult conversation with my manager. First thing they're going to do is they're going to ghost him. And that is part of this social emotional learning that we need to sort of implement in our educational system.
Got you. And I do have one point I do want to bring on Dr. McGrath. You may probably jump right into what I'm going to say. But ultimately, in the next few years, since you are from the tech park, there's a booming demand on the mainland for skilled trades individuals. And the VI sits at a very critical injunction point where you need all these individuals. We know we need to import some, but then the demand on the mainland, like I think was mentioned here earlier, is also dwindling. They said by 2030, they will need 600,000 skilled tradesmen and women to meet the demand for the data center builds that are happening on the mainland. So right now, we have a shortage here. The mainland has a shortage in the next 4 years. So we need to accelerate the pace of how and when we get our individuals into the world of work. So Dr. McGrath, going back to you, like I mentioned earlier with UVI Cell, how can you accelerate our people from 0 to 1, not being skilled, to being skilled and being employed at UVI Cell or through UVI Cell?
Yeah, so I want to make sure that while we recognize that individuals have left the territory, there are also dedicated contractors who have stayed.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure I recognize there's some young men here who've got contractor shirts on. You know, you're here to learn.
Those guys could stand up.
Yeah, I see some local contractors I want to acknowledge. So, oh, did they go to work? Well, they were here earlier. But I want to make sure that you understand that we need to invest into you and to continue to pour into you. The university has so many resources, from the Small Business Development Center underneath the UVI School of Business, free entrepreneurship courses through UVI Cell, on and on. But in terms of making sure we help to accelerate individuals from 0 to 100, and a lot of times, in a lot of ways, UVI Cell ends up becoming a safety net. We have an alternative high school program. So we heard earlier about the challenges we have in education. We have both the Penn Foster Online High School program and a GED program, as well as English as a second language. So we are here to just ensure that individuals are getting upskilled, that they're getting that piece of paper so they can at least get their foot in the door to apply for a job and can be seen as a reputable person that's ready to enter this industry.
Got you. So,
Can I just add,
Yeah, we press for time, but I'll go right ahead quickly.
We just need to make this industry more sexy for people because you can go. My daughter graduated 2 years ago from college. Her and a bunch of her friends, they're not even finding a job. Right? But there's lots of jobs about to be here. So how do we work together to go to the schools like the gentleman from RT Park was saying and help younger students starting at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade understand the real career path in commercial construction and in the trades and all of the ancillary support?
Good question. So I'm going to open it up to the audience for any questions. And one thing I want to state is that we've spoken a lot about the potential that's coming. You know, all the billions of dollars, 3 to 4 billion just on St. Croix. This could be a massive renaissance for the Virgin Islands, or if we don't take advantage, it could be our last walk in the sun. So I'm going to open it up for some questions. Genevieve Whitaker. Dr. Whitaker, right?
No, not doctor.
Oh, no doctor yet?
I have a lot of degrees.
Everybody, yeah,
I
doctor.
do have 4 degrees, but I'm not a doctor.
All right. So go ahead, questions.
But I will say just again, just good afternoon to all. For those who have just joined, my name is Genevieve Whitaker. I am the Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education. And I'm really happy that in each and every panel we talked about the education of our youth. And so as I started my position back in October of last year, also the former board member, I've been working on the silo issue. We talked about silos, bringing all of the education entities together. On the panel, we have Dr. Vergas, who's also our secretary of our board, and in our audience, Chair Anthony Martinborough Jr. And so in terms of going forward, as we work towards pouring into our youth, me and the chair had an opportunity with Senator Vialli a couple months ago to actually go to 2 of the top high schools in the state of Massachusetts, Worcester Tech and Essex High School. And in those 2 schools in particular, the children start their pathway in the 9th grade. So we're talking about us transforming the Virgin Islands system in order to do so. And that would require, of course, funding. We have been working with the legislature. I do acknowledge efforts of this current legislature. I want to also really thank Senator Frederick for this event. But if we're going to get serious, it's going to be to start to pour into our youth. We need more contractors to actually become registered apprentice. So as I've already had initial discussions with everyone on all the companies represented on this panel with different team members already. So now the next step will be, like, we have the conversation, but also the youth. Many of the children right across the street don't know that their school is being rebuilt. They weren't necessarily part of the groundbreaking ceremony. A couple of them participated, but we have to also have an industry day for students. So my board members and the staff are working with contractors to actually have a day that will be dedicated to the students as well as the instructors and administrators, so we can have, like we had an industry day for the contractors, having one for the students, and then working these months on getting all the paperwork done so we can have these registered apprentice programs. So the question I really just have is, do I have a commitment from the contractors on this panel for us to work together beyond this meeting to then pour into our youth whatever we have to do, the soft skill development. My board members and I have engaged with even a vendor who has a whole soft skill program. Commissioner Malloy already has moved forward with a career tree. We had, we've been working, not in silos. So I just say, I also invite folks, please like us on Facebook, the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education. Next week, Wednesday, we have our board meeting at 4 p.m. It's on Teams. Come on, we invite folks. We have some exciting news we'll be sharing around AI, the approval of our agriculture curriculum, and how we're going to move the way forward with workforce development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Good afternoon. I hear a lot of discussion here relative to the needs of career individuals. And I also hear you saying that we need them now, but we have to start at some point. And right now in the VI law, there is wording that says vocational education starts in the junior high level, 7th and 8th grade. We're talking about 4 years, 5 years down the road, seeing those seniors. I feel we need education reform to address our local needs, and then we can begin to prepare our students for the outside world. The hurricanes won't stop. So while you're addressing recovery now, another hurricane is planning. So my question is, Do you think that education reform is a necessity to address your career needs?
Anybody? Rich?
Yeah, great question. The answer is yes, but this, as we all know, none of our lives are perfect, and the educational system isn't perfect. But and the biggest problem, I think, if our education system was truly a community-derived education system, we would do the right thing. But it's not. We're at the end of the puppet strings from the federal government deciding what they're doing with the funds. And then that's what's changing the system. So, but they have the money. And so as the saying goes, he who has the gold makes the rules. However, we have the obligation to make those changes. I think Dr. McGross has mentioned many of them. I think there's been other suggestions here on the panel that even though structurally the system potentially isn't organizing to do soft skills in these first 3 or 4 levels of training that every individual needs, no matter what, whether becoming a yacht builder or a steel worker or a carpentry. I mean, everybody in the workforce that's going to a trade field needs those 4 basic levels. We're not delivering that. Deliver that. And then if someone has a particular interest in a trade, great. They get interested in a construction job, fantastic. They come out of construction, they want to go in the yacht building, fantastic. So just quickly what we're doing, which may help the others on the panel, we basically run our own school. And we're very selective on who we pick, but we pay them to come to school and learn how to be a yacht builder. They get paid from day one. They go to our school, they get $14 an hour to come to our school. 6 months later, they go to $16 an hour. 6 months later, they go to $18 an hour. 6 months later, they go to $20 an hour. But we're selective, and we're asking them to stand up. And we build into our system all the things that we've talked about here. So on a rotating basis, they have to get up. They have to make a presentation to the entire team. So the entire time we're building them as craftsmen, we're building them as fathers, uncles, husbands, and community members. And we've been here for decades. This is an amazing time in the Virgin Islands. There's $25 billion in construction work going on. Hallelujah. I mean, what an amazing concept. But that money will come to an end. And when it does, those jobs are going to come to an end. Where are those people going to work? I wasn't born here, but I've lived here 50 years. And so for me, I walk through the community, I see the different men and women, and it's good enough for me if I've done one thing today to help one young person's life. If we do that, awesome. My company isn't going to move the needle. These people are going to move the needle in the things that they're doing. And that's the macro vision that the government has. It's a wonderful thing. It's going to help all of us. But we do have to be careful. Our community is going to significantly change. Gold Coast and St. Croix has over 20 boats in Hawaii. And all of our Hawaii clients are telling us what's happening in Hawaii. And that's what's about to happen in the Virgin Islands. We have to be careful. Blessings are good if you use them wisely. Not used wisely, they will bite you.
James?
Just add on to what Rich said. First of all, it's all of the companies that are going to make a difference. And Gold Coast Yachts has had is the gold standard for apprentice programs, like he said, going back to the 80s. So one of the things we all need to do is work on marketing the trades better, right? A lot of people are shocked when we say that if you're a carpenter, I mean, you can make $60,000 to $80,000 a year before overtime with full benefits. All of our guys have health insurance, 401k plans, short-term disability. I mean, we have foremen that make $80,000 to $100,000 a year, some with company vehicles, and I mean, there's just a lot there, and not enough people, know and understand that to want to go into the trades. Rich was talking about his training program. Not enough people know that programs like that are out there. At our company, we have an intern program that we started last year, and we have 17 interns just in our summer cohort class coming up. So we got to do all of us more to market all these opportunities to attract the people to get into the trades.
Thank you. Next question.
Good afternoon, Ben Torkelson, Caliber Rescue, Caliber Consulting. One thing I've noticed is that many local specialized safety companies don't get visibility until the project's well underway. I heard Suffolk, you have your pre-vendor portal, which we've applied for. Does anybody else up here have something like that to get local specialized technical safety teams into your system and into your pipeline?
I would think that most of us do, but we do as well on our website. So I think we can just make sure we're doing a better job of marketing that, I think, to everyone here.
Great.
Yeah, we do as well. When we had our outreach, we had QR codes. And you could go to our website also.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next question.
Good afternoon. Tiniqua Knowles, author, radio host, and proud owner of the licensed business Bridgepoint Media and Community Outreach. I have two questions. First, before I start, I want to congratulate all of the panelists, those sitting and those who already presented. One of my questions comes from someone in the audience who asks, how can local contractors, go about getting subcontracted within these big businesses, if you may?
Good question. Who wants to take that? The question is, and we discussed it earlier, how can the small local subcontractors in business get a seat at the table to participate in the recovery through subcontracting with you guys?
Yeah, well, I think we all are having outreach events, and then it just depends on how each contractor is buying out the job. For us, like I was saying before, we meet subcontractors where they are, and they go through our vendor portal, they get qualified. And then if there was a situation where, let's say, we're not carving out a piece of work for them to have a direct contract with us, but let's take drywall, for example. If we want to do drywall as one full package, so we need a larger company that's coming from stateside, they are, and we are requiring them to partner with a local smaller subcontractor and is working directly for that drywaller. So they're not bringing their full labor force from the States, but they're working with a local subcontractor that has that same trade to fulfill the work.
And before I go to my next question, may you expand on how a contractor may go through those large businesses to be able to be subcontracted and be a part of that portion?
Yeah, for us, again, if you go to SuffolkAmericaRebate.com, step one is fill out the form and get pre-qualified. That helps us because we ask for some information that helps us understand what the market capacity is for each trade. So that helps us better design bid packages so that we, as Lisa said, we can meet you where, like for example, if there are 10 large concrete contractors out there, we know there's adequate capacity, right? We can go with a bigger package. But if there's, one, then we know we need to break up those packages. So that helps us design the bid packages, and it helps us design set-aside programs that, just for an example, we're going out this week with a small package. It's a renovation package. It's only going to U.S. Virgin Island contractors, right? So there's set-aside programs that'll help as well. But incredibly important, every one of us are focused on it.
Well, question, before we even get off that topic, right? Talking about meeting people where they are, what is the phone number that a small contractor can call or office they can walk into to be a part of the recovery? Because you mentioned a number of times, go on our website, Suffolk, yada, yada, yada. Yeah. What is the phone number they can call or office they can walk into to engage you on that level?
So what I wanted to say was that I believe all of us have automated software now for bid packages, right? A lot of us have a lot of projects. It's all different time frames. So it's a lot different now than it was years ago where you just walk into an office and hand qualifications, say, here's my card, this is what I do, call me when you need me. So that's the first step, and I think all of us have online portals. You can call the offices, you can walk in, QR codes, but for all contracting businesses, getting through the pre-qualification and into all of our individual automated systems where those bid packages come out, that's the best way to make sure that you're getting all of those opportunities. But it takes a lot of follow-up. We hear all the time, oh, well, can't you just email me, when it comes out? I don't want to log into something. And it's like, you have to be able to follow the systems that we have to be efficient so that those packages come out when the timing is right.
And if I may, Chair McCarty, part of the RFP process, when these companies bid, there is a responsibility that is included in that RFP process that they have to try to include local workers. They have to recruit local workers, small and minority businesses. So that's a part of the requirement that they sign up. So the issue now is how, and that's why those industry days and all the outreach that they've been doing is to get the local contractors to come to be aware that these activities are in fact happening. So there's a very big outreach that's out there so that the local, if you don't know, it's because you ain't looking.
Also.
And also just to say that I know that those online systems that we have seem impersonal, but I came from the government side and on the mainland, and it's a way to have transparency so that we can run a report of who we met at an industry day, who made it through the process, 5% people don't have bonding capability, and then feed that back to a small business development center and say, look, here's what the missing piece is. So I know it seems impersonal, but we use it for efficiency. We also use it as a way to track what's happening, where are the gaps, where are people stopping in the process. And so as long as we're utilizing it that way, I think it has a benefit to it.
Awesome.
And for us, we also post the schedule of upcoming solicitations on the website, and then we now post them on the newspaper, I think it's 30 or 45 days ahead of time, and on our Facebook page. So SuffolkCaribbean.com and also SuffolkAmericaRebate.com. So both of those. So we try to, just blast out as much information as possible so people can understand how to get their name in the hat.
Awesome. With my closing, my last question is this. So we talked about locals that are away and that has traveled, but majority of the time, locals travel to further their education, whether it's within trade, degrees, certification, what have you. How do you guys ensure that once they do return, that not only they get jobs, but they get the jobs in which they're qualified for, and that they're not taken advantage of in regards to working at a job, being trademarked, having these trades, having these certificates, and being working under someone who is not even as qualified as them, which is something that I've had to deal with in dealing with outreach programs and having to deal with the community. They often complain, why am I getting 5 to 6 different trades if I have to work in a laboral position under somebody who didn't take the necessary steps that I did and invested in myself to be able to be qualified? And sometimes they're doing 5 to 6 times the job of their supervisors. So I just want to know, what is your process in ensuring that you make sure that your laborers who are aspiring to be trade markers and the ones who are already have their trades, and just leveling them up? How do you go about doing so?
So, do you want me?
I can jump in the meantime?
Yeah, and I can do as well.
I'll just say that's where part of the Department of Labor comes in the matchmaking business, because, again, the goal is to be able to create a pool to help screen, to help the businesses get the best qualified individual. But I'm going to say something that might be unpopular, but you can't come with an entitlement. And some
Well, some people do. Some people have who they know, who they are related to.
I
and that's
understand, but what I'm talking about is entitlement. You heard a lot about soft skills. I'm gonna challenge us a little bit to talk about it in terms of professional and life skills. There's some individuals that come on job sites. I can tell you I've been there, and a lot of people have complained. I can tell you of individuals that have been trained, got their certifications, got the job that they are qualified for, and turn around and say, well, you know, Commissioner Malloy, I see some of my staff here. I would rather that my brain sweat than my body. I'm not going back to that job that I went, earned the certification, all the training for. So you have to make sure that there's a right match. And so what we've been trying to do is to make sure that in our training, we build an awareness of what you're going to get into. Because so many individuals go and get the training, get the certificates, and then when they get there, it's not some place they want to be. And so I'll just put that out there. And that's part of the challenge that I see on the labor side as it pertains to your question.
I'll add this as well too. And in the world of work, there's no wasted time. In the private sector especially, you paid for the value that you bring, right? So like Commissioner Malloy said, you can't day one possibly get the salary that you may want.
Of course.
But as you work through it and become more valuable in that establishment, then you will naturally move up the ladder. And if you don't there, that experience will then move you on to something else. But your skills are still yours. Your development is still yours. And you could take that to the next place that can pay you for what you're worth, or at least close to it. So ultimately, I don't want anybody to be here and think that that's a natural thing to not be paid what you're worth. It happens. But in life, the more you work and the more you become valuable, is the more you are paid after that. So that's my experience and value. The more valuable you are to a company, any one of these companies, is the more that they will pay you, and the more they will pay you to stay. Period. End of story.
Thank you.
Rich?
Actually, we do, it's a big problem. And so we actually built out competencies for each job description. And so that's how we eliminated that problem. If you're at this level, you better have those competencies. Otherwise, you shouldn't be at that level.
Definitely. And I thank you guys once again. I congratulate you for having your positions to be able to express and explain to not just myself, but the entire community. I thank you for dedicating your time to be able to be here, because this is important. It's not just about $25 billion, because like you said, money ends. But the opportunities that come, the experience that leaves with these individuals that take these positions is going to last forever. And I hope that the community understands from what the panelists said and the moderator stated, you know, it's what you value, your time, your effort. And also here in the Virgin Islands, I feel like as if we need to build our spokesmanship, our customer service, all of that qualifies for when you have a certain position. So I know how it is. You can expect to have a job that is representing a company if you don't have a personality to represent that company. So thank you guys once again. Tiniqua Knowles. Have a great day.
Next question.
Oh, it's going to be hard to follow that. Keith O'Neill from O'Neill's Transport. So the question that I have is a two-part question. I guess this is directed to Dr. Malloy. Around the territory, I see a lot of crews from Puerto Rico that are doing work here. They're working on WAPA lines. They're doing fiber optics. There's even a crew here that's doing roofing. He has his entire crew here. So my question is, if we have all of these resources for training and small business, why can't we train our own local people and incentivize our small businesses to do the work that we're paying, that we're bringing people in from the outside to do? Not that I have a problem with anybody from the outside. Let's get that straight. But we should be able to incentivize our own people to do that work. And what protections are there in place for the small businesses that do that? Because I can't go to Puerto Rico and just get off the plane and do work. So why is that happening? Is it a training gap? Is it we don't have enough people? And what protections are in place to make sure that the local businesses get preference, or they can do the job easier than somebody from the outside would?
Okay. Thank you for that question. First off, I'll just say that the Department of Labor does a compliance check on all local companies. And a part of that compliance check, you have to be compliant with the labor laws. So if a company, what you're describing is a company that won a bid and then decided to bring individuals that can do the work at the price point that they negotiated. So that's not something outside. Those individuals that are coming to work still have to be licensed here in the territory. So the protections are that they still have to go through the licensing and the labor law requirements and everything else. Aside from being U.S. territory, we can't just say that it's only going to be the locals of the U.S. Virgin Islands. So
why not?
Why not?
Why not? Why can't our people have home court advantage? Why can't our people be first in line? Why can't our people have their section at the table to make sure that we participate in?
We're having a native voice another discussion at this session. Really?
Yeah. Because where else better? This was the question from the audience.
I'll just say that in the world of work and competition and bidding process, the Department of Labor doesn't intervene in any of your day-to-day operations when you put out a contract and you make a selection. What our role is to make sure that the entity that you have gotten in is in fact hired and following the labor laws. Other than that, it's up to you now. You are the one that made the decision to go outside. So the issues are, and why are you going outside? Mm-hmm. You're saying that because you can't find individuals here locally. If we were trying to bring anybody international, we have a foreign labor certification program, a process within the Department of Labor. You would have to advertise that position locally and nationally for a period of time and prove that you can't find anybody in the entire United States of America, not only the Virgin Islands, to take this job before that individuals could be able to get a visa. So I'm saying the protections are in place, but the day-to-day operations of the individual business owner or entity, we're not involved in that. We're going to make sure that we look at the labor laws to make sure that that business is licensed. If it's not licensed, if they're not paying their unemployment, if they're not dealing with workers' compensation, we look at labor relations, we look at posting their vacancies based on Act 5174. And so that's where the teeth for the Department of Labor comes in.
Well, maybe it's a different department and not labor, but I think we still need to be more intentional about how we involve our locals.
Can I jump in?
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
100% the goal, and I think, you spoke about this early, should be for local hire all the time. There is a training gap, right? There is training on Puerto Rico for high voltage electric that isn't present. There's training for the mechanics for the iron,
training
right?
is necessary so we can fill that gap?
I think all of us could share what those skills are. It takes a while to build a training program. There's not a training center that does those trades. And just for context, but it should 100% be here, and I think you mentioned it earlier, it needed to happen before, but there wasn't any funding for it before because the funding hadn't been released. Mm-hmm. Although the company has been here for a while, I live on an island not as pretty as this one in New York, attached to Manhattan, and we're union up on our island. And the same thing just happened with offshore wind. We tried to hire local to Long Island, but there weren't enough workers that had the certification and training to go offshore for wind. And so then we had to go to Manhattan, and then we had to go to New England. And as much as we wanted for local to the island, they didn't have the training. There are specific trainings and certifications that take, like an apprenticeship takes 5 years to learn high voltage for your own safety. And I think what we need to do is give that list and start to think about that.
Gotcha.
Just let me add one more thing.
We got Commissioner. I just get a signal to wrap it up.
Okay.
So
I just want to wrap up about Puerto Rico because we do have relationships with Puerto Rico. They have unions. So they've reached out to us if in the event that we have shortfalls within labor that we can really piggyback on our Caribbean neighbor right next door. So it's always an opportunity. And what also entices the Puerto Rican workers to come, I'll just say, the Virgin Islands pays a higher unemployment rate than they do in Puerto Rico. So most individuals come here, and then if they separate, then they try to file here as opposed to Puerto Rico. So we have that relationship with them as well. But again, we're
That's
not
like
in the
me
business.
filing my taxes in the States because I know I'm going to get paid instead of filing it here.
But
That's not right. You're
but
not
that's
supposed
not
to
legal.
do that.
Gotcha.
But what they're doing, that's legal?
No, what I'm saying is it is legal once the individuals have worked here and earned that pay, that salary from here. We can pay up to that portion, and then what we do, we pay that portion, and then we transfer the rest to Puerto Rico.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And what? He can go.
Well, if he chooses to go and set up business and adhere to Puerto Rico's rules and regulations, he can.
What I meant was, for me to set up a business in Puerto Rico is way more difficult than me coming here as a subcontractor to work.
You see,
There's different gates.
A part of what you're saying too is, legally and under the U.S. flag, yes, he can, but culturally, it's a different mindset in Puerto Rico. So it's not about you getting the paperwork filed and getting licensed in Puerto Rico. It's about you being accepted and embraced by that culture to earn there, as opposed to someone who's living in that island. You follow? So it's a cultural separation, and getting the clock for time, and we're going to wrap up right now. And I do want you guys to give a round of applause to our panelists. And everybody else that put this together, because, forums and summits like this help us to be educated on the process, be educated on what's going on and what we need to do. And don't take it for granted at all, because they didn't have to do it. This could be happening in silence and we not know anything that's going on. And I thank the panelists for sharing their experience, insights, and direction. And before we wrap, I'll leave you with this quote from John Henry Clark. Powerful people can't afford to truly educate the oppressed. Because once you are truly educated, you will not have to ask for power or opportunity. You'll just take it. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the moderator, Mr. McCarthy, as well as the panelists. This was a very heavy one, and I'm sure the community is much appreciated of all of your answers, and to the community, the questions that we had today. As the panelists clear out, I'm going to make a brief introduction to our next session. So please be ready to get engaged for our next session. So our last and final session here today is modernizing infrastructure for economic competitiveness and resilience. Leaders will discuss the critical upgrades needed in ports, utilities, transportation, and digital infrastructure to unlock investment and ensure long-term resilience. Our panelist for this segment will be Mr. Joseph Basholti, CEO, West Indies Company. Jennifer Nugent-Hill, Senior Director from Tropical Shipping. Mr. Stephen Adams, President CEO, Virgin Islands Next Generation Network, VNGN. And we also have Alfonso Rodriguez from the RT Park. All right, folks, if we could start to wrap up our conversations, we'll get going in less than a minute. I'll invite the panelists back to the table and turn this over to our moderator. So thank you, everyone. We're going to get our session started. I'm going to introduce our moderator for our last session, Ms. Adrienne Williams-Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon, everyone. We do like what the teachers do, 1, 2, 3, all eyes on me. Does that work still? You think so? All right. Let's give a round of applause for today and all the great discussions that we've been having. All right. I'm Adrienne Williams-Octolin. I am the Director for the Office of Disaster Recovery, and I am very pleased to be your moderator of a group of very, very distinguished panelists this afternoon. And we will be talking about a number of issues that they have been designated as experts. And I happen to know all of them, and they are phenomenal individuals. I'm going to just allow you to just do a quick, I don't know how you'll get it done, just a quick introduction from all of you, and then we'll get into some questions. All right, we'll start with Mrs. Jennifer Nugent-Hill.
Well, hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I have sat here just in awe of what was said today. I am the Senior Director of Government Affairs and Community Relations for Tropical Shipping Corporate. I live on planes. I run ships. I come home. And at the end of the day, coming home to St. Croix to always talk about economic development is my passion. And what else can I tell you? Go Caribs. Go right. Buccaneers. Central High School. It's my 50th high school graduation last year. So we good.
All right. Go Caribs.
Good afternoon. Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN. We provide broadband access wholesale to all the ISPs here in the territory. And we also have a fun project trying to expand out the diaspora with our infrastructure.
Great.
Hi, good afternoon. Joe Basciolti, President and CEO of the West Indian Company Limited, the largest cruise ship facility in the Virgin Islands.
Good afternoon, everyone. Alfonso Rodriguez, Director of Community Advancement at the Research and Technology Park. Here at UVI, we are a tech-based economic development organization. We focus on attracting technology businesses here on the Virgin Islands, and I specifically work on most programs dealing with STEM education, workforce development, and technological entrepreneurship.
Thank you so much. So they are pretty dynamic panelists today. We're going to be talking about, critical upgrades to our ports, our utilities, all of the necessary requirements for goods transportation. I had the opportunity to sit the day before yesterday, this week in Washington, D.C., with all the other infrastructure coordinators across the United States. Yes, I think we have a lot of noise, just kind of distracting conversations. Yes, we're going to ask that if you need to have these conversations, please lower your voice so we can, for all those who are listening and are engaged. I was sharing that I am the infrastructure coordinator for the Virgin Islands and had the opportunities this past week in Washington, D.C., to talk with other infrastructure coordinators about the various funding that is available across the United States so you can build roads. In the States, you're building bridges, all of the requirements necessary for economic development. And, we here have an opportunity to rebuild pretty much the whole island. All our roads, undergrounding, our wastewater, our potable water, and those are very key for when businesses are coming here. Businesses want to establish operations here. So I'm going to ask, and I'm going to just pose this to all of the panelists. Tell me, which one of the infrastructure failures do you think impact economic growth? whether it's our healthcare, power, and roads. And once you select which one, tell me why. Ladies first. That's why you say, ladies first, except when cattle come in.
That's a very good question, Director Octalin. And I know that there are folks watching on the internet, and I really think they deserve their opportunity to be as engaged with us as all of you are in here seeking those opportunities. So just give some opportunity for those who are online, live watching and listening. That question with regards to which infrastructure failure and most impact economic growth. And I'm not going to focus just on one thing. I could tell you ports, because certainly that would be selfish on my part, right? But it is an important part of any strategic development plans that any single location will want to consider when they talk about economic growth. But let me say that it is this: not investing, and providing the right resources, the right amount of funding for those infrastructure that is necessary to develop a territory. I spent about a year of my life working on economic development policies. I've been with my shipping company for 30 years. I came out of a vocational education program at Central High School. I didn't think I could go to college because my parents had 7 children. So my father said to me, invest in what's going to help you use your hands as well as your mind. Well, at the time, it was about what was the growth for the U.S. Virgin Islands. We had a healthcare demand situation going on back then. And I could tell you it was back in the 70s, okay? So you'll know my age. It's okay. Still look good. Thank you. Yes, thank you. But what that was, and Gerard Emanuel may still be in the room, we come out of Central High School back then and we went CVI. It's a different CVI. But what it was that we were beginning to get to a place where our healthcare was going to be a part of our strategy to support the growth of our economy that included not just tourism, but the growth that was occurring with the refinery, with all of the infrastructure program that you heard. They needed lab technicians. We needed to ensure that the Department of Health, that the hospital system was going to be able to take care of the persons in one basic thing: do your blood work. So I decided to take 1 extra year in my vocational education and became a licensed lab technician by spending 2 years in our hospital system. That allowed me to get a scholarship. To me, that was infrastructure. That was developing a strategy around what we needed to be sure that this economy was going to thrive for a very long time. Obviously, I went to school and I became a social worker because they were offering scholarship. I didn't like blood, so I became a social worker. And then the social work required licensing to support our young people. That education allowed me to have an experience and an exposure working for the U.S. Department of Labor that was supporting a program that was retraining young people who were either what we called back then youngsters who had had some issues. We created developing programs. We participated in infrastructure for training and development. My dear friend Betty Sperber, for those of you who might remember her, the owner, developer of Project St. Croix and the operator of King Christian Hotel, says, if you want to make tourism a true development tool for St. Croix, she was a strong advocate for St. Croix. Her feelings was that we were going to have to redesign the curriculum in our educational system. And she decided that there was going to be a change in the educational program by making this book that would help the curriculum, says, I am a tourist. And it meant every child would understand what that meant. Out of that came growth. When tourism grew to be a strong industry in the Virgin Islands, the ports grew. The ports grew in St. Thomas and St. Croix because now more tourism was coming. And we saw an opportunity as an operator that the cruise lines now needed to provision to replenish the food that was on the ship. And we said, could St. Thomas be that option? So St. Thomas ports then became a critical part of our infrastructure development. Out of that came a robust development for tourism, for cruise ship to call in St. Thomas. Fast forward Hurricane Marilyn touring to St. Thomas. I joined tropical shipping the year before and had to learn a lesson on how you pivot in your infrastructure. I'm taking this route only because I want you to imagine every child like me who came out of a public school education because there was an infrastructure around me. Me, the individual, to get an education, to participate in the economy of my island, and to become a contributor. Out of that crisis called Hurricane Marilyn came an opportunity for St. Croix. I joined a shipping company and I knew nothing about the shipping industry, but I knew what my skill set was when it came to organizing and running an organization effectively. I promise you that everything that we are doing here today, this is the long game. The ports are not going to go away. The ports are critical for the infrastructure development and for the economic development of the territories. I will get into more of that because my dear friends, both Marjorie and Mr. Bourne, are sitting here, and I know they know the future of what the ports means. So having answer your question a long route, let me just put it this way. The infrastructure failure that will most impact our economic development growth is not investing in all aspects of our territory, starting with our people.
All right. Thank you. Stephen Adams.
Well, thank you for the question. As far as failures, there's a two-part answer for me. As far as failure, the first part of the answer is electricity. All right, when you look at electricity and we're paying, say, 46 to 52 cents, depending on where you're at as a ratepayer for electricity, and you go to Washington State or you go to Seattle and you look at they're paying at 10 cents a kilowatt hour, just the difference in that. And when we look at the tourism panel before, and they said the hotels here paying 20% to 30% of their COGS are in electricity, and stateside it's 20% or 5%. That's a discrepancy that stifles growth, and growth across all industries and against the education system, against medical. So I think the central issue is electricity. But with electricity comes accountability. And that accountability is not just shared within WAPA, it's shared with the legislature, it's shared with the executive branch, and it's shared with the people of the Virgin Islands. So to that, we need more, we deserve more, and we're going to invest more into our infrastructure. So if I was to distill our failure down to one, it would be electricity.
All right, power. We've heard that. Yeah, I mean, we've heard businesses that say, well, we can't sustain operations because of power costs. So, thank you for sharing that. All right, Mr. Busholte.
Hi, I think we could look at a lot of different areas and say we could do better. When I look at it, I take a look at where we are right now. And I think that somebody mentioned it in one of the earlier panels that we speak big about infrastructure and completing projects, but I think where our failure has been is we haven't invested enough in the maintenance of efforts plans to keep these particular projects that we have completed with billions of dollars that we've had over the years with post-hurricanes, and we don't have maintenance plans. So we have a lot of buildings and projects up, and you look at them and they're closed, right? And they don't have any maintenance budget. So as we talk about the $25 billion we have in all of these projects, even to WAPA and some of these things, you could build a new plan. But if there's not the money set aside to maintain the assets, then we're going to have another series of failures, right? Because we're going to be right back in the same place without identifying those monies to keep the maintenance efforts of the same investments that we're making, whether it's the schools, whether it's WAPA, whether it's the ports, all of them. We need to change our mindset and start thinking about, okay, how do we maintain it? And if we don't have the budget to maintain, then have the projects be smaller. So a portion of these monies can be to maintain the projects moving forward.
Sure. I'm going to put you back in jail for a second because you didn't answer my question. I want to make sure you pick one. Pick one. What do you think is the most important when it comes to economic?
That's like having your kids. One kid more important than the next. They're different. They're all important.
They're all important, but one should, if the question is being asked.
I mean, that's a mother's thought. As a father, they're all the same.
You see that? You saw him pivoting? All right, looks like I have to check to see if your name on the ballot. All right. Okay. And go ahead.
I think there are obvious answers here, but I'll be remiss if I don't mention one that I think has come up recently, as I've spoken to a lot of recent graduates here at UVI. The last panel talked a lot about the workforce development. We need more young workers in our workforce, and one of the early barriers to a lot of workforce. Can you guys hear me better now? Perfect. Like I said, I'll be remiss if I don't mention this after speaking to a lot of young UVI graduates. It's actually transportation. A lot of our young students, typically it is hard to get to their job. And it might seem like such a simple thing, and you might think it doesn't impact the economy, but it does. Especially here in St. Croix, not having access to reliable transportation. We have students who need to go from home to UVI, from UVI to work, back to home. And these can be at late hours, early mornings. The lack of that and the ease of access of that can definitely lead to I think, some early economic development chances that we're missing here with young employees.
Okay, transportation. So they're all very critical, as Joe identified. There's so many different factors that impact our economy. As we move forward, and we've bandied about the $24 billion and the opportunity that we have here, that process requires permitting for projects. And part of our discussions that we had with the infrastructure coordinator is legislation that's currently going through the House and the Senate to make the permitting process much more efficient. And these are our national federal projects, where the permitting for some projects take longer than the actual time to conduct the project. And, from a common sense perspective, that is not the direction that we need to be moving into. And all of the NEPA requirements that right now, if you look at the Central High School, you would never think some of the things that impact the project. We're impacting the project right now where there's a construction plan, but there are bats in the gymnasium. And the bats are a protected class. And also, apparently the bats were there first, and then we had a hawk that came by. And some of you are smiling, but that is actually stopping to create a plan that has to be approved by a local agency and a federal agency to be able to start that project. So when people say, what's taking so long, there's so many different factors that are necessary to be addressed, and not just say, we're going to chase the bats. You can't chase the bats. You have to put together a plan and how the bats can be removed, and that plan has to be approved, and then you can execute. And that can take a couple of weeks if we do it well. If we don't do it well, it can take months. So we're talking about undergrounding, where we're putting water, wastewater, power underground, and once we turn dirt, we have to get approval from the federal government. And also the easements. You have trenches, and that one dig approach that we're working on right now, saying that we're going to get into that trench, and everybody who needs to get in there, whether it's WAPA, Waste Management, VINGN, WAPA Water, do everything one time so that we don't disrupt your lives. That's easier said than done. How many people were inconvenienced by them fixing that intersection on the highway? Wasn't that nerve-wracking? That's part of my project that I oversee, and I was cussing. So you can only imagine, once we have all of this construction going, the level of coordination that's necessary. So what types of permitting recommendations, efficiencies you think that should be happening as we work to make these infrastructure projects, execute them, and do so that we can encourage our economic activity. All right.
You know, I would say today the technology that's available to us to speed through the process. I think back on an initiative at the port and what we're having to go through to spend $40 million on infrastructure through a PPP project. All of the incredible time-consuming, important work, because we live in a regulatory environment ourselves. But when I think about what we had to go through to even begin the first part of it, that $40 million plus the $20 million that my company had to put to help the Port Authority, the cost, and that was just after COVID, the cost of the infrastructure work at the port that needs to be done here in St. Croix right now is literally already increased. And there's nothing that we're going to be able to do about reducing the cost. So I would say that I think there are technology that we can include in some of the permitting process to speed through what those things may be common. And the example that you shared where, at some point, if all of us could agree that the entire, let me just say my road, Princess, where all the WAPA lines and the telecoms, if we can do that using technology once and for all, and agree on a set of permitting when we're digging the road and how fast we're going to get it back together, I think technology allows us to do that. We've now incorporated AI in some of the things that we're having to do at the ports to survey so we can know where things are. And most importantly is the record keeping of where things were put back at the port post the hurricanes restoration.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. Yes, it is noteworthy. All right, Mr. Adams, this is right up your lane because you're burying all kinds of stuff and you know that you have to get a lot of permitting. So share your thoughts on how you feel that we can streamline the environmental and permitting processes.
I think already for the permitting process, we're actually on the road, and we're going in the right direction. I mean, kudos to you and your office and having the foresight and getting all the bundles together into one rather than these individual whack-a-mole projects, right? The whack-a-mole approach that we used to have was what was stymie our abilities to deliver any results. So the fact that we have an office of disaster recovery, the fact that we have ODR and it's a central hub, and now when you look at DPNR that now also puts the permitting online and Public Works doing the same thing, we're going in the right direction. But the challenge, though, is not the technology. It's that what do you do with data that comes in? Data, you put data in, you still have to have processes and procedures on the back end to be able to say, what do you do with that? If I have a permit process that comes in online on DPNR, what is the policy on returning an answer, whether it's a fix or whether it's an approval, right? And then in reinforcing that, right? I think that's a back-end procedure. But from the standpoint of patents on permitting, we're going in the right direction. And I think your office is doing the exact right thing, is centralizing and then getting out of the way.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Basholte.
Hi. Yeah, I think I have a little different approach on it. I think the permitting process needs to be treated differently in terms of priority. I think one of the things that we find is when I do port permitting, generally we have to get the local permitting done first before we go to Army Corps permit, Army Corps for the Army Corps engineers. And I think what's been happening that I've seen is because the process takes so long, it changes, and I'm sure you deal with it, I'm sure we all deal with it. It changes the bids, right? So the bids are coming in at a price. You expect the process to take a reasonable amount of time, and it's double and triple. So by the time you get approval for the permits, and they go back to the pricing, and it's way off. So now you're stuck because you may or may not have the budget to do the project that you knew you had the budget 2.5 years before. And I think that we have to, particularly with where we are in this cycle of construction monies and projects monies, is we have to create in DPNR and the permitting agencies local a priority to get them out the door faster. Because by not getting them out the door faster, And I understand they have all other kinds of priorities. But what it does is it stops progress, right? Because then when the projects do come ready, you get the permits, and they say, well, it's a 40% increase in the cost because we can't get the material, we can't do this, we can't do this. And then you're like, okay, well, we don't have the money for the 40%. But we have the permit now that ends up going on the shelf till you find the money to complete the project. So that's what I think is we just have to kind of change it with the times. I think Stephen made a good point in terms of we got to take new information, right? And if you have new information saying you got to move faster to get these things done, then we have to. Because I think that's part of the reason that I think our projects may not move as fast as I think they should.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. All right, Mr. Rodriguez from the RT Park.
I'll keep it simple, and obviously being from the tech park, I have to plug this. I think talking about permitting, talking about government processes, it's important that we talk about technology and modernization. And I think as a small island, I think in the past we thought about that as we implement technology with training for individuals. I think now we're living in a reality where artificial intelligence is becoming more important for the modern workforce. So I think that when we look at this modernization of technology, we need to, as a government, look at how do we implement these AI tools and technology modernization across, not just when we talk about infrastructure, but in all our government processes.
All right, thanks for sharing that. So this is not something that we're just talking about locally. You know, the legislation, some of these NEPA requirements are done on a federal level, and those are what's being considered. So I think that a number of opportunities for us to collaborate and also to be looking at how we do the consultation with the federal government, because we do it at a local, stay on the federal side, and then we go to the local side. I think some of the best practices would be for us to be doing a lot of this together, thereby saving time. You know, they've shared that in the last 2 to 3 years, we've seen construction costs go up by 65%. That's on the mainland. And if we're looking at that on the mainland, what's happening here is that we anticipated, because of all the money coming in, we would see the impact of it in our economy and inflation. But we have a national inflation coupled with the anticipated inflation from the recovery dollars that we really have to be mindful of what these construction costs and how important time is to us to be able to get these projects started, because it doesn't get better with age. Not like wine. The cost will go up and it's not going to be pretty. So, you know, when we start to talk about our infrastructure investments, and now I'm going to have to put you in a box. Everybody agree? I have the key. So you can only get out the box when you answer the question. You have to select what infrastructure investments will deliver the greatest long-term return, whether it's our schools, our water, our infrastructure, water, wastewater, sewer, and even our hospitals. I'm going to start at the other end of the table with Mr. Rodriguez.
I'm biased, but obviously it has to be the schools, our educational system. Last panel spoke a lot about workforce development, and there was all this talk about soft skills. With the way the modern workforce now is shaping up, we don't need individuals that just have technical skills. We need individuals that can be good communicators, have the EQ that is necessary to work in every different professional and binary professional environment, and that starts with our educational system. We have a lot of great talent here. My entire career, I've tried to dedicate it to sort of help folks here in the Virgin Islands have opportunities. But if we don't do the investment and we don't modernize, given how fast the world is, modernizing now, we're just going to be left behind. So for me, it's education.
Education, okay. I'm going to take the vote from the audience when we're finished. Well, let's hear
for me, it's the power.
The power.
Yeah, I think the power is tremendous. I think if we fix that, you'll see a lot more businesses survive. You'll see more options around. I mean, the cost of doing business, as you know, Stephen mentioned on one of the panels before, 20 to 30% of hotel businesses is electrical costs, which is why they go off the grid. If we fix that in both of the plans, I think we will be on a very, very bullish trajectory.
Okay. We got a vote here for power. All right, Stephen, what do you say?
So do I get a free key out since I said power from the
they're
beginning?
out. They're moving. They're free to move about the country.
You guys out? Oh man, they stole my power from the beginning. So of course it's power.
It's power. Okay.
But it's a little bit nuanced. So it's power and then it's power distribution. So it's one thing to generate power, but it's another thing to distribute the power. And some of the outages we've had with WAPA had nothing to do with generation, it had everything to do with distribution and vice versa at times. So it's an integrated system. And the integrated system has to be approached. So power is the number one because not only does it drive economic growth, but it drives the cost downs for the hospitals. It allows us to be able to attract teachers because they can pay the electricity bill in their homes. So it's a nucleus effect that it touches all of our economy.
All right. Ping. Free to move about the country.
All right. You're out of the box. You know, having paid attention to strategies around economic development, we recognize that the infrastructure by itself cannot complete the entire, what I call the economic recovery or the economic strategy. There is no doubt the cost of electricity is a factor. Energy in itself, in its totality, is going to drive a lot of what we do. The schools, how we maintain the schools, how we manage the schools. But I have to come back to what I said. That ability to create a system of education that allows for our children to have all the opportunities that we can give them. In my book, sustain the idea that while power is important, but a long-term economic recovery strategy comes right back to making sure that our children have what they need to do the work once we create them. And I have no doubt that we're going to achieve what you've defined and what you continue to do. And I'm going to just take the privilege of having the mic to just say, depoliticizing some of the work, especially this recovery strategy, and letting you stay where you are to complete this work is absolutely necessary. And I can say that, one, because I think it makes good sense. And you've heard me say this before, that in best practices in disaster resiliency and disaster recovery starts with planning and preparedness. Then we come to the recovery. And once we get through the recovery, we got to start over again by the mitigation measures. Leaving our children unsmart or uneducated for this work that you're doing is a bad idea. So I'll vote for education.
Education. You know what? I would have bet you would, as the former private investor executive director founded in workforce development, I would agree that I would just bet that you would foster education as being really critical. VINGN CEO, power, makes sense. Former CFO for WAPA, makes sense that you would vote for power. And Mr. Rodriguez, RTPAC, education. I'm going to turn it over to the room now. I'll take some votes. Power. How many people actually feel, just by wave of hands, that power is the most critical investment for the future of our economy? Oh, yeah, we get a couple of hands in here for power. Okay. A couple more over here. What about education? A lot more for education. All right. Well, they're equally important because if the power ain't on, the children ain't gonna learn. That was just a joke. But it's very important for us to, but that's just really the importance of both of them having power and actually having the infrastructure so that our children can learn in environments that are conducive to expanding their minds.
Ask the question again,
You want to revote?
No, I don't want to revote the question because the way the question was asked.
Which area is most critical for the future of our economy? And in,
most critical right now
And you said power. Some said power, and some said education. But there,
You said the future, so that makes it different.
it's in the long term. But I mean, I think they still hold their position, though, that investment into our power grid helps to attract new businesses. Like it actually, in the future, because if we don't have it in the future, then we still have the same problem. Well,
There you go.
we agree. All of them are excellent. It resonated differently with others, but we agree that one thing we can all agree is that we need both. Yes? Yes. All right. So our last question for our panel is, how do we balance resilience with affordability? Resilience. I'm going to give an example. Housing. You know, before we had a building code that called for different size rafters. When it changed, we had 3x8s, 3x10s, 6-inch interior, 8-inch block exterior blocks for construction, but which made us stronger, made the home stronger, but also made the home more costlier to construct. So how do we bridge that gap between resilience and affordability? And I'm going to take a volunteer this time. Just take the mic if you want to go first.
I like going first. So this is a policy issue for me. This is pure policy. So it's a matter of figuring out what best practices are, and then from best practices developing a policy, and then that you get that policy to be able to ripple throughout government. Because one of the problems that we do have in government now that I'm in it, and I didn't think my job was going to be a government job, but I found that out when I showed up, is the fact that we work in silos. And we often work with silos without a unified policy that cuts across all the agencies and then also is communicated to the public about how we are rolling to be able to get their input to establish policy for affordability. Because there's trade-off with affordability. Because if you talk about affordability, are you talking about quality of materials? Are you talking about lessening safety? Right, to make something affordable, or are you overbuilding something to make it safe, which leads to more cost? So that telos of finding the right balance between them requires policy and input from the community, which is something I think we can improve upon as a territory.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take the other side of the coin. I think it's reality, right? So people could only do what they could afford to do. So they may want to do more, but if they only have means to do what they could do, that's what they're going to do. And I think we sometimes struggle with the fact that our reality for most of us here is not the same as a small minority of us. So while it sounds good to be super resilient and have the best shutters and a 30K generator to sustain, but if what you only could afford is your insurance and your house, if you could do that, then that's exactly what you do. And hope that you survive to live to see the next time.
Okay, very interesting perspective.
You know, there's something called AI and ChatGPT, and you can almost ask any AI software program a question, and you put it, the parameters around the response you're looking for. So I did. And it cited New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina as an example of how you emphasized best practices in resiliency and modernization. And here's the response. I wrote it down. I'm old now. Public funding and infrastructure investment are necessary, but they're not sufficient to create the long-term economic resiliency. After Hurricane Katrina, New Orleans secured major federal investment. Sounds familiar? That significantly strengthened one thing, its flood protection system. Because all of us really remember, it wasn't the wind of Katrina that did it was the flooding, right? Water kills. Well, while the improvements reduced the physical risk, they did not fundamentally resolve the underlying economic vulnerabilities and diversity of the city's economy. In fact, what it did is that it demonstrated that infrastructure by itself cannot serve as a complete economic strategy. The combination of using modern technology to create resiliency, and the example that you used, I remember when we were building our home, we decided, we brought an engineer in, someone who was working for the energy office, and he said, yeah, you got a good truss there and you got this there, but you also need to put straps in. Well, back then, that's what was modern, back in, post Hurricane Hugo. So I think the balance of this is necessary, and I believe we're at a place today in our technology advancement where we can do the right thing to modernize the port and to be able to create the resiliency. We have to. I'm going to mention the word. Climate issues are causing what I call infrastructure challenges and the ability to be able to reinforce. And we can do some things. Mitigation measures is something that we have to do every single day. To your earlier point, fixing the road when the pothole comes before the pothole grows bigger, and now we have to spend more money. I have to say that if we're going to be serious about modernizing infrastructure for economic competitiveness and resiliency, with all of what we heard today, someone mentioned the extra $4 billion that may be available for the refinery. It's a smart, balanced approach. One shouldn't supersede the other. The idea of impact windows after hurricane, whatever that hurricane that was in Florida that created impact window strategies. That's an example of creating resiliency. We all went to design our homes to meet Cat 4. Now we got to come back and do Cat 5 because they're becoming more. So balancing this and determining really and truly that what we're going to do using this opportunity that someone said probably won't come around again for a very long time. We hope it doesn't. But at the end of the day, something else will come to test that resiliency of the economy.
I bring again to that though.
Right? Yeah.
I'll go on a different track and just mention I'm part of a team here at the University of Virgin Islands for the EPIC grant, and it's a collaboration of the University of Virgin Islands and different universities in islanded communities that deal with resilience issues. And one of the things that we discovered is that we need to be more innovative, and that is invested in research and R&D that can actually find solutions. One that we're currently looking at is sargassum, and obviously we know it's a big issue for tourism. It's a big issue in other marine biology sectors. But there are communities that use sargassum as a byproduct for building blocks or for energy. So I think that in our side here at the university, our challenge, I think, is to not just be an academic steward, but also to be a university that can actually push for research, that can find innovative solutions, so that we can take advantage of things that might seem like a negative, like sargassum, into an actual positive. So that's all I have.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. I like the fact that everyone took a different perspective. At the end of the day, though, the federal dollars that we have are really what is driving our ability to rebuild. And of course, they come with a lot of rules. And they also come with criteria of what we can actually do that they will pay for. So at the end of the day, I agree with Mrs. Hill that the approach has to be comprehensive. When we talk about recovery, we're not just only talking about our infrastructure, but it is also building resiliency. Resiliency is not only in our buildings, it is in our processes, and ultimately we are resilient people. So we come to the table with a set of fortitude that we can expect that we're going to push through and overcome whatever is faced. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that our economy is stronger. Anyone who ever wants to listen, one thing, in the beginning, we didn't have any money. Why we couldn't start? We didn't have any money. Then we got some money, And then it was time to start designing. We didn't have enough architects. We didn't have enough engineers. And we started moving forward and we started to design. And now we didn't have enough contractors because now we had the design and we had the plans and we didn't have enough contractors. Now we have contractors. Now we have contractors. We don't have enough people. We don't have enough people. So that's the next, which every step in the road, there's a challenge. And then we've got these projects, we're ready to go. We need the permits, lots of P's. But every step is a challenge. And our biggest challenge at the end is that we can level this economy back out. $24 billion. The government's budget is $1 billion. And right next to the operating budget for the government is the recovery that needs to spend another $1 billion every year to be able to spend all this money. When this is finished, after we've gotten all the contractors, everybody went out and buy 100 backhoes because we had all this work and the work finished. What's going to happen to the people with these 100 backhoes? Whoever the next test is for us to be able to level off this economy and not let it tank. If you don't remember anything, it's not about who ain't spending and how fast we ain't spending. That's not the challenge now. The challenge going through the future is how we keep all these projects going and not let this economy tank. So I want to give everybody a minute on my panel to just wrap up with whatever their thoughts are. And I appreciate you all you are all definite experts and exemplary members of this community and in leadership roles for being and sharing your thoughts with us this afternoon. I am going to start at the far right. Mr. Rodriguez from the RT Park.
I'll keep it brief. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank Senator Fredericks for setting this up. Thank you, panelists and moderator. For me, when I think of resiliency and economic development in the Virgin Islands, I often think about my decision to, when the hurricanes happened, my decision to actually move back to the Virgin Islands and join the RT Park and try to be a part of this sort of change that we want to see for our community. I'm committed to seeing it true, and I think that, as Ms. Hill has mentioned, I don't want us to just narrow-mindedly focus on one area. I think there's a lot of avenues in our community that needs help. We need a better educational system. We need WAPA to be better. We need better infrastructure. We need to make housing and transportation more accessible for the folks that don't have it. And I think that if we can take that collaborative and a holistic approach, I think we'll be in the right path.
All right, thank you.
I want to thank Senator Fredericks and the senators that are in the room. I think this is a very important forum for sharing of ideas and information. You know, one of my grandparents told me a long time ago, Joe, you'll go further in life if you listen more and talk less. And I think we have the opportunity to listen more to all of us. I listened to some of the comments earlier about things that even though I've lived in the territory, born and raised, that I didn't know. Particularly in the agriculture side. And when I walk away from today, I have a much different appreciation for agriculture, having been in tourism, having been back at Waco now, having worked at WAPA and some other places than I had even before. So I walk away from today saying to everyone that's listening and everyone that's here, if you could walk away with one thing that you learned today, then today was a positive day. And my takeaway today is agriculture definitely has a place for us to move forward, particularly in tourism, but across the board. And then secondly, of course, I listen a lot more than I talk, even though it seemed like I talk a lot, but I did listen more.
Thank you for that. I had well, my husband has gotten me to the point that I can appreciate agriculture and fresh produce. I had him clear about 4 banks. So I'm going to be planting my ginger. I have a list already. I need ginger, I want to get cucumbers, I want sweet potatoes, all of that. So you could come down, Joe, and you could get some first set of harvest.
Well, thank you to the senators as well as our very thoughtful moderator not only is our moderator very thoughtful in leading our panel, but moving us forward as a territory. And I very much echo the idea of the continuation of how we plan and spend our $24 billion over the next administration. That's critical. But I think from an infrastructure standpoint, since that's the thrust of this particular panel, that I think we need more engagement of our community about what we want our community to look like. Because infrastructure projects are very expensive, they take a long time, and then you keep them for a long time. So since it's such a long-term investment, I think we need to have more community involvement about what we want that to be. Because when there's 100 backhoes left over at the end, what are those backhoes going to build next? And is it going to be more infrastructure? Is it going to be homes? What is it? And I think that that's part of the conversation we need to have today, and not wait till those, VINGN, we have a $1 million piece of equipment that when I first came here, it was a trenching machine. And I'm sure before I came here, people were cussing at VINGN because we ran fiber right down the middle of the road with this big giant machine. That machine cost $1 million. My first day at VINGN, I said, where is that trenching machine? And they go, it said Public Works. I said, I want to go see it. I want to go see it. It's a $1 million machine. Had ivy on it. Can hardly see it. And no one knows. It has flat tires. Doesn't even work. So imagine 100 backhoes just like that piece of machine, right? I think that's one of the engagements that we need to have as a community. Is like, it's not just the infrastructure for today, but the infrastructure for what?
Yes.
Right?
Well
So that's what I have.
Thank you. Thank you for being a part.
That's good.
Yes.
That's very good. Well, I'll echo what the smart lady said by saying to you that for us, the U.S. Virgin Islands have an opportunity today to take these temporary public fundings that are available to us for the next 10 years to convert this economy as we begin to think about the great work that's being done at UVI. I'm always proud to say that, but to remind us that as a community, this challenge we can face and face it down well by being smart to take those backhoes to create a levelized, as we like to say, economy strategically. And I'll be happy to tell you that when you think about a port as part of this economic strategy, it will take those backhoes, move them to St. Thomas for a project, move them back over, move them down islands, transship them. That's how we need to start thinking about this opportunity, because these funds will end. But at the end of the day, were we smart in how we utilize the opportunity to educate our children so that they can then take this economy to the next level because they would have known how to do it?
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you to all of our, I'd like to just take the opportunity to thank Senator Frederick for this level of conversation that needs to, should not be the end of everything that we've discussed today. If you want to think about it, the children that are currently in the St. Croix Educational Complex that MCN is modernizing, they can actually, these same students right now can actually have an opportunity to go away to school and come back and still work on projects. So it matters. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When I shared with the infrastructure coordinators in DC earlier this week, one of the ladies walked up to me afterwards. She was from New York. She said, "You're not just like building stuff. You're like building a whole island." I'm like, yeah, that's what it is. We are reconstructing this entire Virgin Islands with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we want history. We look back to say that we have maximized every single dollar that we received here, and we can look around and say that, yes, indeed, we are more resilient. Thank you for listening to us today, and congratulations for a wonderful summit.
Thank you so much, Director Williams, Octalan. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to everyone here. As we close out, just bear with us. We're going to head into our closing remarks. Just one last thing. I'd like to just leave you guys with an African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think the theme for this event today was we heard a lot of people from different agencies, different backgrounds, speaking on very high tension topics in the community, but also speaking about this web that we can create and foster a community better to grow and prosper. So with that, I am going to, it's with my honor and my pleasure, to welcome back to the podium the chairman of the Committee on the Economic Development and Agriculture, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, for closing remarks.
Well, good afternoon again. I think the last time you saw me, we were having breakfast, right? It's time for dinner, right? Let me just say I want to thank every single presenter today, the moderators, the presenters, the sponsors, the attendee, for being a part of, to me, what I consider the beginning of not only a new beginning for the Virgin Islands, but the beginning of a new way of thinking. We're no longer going to be thinking, how do we raise the money to do something? We're going to be thinking, how do we spend the money that was awarded to us efficiently and effectively, and to allow that money to trickle down in areas that we desperately need, which is ultimately the community. Getting companies to come here and just be richer is not the purpose of this. This is to find a way so we could collaborate and work with them so that small businesses, medium-sized local businesses, and the larger local businesses that we have could also benefit from this federal award that we have. Collectively, we all do better. We touched on areas today that I am just thrilled. Agriculture. No one looks at agriculture as being an economic development product. Try not eating for a couple of days and see what happens. It won't be a pleasant thing. But it really is an opportunity. And we're just going to have to figure it out. We have to get back to the days where agriculture meant something to us, especially on St. Croix. It meant something. It was who we were. We've diversified and became industrialized, and that's fine. But even that, we need to rebuild. So we're in a rebuilding state of mind right now. And eventually, we will all prosper collectively if we do this right. There's nothing stopping us but us as a community. The companies that showed up today showed up because they care. They wanted to do business with us. They bidded on these very long, difficult bidding packages that were sent out. They were difficult to complete and expensive to produce. So they want to do business with us. They want to hire local people. And they pay very well, too. These are not low-paying jobs. So I hope we were successful today in showing that our partners, and I call them partners because we're going to be so close over the next few years working together that we might as well call them partners in every sense of the way, you know. The government is married to this process too. They have an obligation to provide the oversight. And these companies want to make sure when they leave they could brag about what they did. You know, I was able to rebuild a school, a hospital in the U.S. Virgin Islands, a health center. I mean, that is a big carry. They actually would go back to the States and brag amongst their peers that they did work internationally in the Caribbean. Domestically international. And that's fine. That's fine, you know. I bet they're going to wish that they could do it too, right? I wish that was me. So let's approach this optimistically and hopeful, and not with any skepticism that you think someone is trying to get over and you and take advantage of you. The only way that happens if you just allow it to happen, and I don't see that happening. Not under my watch. Not under Ms. Adrian's watch, right? Ms. Adrian, she's going to make sure everything works out just right. She's been wonderful. Thank you for your leadership. ODR is a very hastily put together agency that has performed above and beyond. So, this Adrian Williams, Octolin, thank you for that. I mean, it wasn't easy. And so now we need to carry it all the way to the end now. Remember, this has never been done in our history. This is so unique. And I say it because I want us to understand this is so important. If you close your head and stick it in the sand, it's going to happen because everything is in place. So you might as well get on board and see what you could do to be a part of it. It's big enough to share. And, you know, these companies are willing to share. I just figured when I was looking at it, I said, we're doing everything. We're awarding contracts. We're doing everything else. But the community didn't feel like they were involved in it. They were just sitting back going, oh, that's good. It's good for them. It's not for them. It's for us. It's for our children. And I think Ms. William Octolin said, the kids that are graduating, the children that are graduating from high school today, they'll be able to go to college and come back, and still there'll be work for them. So that's key. That's important. So let me wrap up before it's breakfast again. Again, I want to thank my colleagues. Senator Clifford Joseph was the only one who stuck it out with me till the end, right? That's what you call it. That's my dog. Oh, sorry. And the office of somebody in St. Thomas. The office of Marvin Blayden, his chief of staff. She stayed too. She needs to catch a plane. So let's give it up to Aisha. And everyone else, my staff, please stand up. Yeah, wait. Anybody associated with the office of Hubert Frederick? Come on. They were here until 11:30 last night, right? See, look at that. And did anyone here leave hungry? No. All right, so good. Y'all did your job. And for all the sponsors, again, I really appreciate you guys having confidence in us. We have other activities planned. This is just one of many, so stay tuned. And again, thank you so much. Good night. Stay blessed. Until next time, God bless.